No! Oh, darn it.
It is time. All systems functional. Are you prepared for Fogler's Fiction Fest? Buckle in. Strap it down. Whip it out. All Fogler all the time. Calibrating for fun. Get ready for full Foglerosity. Fogler, Fogler, Fogler. In 5, 4, 3, 2, blast off.
All right, we are live with Fogler's Fiction Fest. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to day one. Fogler's Fiction Fest. What is happening today? Well, it is going to be a wild ride with some incredible guests all day long. We're going like 10 hours today, so you guys go and come as you please. We'll try and give you some good updates on what's coming up next. But here's kind of what the schedule is going to look like. All Dan, all day. Our guy Dan Fogler will be here from the UK, but he is here with a bunch of awesome friends that he brought. We're going to have a Women of Walking Dead panel that'll be live around noon. So many awesome folks in that. We've got Paula Lazaro, Cassidy McClincy, Eleanor Matsura, Pollyanna McIntosh, Alex Gambati, Aviana Miner, and Sydney Park. It's going to be an amazing panel. Coming up live later at 4:20 for all you folks that are into that, we are going to have a phenomenal bracket challenge with the 16 best stoner movies of all time. That will be debated out with Dan Fogler, Cooper Andrews, Seth Gilliam, and more. It's going to be wild. We've got a Balls of Fury reunion panel with Maggie Q and George Lopez. Speaking of George's, one that you don't usually see in a nerdy stream, but he's going to be here to talk action movies. MMA superstar George St. Pierre is going to be here later today. We're going to have Brooklyn Gladiator, Heavy Metal Comics, Moon Lake, Jackie Tone, and so much more. Strap in, do us a favor. Love you guys that are in the chat. What's up to Greg and Alan Dukes from the NWO Nerd World Order? What's up to the Friendly Neighborhood Geek Group and all of our fine folks and supporters? We love you guys. We appreciate you guys. And please do us a solid. Share this to groups. Share this feed to your news feed. Let friends know where they can come and see all the fun that's in store for Fogler's Fiction Fest. Day two, little tease, we're going to have stuff like Mads Mikkelsen is going to be in a house on day two. We're going to have a Fanboys reunion with Ryan Newman and the cast of Fanboys. Ross Marquand will be here. It's going to be wild fun. But let's kick it off. This is going to be the first of many awesome panels today. It is Sci-Fi Training with Scott Laidler. And my guy, take it away, Dan Fogler.
See this? Oh, here I am. Wait, whoa. My God, I'm handsome. What's wrong with my hair? Wow, it looks like it's a fake background, doesn't it? Look at the thing. Oh, that's not where you were expecting. Chachi chachi, chachity chach chach. I think I'm recording. Let's make sure. Yep, looks like it. Okay. Okay, I'm going to. Okay, cool. So let's check this out. How's that? The lighting on that? Is that okay? Okay. Is this working? Cool. Hey, welcome to Fogler's Fiction Fest. This is my sci-fi training session. Isn't that cool? Why is it my sci-fi training session? Let me tell you why. Welcome, everybody. This is the first event in my Fogler's Fiction Fest. The sci-fi training session with my trainer, Scott Ladler, who is my trainer from the first Fantastic Beasts movie. As you can see, I'm in like a full squat here. That's how I'm getting ready for my training session. Okay, if you're like me, you spent the holidays just eating things that you shouldn't have, and it's time to get healthy, man. Whenever I'm at the Comic-Cons, man, I miss Comic-Cons, meeting people in person, but we'll get back to that soon. I feel it in my bones. But a lot of people would ask me, "Hey, man, how'd you lose the weight?" At my heaviest, I was 270 pounds. I'm only 5'7". I mean, that's a lot of weight for a guy like me to carry around. And I was that heavy on the first Fantastic Beast film. Then I started losing weight. And then by the second film, I was I'd say about 240. And then now I'm about 200 pounds. And that's the weight I'll be for the third movie. So 70 pounds lighter than the first movie. I went down to 160 pounds. I mean, that's documented in the Walking Dead episodes that I did recently, and on a Goldberg's episode, Thanksgiving, I'm at my skinniest. I'm about 160 pounds. Wow, I lost more than 100 pounds. I was 270, and then I was 160. Oh my gosh. So, and wow, I can do simple math. In the Goldberg's episode, where I got to dress up like Cobra for the Thanksgiving episode. Shout out to the Goldbergs. So yeah, a lot of people, I felt very healthy, but a lot of people would be like, "Hey man, are you dying?" And I'd be like, "No." And then they would just be like, "Oh, in that case, you look amazing." So I was like, I don't like that dichotomy. So I felt like I got to put a little bit more weight on so people stop asking if I'm dying. So I was lingering around 180, and then I went in for the reading for Fantastic Beasts 3, and everyone does the first reading of the script, and I felt like I was too skinny for a baker. You know what I mean? Like I was like it's too drastic. So I put on another 20 pounds to get me up to around 200. I feel like that looks good. He still looks like he's lost a bunch of weight. He's heartbroken from Queenie. And but it's not too much. It's like you can't trust a baker who doesn't look a little chubs. You know what I'm saying? He's got to look like he eats what he cooks. So Scott Ladler, my trainer, is in the waiting room. I'm going to admit him in a second. Why is this sci-fi? And because during our training sessions, especially during the second movie, Scott and I just started, riffing. You start, your mind starts going while you're doing these physical activities. And he was talking about something that he was writing, and it fell inside the sci-fi Last Storm universe that Fishkill, my comic book, and Brooklyn Gladiator, it all is under the Last Storm umbrella. And in a nutshell, what is that? It's Star Wars deals with this concept Blade Runner, so many, The Matrix. We're on the slippery slope, sliding toward the singularity. And the big question in what Scott and I wrote, which is basically our Animatrix movie, we wrote this movie called Auroribus, which is the circular symbol of the snake eating itself, destruction, rebirth. And I feel like that's history, you know, that our history is repeating itself. We're stuck in this cycle. And I feel like we're tied to this constant battle with technology. We're sliding toward the singularity. Do we become cyborgs? You know, do we let the technology consume us, or do we use the technology and do we let it consume us to the point where we're not human anymore, or do we use the technology as a tool, and in some cases a crutch? Because the other question that you know, is brought up, especially in Star Wars, you know, and in the Matrix, we have these abilities outside of the technology. We have these abilities inside of us. You know, Native American tribes, Aboriginal tribes, they talk about how we have lost touch with our senses. We're down to 5, and we used to have like 15, 20 senses, you know. And so maybe we're stronger without the technology. Maybe we're stronger without the scaffolding. So that's a good start. I've sufficiently stretched the crap out of my pelvis. let me let well, you know what? Let me just also, another setup to this is, you know, we're in lockdown. And okay, so how have I lost the weight? Intermittent fasting. If you can cut out meals, that adds up, you know, if you can find a way to do it. And your way of doing it, it's different for everybody. Intermittent fasting worked for me. Also, I cut out processed foods, and I found exercise that I like to do. And you'll see, I got into martial arts and boxing, and I did this show called Story of Masters, and you'll see a rough cut of the show, this docuseries, right after this training session. I have I go around the world with Claudia Kim. You'll see a segment from the show. And we get to the heart of Kung Fu and Kung Fu in cinema, which is a huge love of mine. So on the same note of, you know, boxing, if you can't find a gym, you know, during lockdown, and you want to exercise, you know, you can find things around your house, man. You can find, I got 2 jugs of water here, or what is that, vinegar? And you get a stick. You take the stick, you put it through, and suddenly, you know, you're Rocky in the 4th movie. Lifting rocks and stuff, you know? Taking a log over your neck. Yeah. Come on. What do you think? They didn't exercise in the Middle Ages? Okay. Check this out. This is about 60 pounds. I put a bunch of chairs on a stick. And now I got this guy here. So you'll see, man. My trainer Scott, he'll come in. I'm bringing him in right now. And he'll walk us through a training session with all these found tools from the backyard. Scott, are you there? Doctor. Okay, he's working on it. I've been working with Scott since... Scotty, can you hear me? I've been working with Scotty since the first movie. Fantastic beast. Scotty, you there? I'm stranded in jolly old England. I'm trying to do a training session with you. Maybe I should text you on my comlink communicator. Scotty, are you ready to beam in, Scotty? So, coming up after this training session, I have this. I'm really excited to share with you this story of Masters. It was, and it's the early cut of, the docuseries episode. So there's parts of it that you see. I have a British accent as my narration because the editor was doing the narration. So you hear certain sections of it where it's just so, hello, I'm Dan Fogler. It's just like, what a cheerio. Which is very funny. You'd think I'd have a better English accent having lived here for so long. Yeah. So this while waiting for Scott to come in, this is a different thing, intermittent fasting. What did I do? I wanted to try something different. Everyone, hey, there he is. Oh, is that Captain America? How you doing, pal?
How you doing? Good.
Doesn't he look like Chris Evans, everybody, a little bit? Scott, why don't you introduce yourself, and tell everybody to, how they can find you.
Yeah, my name's Scott Laidler. I'm at www.scottlaidler.com. It's a comprehensive, bespoke online personal training service. I've been working as a personal trainer for 12 years. I've worked here in London, over in LA, and how I met Dan was through the Fantastic Beasts franchise.
Now, I haven't seen Scott. I haven't seen him in person in a little while. And we've been doing these sessions over our, I guess, FaceTime. And it works, man. And I'm telling people that you can always find a way to work out, even in the lockdown. You can find, if you can't find the gym, if you can't find weights, if you're lazy like me, you can't, you can't bring yourself to buy a bunch of weights. You can make stuff out of the found things in your house. So let me loosen up a little bit and then we'll go through a training session. I was also telling them that, we started talking about during the second movie, we started discussing our movie, Auroribus.
Yeah, absolutely.
How's the lighting? Can you see me okay?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
So this is what Scott recommends to loosen.
Yeah, so just loosening up, just stepping back, throwing the arms up.
Yeah.
Just get gradually faster and faster.
I feel like it's a good stretch. You stretch your whole back. I certainly need that.
And then we'll go down this way like a squat, and then stretch up like that. Just opening everything up. Yeah, so over the course of training sessions, we started to come up with ideas and concepts for, science fiction. Or
yes, what
was feasible.
You had something that you were working on first, right? Which is like a story from the perspective of like a military guy who was escorting like the president or something to an underground base during an apocalyptic situation. Is that right? Was that the idea that you had?
Yeah, so I was working with a few things to do with sort of what it would be like to be one of the first technologically altered soldiers. And then, it's sort of, we started speaking about what would, become one of the middle parts of our story, which would, how would it look to escort somebody into one of these underground bases and bunkers and try to secure somebody of importance like the president through one of those scenarios. But I was looking at the twin connection with a friend of mine, like the twin connection between brothers who'd been separated. One had been enhanced as a soldier, and the other one had met an equine therapist, and it's similar to our concept where it's humans go one of two ways. We either merge with technology and enhance through sort of if you can't beat them, join them kind of scenario, or you double down on your humanity and try to reclaim the lost senses and lost abilities that perhaps other humans may have had, or other versions of humanity may have. So it's one of those ones. So it's that kind of thing. It's not necessarily good and evil as such, but it's you merge with technology, you become mechanoid, you become transhuman, or you double down on your humanity and you become humanity plus.
Yeah, that's the concept that's, in The Matrix, in Star Wars, Blade Runner, all of these movies where the question is, RoboCop, all these movies, we seem to be fascinated as we're spiraling toward the singularity. It's a real fascination and a real fear. Are we going to be consumed? Are we going to let the technology take over us? Or are we going to use it like a tool to help enhance us? And then, so we talk about these things. Yeah, we go down these rabbit holes, and you have to finish that. You have to finish writing that. That's still a great idea. I forgot about the whole twin thing, and because you started talking about that, and then I said, oh man, that's very similar to the nannies in Brooklyn Gladiator who are injecting themselves, who are being injected with nanite technology, and they're becoming enhanced, super soldier cops, where they're strong as 10 men, and you only need, one cop, two cops are like riot control, basically. Those are the cops in Brooklyn Gladiator. So we started talking about, and I was already kind of deconstructing Brooklyn Gladiator, which we'll get into further as the con goes on. We're having a reading, and we'll get really in depth with that. But the idea at the heart of Brooklyn Gladiator is, here we are, we're surrounded by the technology, surrounded by people who are already using it. It's the near future. It's like a 1984 situation. It's not far off from, you feel like, okay, yeah, maybe we will be, considering what the headlines are today, maybe in 2033 we'll be in this technocracy, prison, where the hero has rejected all of it. John Miller has rejected all of it and has gone inside like a Jedi and is searching on the astral plane and finding, he's becomes a blossoming psychic. And the whole question at the heart of it is, are we stronger without the technology? Is the technology just a crutch? Is the technology just something that we build because we know that we're missing something? We used to have these abilities and they've been wiped, and we're down to 5 or 6 senses, and we build these amazing contraptions to connect us all, to enhance our abilities, because we know we used to have these abilities on our own. That's something that I'm fascinated with. What's the first exercise, brother? I told you this is going to be awesome.
So the first exercise, I'll mimic it with a PVC pipe, but we'll go from a deadlift position.
Yeah.
So we'll go deadlift this way, and then we'll superset that with an upright row. So,
okay, so I
got 10. Yeah. So we'll go first of all into the deadlift position. So we've got the makeshift barbell there, the 2 jugs of water. What would you say that weighs? So first of all, we'll do the deadlift.
Deadlift. Okay, yeah. So this, I say this is maybe 25, 30 pounds, right?
Yeah.
Maybe 15 pounds a jug.
On this one, we'll keep the arms straight, and then we'll just use the hip as the movement. So we just open up the hip, but the arms stay straight, so that we're working hamstrings, glutes, lower back.
Okay, legs straight.
So down like that. Yeah.
So our movie that's sprung out of this conversation about technology is this movie called Ouroboros. Ouroboros. I can never say it right. Ouroboros.
Ouroboros. Yeah.
Ouroboros.
So it's the idea that the sort of mythological idea of the snake that eats itself, the snake that eats its own tail.
Yeah.
So let's go into the upright road this way.
Destruction
And
and
then we'll take a
rebirth.
little break.
So, which has become a symbol in the Last Storm universe, and because the movie itself is cyclical, I think in the best. How's my head? Is my head on camera?
Yep.
Cool. So I'm doing this just from here.
Mm-hmm. Go for 10.
So it's all about the constant cycle that we're stuck in, letting technology consume us to the point of destruction, rebuilding from that, using technology is just like this constant symbiotic,
We can take a break there.
destructive relationship. So we have this 3-chapter movie that we're organizing here, and I want it to feel like the Animatrix. If you ever saw that movie, the animated Matrix movie, where we have 3 chapters. Our first chapter is in prehistoric times. What happened to the dinosaurs, and this is like maybe this happened to them, and we have this alien AI energy being that finds itself in our dimension, finds itself in the 3rd dimension. Suddenly it's becoming organic, and it crashes to Earth during dinosaur times, and it's almost like the story of the first robot. This energy being uses the elements around it that it finds to form its own body, so it can start exploring, and just like any astronaut landing in a foreign place, and it's attacked by the dinosaurs, and it's this battle that happens where it's this Pyrrhic victory, where as much as the robot tries to keep multiplying itself to defend against the onslaught of dinosaurs, it can't. So it just sacrifices itself in a massive explosion, taking out all the dinosaurs. And that's kind of the first chapter, the seeds that are being sown. And then the middle chapter is it's a reflection of what's happening right now, where you have a sickness, and there's a president who has succumbed to the sickness, who has to make a big decision. Other countries are trying to contain the sickness by blowing us up, and the president has to make a decision, and his decision is very rash as he's on his deathbed, and it ends up activating an artificial intelligent shield that would cover America, like an ion shield, that would block out the sky, but it would also protect us. It's a lot of pros and cons, which is sort of echo of what's happening in Brooklyn Gladiator. And but one missile gets through, and then we leap ahead. I'm leaving out enough stuff, Scott. And then we leap ahead 1,000 years, and we see what is that civilization like? Who survived from going underground? The elites who went underground, what are they like now? Who are the ones that survived, who have gone totally feral, who are living above ground in this encapsulated petri dish? And it's just fascinating. I think this. I can't wait to see it, man. I've been thinking a lot about that third world. What's the second exercise? And we'll talk about the chapters.
So let's go back into that one. We'll do one more deadlift versus upright row. We'll do the 10-10. So the concept behind that, and especially in the first chapter, it's the idea that the artificial intelligence or the technology is in and of itself a life form. So its first iteration on Earth is making itself a robot out of the minerals and the elements around and taking on the dinosaurs in a very direct way, failing to do that, and then rationalizing to itself that in order to thrive on this planet in particular, it's going to have to merge with the dominant life force or the dominant species, which in later iterations becomes humans. And then that's when we go with back to the idea of the merging or human plus idea. And then we take that down the line 1,000 years in chapter 3, and we see whether evolution has sped up in such a petri dish environment or regressed. Evolution could be moving forward, or it could be moving backwards to a previous time of previous skill sets and abilities. And it talks about, like we were saying when I zoomed in, about intermittent fasting. So when we do intermittent fasting, it's a very potent fat burning tool. It's an anti-aging tool. It's a recovery tool. But if you take it beyond the realm of sports and performance and you go into longer fasts, you can experience autophagy. So you can experience cell regeneration and cell cleansing. So these are you may look at these as sort of sequences or gene expressions that don't have the ability to express themselves under normal circumstances. It's the same thing that with certain wild animals or certain domesticated animals, when you set them free, they metamorphosize. So what happens to humanity when we become transhuman? When we leave Earth, is there a gene expression that kicks in? Do we change in some way, spiritually, emotionally, psychologically, or physically, that we just don't have access to at the moment? So it explores a lot of those scenarios and a lot of those concepts. And it's based in reality because our ability to regenerate cells and to have certain recovery process is almost like an app that's running when we take out the enormous drain of the digestive system. When we leave that and let that to rest for a while, we have these processes that kick in that allow for extreme recovery and extreme regeneration that we just don't have access to in everyday life. Maybe looking at it through a science fiction lens, is that something that happens when we leave Earth? Does something else kick in that we just don't know about?
Mm-hmm. Kevin Smith was talking about that. Kevin Smith. Well, he's going to be on during the festival later. Maybe we'll get him to talk more about his fasting, and he does like weeks at a time. He'll do like a week, and he says, he talks about how by the third day of fasting, you start to get the stem cell regeneration, which is basically you reverse the aging process. And I mean, I haven't been able to do that, but I'm all for that. I can do the longest I've ever fasted for was about 2 days. But if I can ever get to 3 days, that's really been my goal. But it's hard, man. And let me tell you something about people who are heavy. Okay. I was 270 pounds, running from a rumpus, doing hardcore fucking stunts and doing fucking, pratfalls and high blood pressure, classic you know, big, heavy, clumsy, take a hit comedian, you know? And that's amazing. And I was running around with at least 80 extra pounds on my back doing that. And when I look at heavy people who are really heavy, and I see them just getting by every day, just walking upstairs, just being with their kids, carrying their kids, you know, carrying groceries. Just, I look at them and they're a fucking bodybuilder under all that. In order to just get by every day, in order to just live, carrying 80 pounds around with them every fucking day. That's a very strong person under there. So if you're out there and you're heavy and you're like, I don't have it, and yeah, you do. Yeah, you fucking do. You're carrying. You're a goddamn bodybuilder. You have it. You have that in you and more. So if I can do it, you can do it. And yeah. So what's the next exercise?
So we'll go into a squat and press. So from here, we'll go down with the bar and then pressing up at the top.
Okay. My favorite right now, I mean, that second chapter, the first chapter is great because I've always wanted to see some kind of robots versus dinosaur situation, you know. But the second one is very close to home, but it's very important. And the third one is just fascinating me now because I think about all the wildlife that dominates 1,000 years from now, you know, especially mutated, radiated, and what that would look like.
That's it. That's 10. That's all good.
What's the other one? Another one?
So from here, we'll do rotations this way.
Yeah, I need that. So, thinking about all the little critters that are man-sized now, you know, or man-sized 1,000 years in the future, or at least dog-sized, you know, and in some cases bear-sized, you know. Like I know it sounds crazy, but like I look at look at a squirrel, okay, you know. It's basically a giant rat. It's basically a giant rat with a cute fluffy tail. That fucking climbs trees and jumps like a lunatic. Kind of has prehensile hands, you know. And you take that, you fucking radiate the fuck out of that, and you make it let's say bear-sized. Okay. And you say the tail has it has morphed into something else. You know, there's no reason for the fluffiness anymore. Now it's a goddamn bone whip, you know, that'll fucking just slice you in half.
Well, if it grew to a certain size and it didn't need the trees and the agility anymore, that would be what would happen, right? But it wouldn't need it for the balance, so it would probably become weaponized.
Well, what I would love to see is that let's say they still use, okay, so something like that could imagine how a squirrel jumps. I mean, it wouldn't even have to use trees. It could fucking, you know, it could jump off, you know, a building. It could jump off just incredible leaping ability. The jaws that would viciously crack open a skull easily, hands to clasp it, feet that could just run up a wall, just fucking grab you and just off, gone. What the fuck was that? Snarling, listen, I don't know if you, because I feed the squirrels out here, you know? I feed the birds and the squirrels, and you put out something that they really want, like a bunch of like walnuts or something. The squirrels attack each other like fucking mixed martial artists. I mean, like one of them will just be like, jump on this little perch and he's just eating it, watching the others as they're circling him, you know. And then one, like, as he'll like bat one away, another one will come and like knock him off and just fucking. And can you imagine if that thing was your size? You wouldn't hear it coming. Just fucking, you'd hear some weird growling in the tree, and then suddenly you're fucking dead. Can you imagine you're like surrounded by those? Those I feel like those would be the saber-toothed tigers of the in the future or something. But you wouldn't know what the fuck they were. You would be like, what the fuck were they? And then like toward the end, because they're so mutated and strange. But you take the attributes of something like that, essentially a giant fucking rat, and that's hunting you in the future like a goddamn super predator. Pigeons, what does that look like? A goddamn pterodactyl, you know? It's like, you know what I mean? Like how warped can we get?
Yeah, I imagine the squirrels maintain the ability or evolve the ability to be. There are certain squirrels that can do that gliding where they jump out of the tree as well. You know, so that would allow them to jump off buildings and not hurt themselves.
And you know, not to mention insects, roaches, mosquitoes. What the fuck? What do and we haven't even spoken about the people, you know, the feral tribes, those who have existed on the surface, who have become, you know, they have heightened senses, they're hunters, they have, and some tribes have gone completely telepathic. They don't even speak anymore. Some tribes hold on to the old ways. And then you have the elites who are fully embrace the singularity, living on the technology. They need it to live. And let's go
back into the squat and press.
But they're dying out and they need to go above ground. And I don't want to give too much away on that. What was I going to do? What's the next thing?
The squat and press.
Squat and press.
You can imagine that if there were predators or even animals that were low on the food chain that became high on the food chain and had an amazing sense of vibration detection, like a snake, or hearing, like a rodent, that might lead to humans having to adapt to some sort of extra sensory communication, telepathy, telecommunicate. Like that may be born out of necessity, because it's like that movie where they, you know, there's that movie where they can't make any sounds.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly. Over time, you would have to evolve some sort of extra communication. So it would go beyond sign language. It would go beyond eye contact. Perhaps over the course of, like we say, 1,000 years, if evolution is sped up by the mutations and the nuclear fallout, is that why that's happened? Or and that's sort of an exciting concept of, has that happened as an evolution or a regression in a positive sense? Are we regaining that? Because it's the same thing. And to take it back to the health and fitness world, there's such a concept of urban fatigue. So you get drained by the amount of stimulation and moving vehicles, potential threats, advertising bombardment, and it's called urban fatigue. So it's inherently restorative to go and be around nature, especially when you live in an urban environment. So this is why mindfulness is important, but just going out for a country walk or just a park walk where you don't have that bombardment of other humans and potentially, especially in an urban environment, potential threats, advertising, then you get rid of that, what we call urban fatigue, and you come out of that walk somewhat restored. Imagine that over the course of 1,000 years. What does that lack of stimulus and lack of distraction, lack of threat detection allow you to do? Lack of cortisol. So again, the modern world, we have that fight or flight mechanism because we're worried about work, or we're worried about this, or there's a negative self-image, or there's limiting beliefs, and we have that low level release of the stress hormone cortisol. So it takes us, when we get into meditation and mindfulness and those kind of things, we reserve that spike in cortisol for real life or death situations, which fortunately in the modern world we don't really have too many of. Back in that more primal environment, it would be because another tribe was invading your tribe and it was a life or death situation, or it would be because a saber-toothed tiger was about to attack you. So you can, when you flood the system with cortisol, you have a heightened sense of awareness. It's like in 300, that scene where he's hunting the wolf. You have the heightened sense of awareness with the flooding of cortisol. But what that cortisol is telling your body is that don't worry about aging, don't worry about body fat composition and all of those kind of things, because right now we don't know if we're going to be alive in 5 minutes time. Right now we just have to figure out this situation. So throw all the resources to surviving this situation. But if you lead a stressful life, you have that low level cortisol response that is jettisoning your longevity to survive, but you aren't in a real physical threat situation. So that's why you have to have a stress consciousness if you really want to sort of optimize your health and reduce body fat, because that is a hormone that is responsible for holding on to body fat, because we don't care about our longevity in a situation like that other than just getting out of that situation. So all resources go towards survival, being a little bit sharper, being a little bit stronger, being a little bit faster, so that we can either fight or run away. But if you live like that in a perpetual state of high stress or low level stress and cortisol production, then you are harming your sort of long-term health span.
We should say at the heart of our story is a thread that links everything together, which is shrooms. So in the first story, in the prehistoric story, after the battle between the robots and the dinosaurs, everything's decimated and years pass, and there's just, fields of green growing over the carnage. And in the hand of one of the robots is growing these mushrooms. And then we say, uh-oh, my internet connection's unstable. It's unstable. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. We should get back to, that was the universe saying, get back to working out. So these mushrooms, no, but I think this is important. And everyone should go watch the movie Fantastic Fungi. I understand it's fungi, not fungi. So these little critters, these little mammals come out of the ground in the past who are supposedly our ancestors, and they eat the mushrooms and they have a vision. And then that vision is connected to the next chapter where the mushrooms are an antidote to the sickness that's happening. And then in the third chapter, mushrooms are these massive trees that are growing, and they cut the mushrooms down, and it's part of their, our whole culture.
Almost like the redwoods in Game of Thrones. They've become somewhat spiritually linked.
And so what you have some knowledge about mushrooms and healing, and let's get into that, man. I think between THC, CBD, and mushrooms, I think that's the wave of the future for healing, at least in my opinion.
Yeah. So the idea with some of the medicinal mushrooms is that they're adaptogenic. So you would argue that they have somewhat of an innate intelligence. So this is what we play with in the idea in the screenplay, is that have these mushrooms come from an off-world source, and do they then inherently have some kind of intelligence and some kind of planning? And is that intelligence inherently benevolent towards humanity? And is it the counterpart to the idea that the technology is in and of itself a malevolent entity and life form? So you have that good versus evil, that nature versus technology, and these themes run throughout each part. And the mushrooms and the intelligence within the mushroom plays an important role in each of the 3 chapters.
This is why there's a lot of reasons why this is great. Virtual communication's great. There's a lot of reasons why it sucks, but a lot of the reasons why this multimedia stuff is great, because A, we can continue training, or we can continue communicating, creating. You never know who you're going to create with, people. You know what I'm saying? This is one of the smartest dudes. Like, listen to him, man. It's like, sci-fi brilliance here. And I met James Zappy, who I wrote The Last Storm with, who I wrote many, many films with. Part of this whole universe as well. I met him on Twitter, man. Like, I know we're like shitting on technology, but here's some good things that we can use technology as a tool to bring us together. That is good. Although I still feel like it's still a crutch, but that being said, I just think it's so cool that, a lot of people would have just kept on, let's keep it to training. You know what I mean? And never hear what you had to say, man, which is, it's pretty enlightening. What's the next exercise?
So we'll go into a reverse lunge. So from here down this way versus a bicep curl. So we'll do 10 of each.
Okay, I'll do the bicep curl first. You know what else? I'll do the bicep curl with my chairs here. I lied. That's probably 20 pounds. No, there's no way that's 30 pounds. Those jugs. But that was about 20 pounds. But still, it's good resistance. This is.
What do you think each one of those chairs weighs?
I want to say at least 10 to 15 pounds. Does that sound crazy?
Sounds a bit on the heavy side. Maybe about, what, 10 pounds, maybe?
10, 20, 30, 40 pounds?
Yeah.
Not bad.
So it's about the same as a barbell. Yeah, about 20 kg, 40 pounds, 45 pounds.
And the stick is about 50 pounds. Oh. Yeah, there's no excuse, people. Then you can act like you're Rocky in the 4th movie.
In the summer, we had big concrete blocks as well, right?
Yeah, we got big concrete blocks. It's kind of muddy out here. I was using them as stepping stones. Boogly, boogly. Slow it down, Fogler.
Nice. Okay, and then we'll do the reverse lunge. So with that bar, you'd put it on the front. With the other one, you might put it over the back.
Yeah. Can you hear that alarm going off?
Yeah. House alarm.
Shit.
It's not very prominent.
Good. Maybe it'll keep people motivated. Right. So, yeah, I'm a big advocate of shrooms, man. I think what they do, I'm learning in the forest. is basically they're the Wi-Fi for the forest. They hook all the plants up. They grow if they grow on a plant, if they grow on the soil, through the layers under the soil. They help all the plants communicate with each other. If there's trouble, the shrooms warn them because they all live symbiotically. It all helps each other. It all helps everybody. It's like I gotta push this out of the way. So then you put that on your body and it does the same thing. It hooks up your body. It finds the synapses that are worn. It finds the places that are like not communicating with each other, and helps them communicate.
Yeah.
So it's like
it's almost, it's an adaptogenic presence. So there's herbs like that as well, and they go into the body, and it's almost as if they see what's wrong and they correct it. But they correct it to restore balance. They're trying to establish an equilibrium. So in that sense, that's what we talked about. Is that, does that mean? And I don't know the answer. Does that mean that they have some kind of inherent malevolent relationship with humans? They're an ally. They're a friend for whatever reason.
Yeah. Well, some shrooms have a malevolent relationship. They take you on a terrible trip. Some will kill you. Some are benevolent, obviously. Most of the ones that I've come in contact with. And I just like the whole Wi-Fi hooking up metaphor, where it hooks your whole body up with the Wi-Fi, and then in some cases with the psychedelic version, it hooks you up with the the other side, with sometimes ancient wisdom, from beyond the veil. So it's like an ultimate connector,
And again, it goes back to forms of practice that we've lost. Holotropic breathing, Kundalini yoga, where we're able to access some of those psychedelic states without the presence of the mushroom or a pharmaceutical. So, for instance, I've done holotropic breath work, being guided through it, and seen visions of lions. And I don't know where they came from, but I saw them. They appeared, and almost as in they came into presence this way, and then they left. And it's a very emotion provoking experience, the holotropic breathwork.
We gotta do a session of that, man. We gotta get into that next time.
Yeah.
It's
a crazy experience because there's chanting and there's flailing around, but sometimes it can be a bit of a breakthrough experience. Certainly emotionally, certainly a bit of a cathartic experience. There's a bit of a resolution to it sometimes.
I've had all sorts of energy experiences, Kundalini experiences with breath work, and certainly, if everyone wants to look back in my podcasts, I've been talking about that quite a bit recently, in the Dan Fogler 40 Experience podcast, and I've been doing recently, Wim Hof.
Yeah.
He has a lot of techniques that he has put out on in like apps and on the internet, and so I found some really cool breathing techniques that I've been doing with him, and they'll get your body tingling, man. And then it really helps with helps you to like hold your breath very easily for a long time, because you're kind of flooding your body with oxygen in waves, and you got to get into that stuff. I mean, it's if you want to talk about extra human abilities, it all stems from breath work and being able to control your breath, and then if you're able to control that, then you can control other aspects of your hidden skills that you may have. You got to see the Story of Masters. because I'm showing a clip of it, a couple clips throughout the con. The first one right after this is Claudia Kim. I go with her, and we kind of find the origin of kung fu, and these guys, the way they're manipulating chi, punching through stone and breaking metal over their heads and shit, and you know, they're doing superhuman things, and just through breath work a lot of the time and repetition, and you can turn your body into stone. You know, you can turn your body into, they talk about being like metal wrapped in cloth. That's what your hand is. Your hand is metal wrapped in cloth. And there's just a lot that we're capable of. Should we talk about?
It's drawing back to that humanity plus concept, isn't it? It's what can we do to maximize our human potential? And another thing that Wim Hof talks about is just starting the day with a cold shower. So one, on the physiological level, to sort of reset the nerves, reset the central nervous system, but also then on a psychological level, on a stoic level, you're doing something very unpleasant. One of those things, it's like stretching. It's like one of those things that is unpleasant in the moment, but at once intrinsically rewarding. You know it's good for you. So you have a cold shower in the morning, you set the day up like that, and it's down to the personal development side of things as well. It's like the Brian Tracy work, which is eat the frog, right? Where you do the hardest thing you can possibly do for the day in the morning. So if you start the day with a cold shower, your day is set up. You did something you didn't want to do. You had an unpleasant experience that was intrinsically rewarding when you look back on it a few moments later. And then you've started the day with hardship, but work and health. And it's just a great way to set up the day. And once you've had a cold shower for the day, then the world's your oyster. You can then have a list of things to do and start ticking through them: your workout, your meditation, your stretching, your work, your creativity, everything. And it's just a great way to start the day because it resets the central nervous system. So it's physiologically good for you, but also psychologically difficult and philosophically worthwhile because it's a hard thing to do. It's stoicism.
I start the day, when I wake up, I meditate. And I meditate on the day going well. And then...
So you like set the intention for the day to go well.
Yeah. And then what I do is I take a hot steam and then a cold shower. And I feel like that detox, and then I shock my system into, hey, I'm ready to rock.
Yeah.
You know. And then yeah. And then that's how I usually start the day, man. And then like I put music on. That helps. That's like
now,
my call.
What's your music choice? What's the rationale behind? Do you go for familiar songs for a sense of comfort, or do you theme the songs around the emotions you want to feel?
Exactly. The songs I do is part of a kind of a dance mix, and I have constant dance parties in my house with my kids, with my wife, everybody. And the kids love it. And that's a great form of exercise. You'll lose yourself. Like I found martial arts, you kind of lose yourself in it. You can imagine you're, in a movie.
Yeah.
Boxing, But the music, it's usually an emotional thing. It's something that speaks to me and speaks to my soul, and it gets me moving. It gets my body moving, and the whole thing, flexible body, flexible mind. I'm 44 years old. I have to stretch. Like, I'm constantly stretching on set when I'm doing physical stuff and stunts. Like, if I don't, I'll strain myself. But if I do, I can just keep on going, and I just have to keep stretching. It's just a thing that I've learned. And yeah, I'm constantly.
Your flexibility and your absence of pain, everyday acclimatized pain, has been very impressive from the first film to the third film at the moment, because you were in a lot of pain in the first one in terms of your back and neck and things like that. And you started to use a foam roller, you started to use a lacrosse ball, and you're so much freer in your movement now.
That was a huge alert to me. The huge warning flag was I got plantar fasciitis on the first movie, running around with 70 extra pounds on my back, and both of my arches collapsed while I was running from the downhill from the erumpent, and I didn't know what the fuck happened because it happened during, so it didn't really hurt until, I mean, I can tell you exactly when it happened. I was like, oh, that was weird, but I was able to keep going. It was at night. Anytime I relaxed my feet, I'd wake up in the middle of the night and it was I couldn't walk. I was like an old man.
Yeah.
So
it's
that was
awful, and it can become chronic. It can become years. It's an awful injury.
So I was like, I don't ever want that to happen to me again, where I'm walking around to take a pee in the middle of the night like this. Hey, ho, he. I became like Mel Brooks, standing on my tiptoes to pee in the middle of the night, because I couldn't put any weight on my feet. It was so painful. Anyway, I took off a lot of weight. I don't have that anymore. I have, during the transition, I needed these little insoles in my arches, but now I don't have that problem anymore. All these problems that I had before, a lot of the back problems, I have to stretch, but they go away. There isn't a lot of pain. I was in a shitload of pain on that first movie. Yeah, you're absolutely right, pal. What's the next thing? What are we doing?
So we'll grab the garden chair and we'll do press ups versus dips.
Cool.
And that's something to never give up exploring how you can resolve problems. So we sort of get used to bad digestion or skin flaring up from food, or a knee issue or a back issue or a neck issue, but we don't look into the resolution. So I would say never give up trying on the resolution. Sometimes one of the easiest solutions can just be working in mobility work, working in stress work, sometimes eccentric loads. But keep reading around, keep looking at things, because we can easily normalize pain and we kind of lose sense of what it felt like to be out of that pain. But then once you do get out of it, it's a different quality of life.
We should do a regular thing, man. You want to do like a regular live session every time we do a training session, or whenever you want?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do that. Let's see what the feedback is. I thought this was excellent. I think, really informative. It was exactly what I thought it would be. So, bravo. Okay. Oh. So we're doing the push-ups on the chair.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about seeing lions and sacred geometry and Kundalini and the astral plane and stuff. Should we talk about our next venture, or should we keep that a mystery?
Yeah, keep that mystery for now.
Okay.
Because that one's out there.
It's too out there. All right, if you say so, pal. Yeah. Yeah, man, we should do a regular thing. Oh, what kind of crazy, I saw some crazy headlines, some crazy sci-fi headlines the other day about fucking hybrid soldiers.
Really?
I'm okay. I usually do this where I up against the wall, but I have to be over here, so that's okay. I got a bunch in. Holy shit. Gooch. How many was that? 50?
Yeah, thereabouts.
Thanks, pal.
Yeah, let's go for 10 hits.
Yeah, I heard this crazy thing about. Well, first of all, in the last few minutes here,
Nice.
they're talking about how this like top secret military thing got leaked about hybrid soldiers. I mean, first of all, there's conspiracy theories about Lenin's ape men, ape infused soldiers, super strength, super angry. That Lenin, was working on that shit. Years ago. And the Nazis were doing all sorts of fucking cross hybrid, super soldier shit and just crazy experiments. So now they were doing that shit back then. Imagine what they're doing now. So now they can take attributes from different creatures, splice it into DNA. So they were talking about the fuck was it? Goat men or something. They were, because goats, I guess, are really easy to clone, and so they were goats, for some reason, like they were like, man, we wish we had the ability to spin a spider web, because it's really flexible, but it's super strong. And then if you amplified that to the strength of a human-sized spider, then it's like the power of a cable, like an F cable, easily just spin into whatever you wanted. Body armor, Kevlar.
Yeah, at scale, you'd be.
So the way that they figured out, yeah. So what they did was they combined goats with spider DNA. Oh, that's not going to go crazily wrong. Get a bunch of goats with fucking 8-legged goats and shit. But what happened was that the goats' milk, they were able to milk the goats. And the milk, they were able to extract the spider web fluid, and they created fucking body armor out of that. So now you can imagine, like, can you imagine like a spider goat soldier who's just like in the field, who is able to like climb up mountains and then like butt you like across a goddamn football field, and like and then if it needs body armor, just milk itself, make some body armor.
Yeah.
Did I jump the shark there?
But then why go to that length when robot technology is advancing very, very well?
Because you can always hack robot technology. That's the big thing, man. EMP, that's it. EMP does not take out a goat man. EMP confuses the goat man, but goat man keeps going. Goat man lives past the apocalypse. Goat man spins a hut out of his own weird squirtings. Sun's coming out. Goddamn house alarms. How many is that? 50?
12. So we'll do one more dip.
You should always do a couple more than what the trainer says to stop. Always do a couple more. And always do the opposite of what they tell you about breathing. That's my motto. You don't have to back me up on this, Scott. But I find that flooding your muscles with oxygen when you need it is important. So, you know how they go, how you're supposed to like breathe in. And then when you do the pull up, you go, even when you're fighting, they go, you know, let it out, you know, you know, but sometimes you need to take a fucking breath. So sometimes when you punch, breathe in, get that oxygen flow. You're still fighting. Sometimes if you're doing your fucking pull up and it feels wrong, fucking let the thing out and then breathe in when you pull up. You'll find, and this is what I found, that it floods your muscles with oxygen and you don't feel any pain when you're doing it. When you do that. I mean, it looks weird, but what do you think about that, Scott?
Well, it's not the conventional method for for breathing, but
I know.
It's kind of the opposite, right? But it goes back to if you feel like it's more effective, you have more strength.
I'm saying that there are moments when it is more effective. You know, like when you're in the middle of a fight and you have to keep someone off, but you also got to breathe. Holy shit. I think this went really well, Scott.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it.
Yeah. I think you're going to dig the next thing too. Have you seen any of the Story of Master stuff that I did? You seen any of that stuff?
No.
That's when I went around Asia. I went around to China. I went around, you know, before all this, you know, crazy.
I've seen where you did the fighting multiple opponents.
Yeah, that was in Korea. We're gonna highlight that later during the stunts section. You know, we got George St. Pierre. GSP is coming.
Really?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about stunts and talk
Greatest
about
of all time.
being in action movies with him. And I really think he's really interested in being in Brooklyn Gladiator.
Wow.
And wouldn't that be interesting? So what if we got, so that fight where I'm fighting multiple guys is a stunt guy named Crazy Dude. He's Korean master. He is the mastermind behind the stunt choreography of Old Boy. If anyone's ever seen Old Boy, loves that movie. I love that movie, the original. I got to work with him and he got to put me in like an Old Boy kind of scene where I'm fighting a bunch of guys. So that's it. Did we do it? We did it. Was that the last one?
Yeah, it's the last strength exercise. Yeah, for sure. One other thing that you do a lot of that I've observed you do in the sessions when we've been in person is sun gazing.
Yes, sir. Good call. Yeah, the sun's coming out now, actually. Good call, man. Sun gazing, which I do on the regular, and whenever I'm out in you know, in London here, it's hard to find the sun. The sun's coming out right now, actually. Sun gazing during the morning hours, sunrise, sunset are usually the best times where you can really look at the sun and you ground yourself. The best way to do it, you can't always ground yourself, but I always try to find time to look at the sun, even if it's too high in the sky. You can just put your face up toward the sun, open your eyes, take a little sip of it, close your eyes. And if you can't look directly at it, just turn and you'll get it through your periphery. Your pupils, they're like mini black holes. They're organic black holes that are there to absorb light. And that light goes directly to your pineal gland. It feeds it. Your pineal gland, which is your third eye, which has rods and cones in it, just like any eye, it needs light to operate correctly. And the best way to get it light is to give it light is just to stare at fire, which you can imagine early man's imagination blossomed staring at the sitting around the fire, telling stories.
That's got to tap into some DNA. That, I mean, it just feels, there's just something about staring at fire, a fireplace or a fire outdoors that is,
Candle.
yeah, it just taps into something, yeah,
And
ancestral.
and just on a chemical level, it's just, the nutrients of the sun going directly into your eyes, into your brain. It's good for you if you do it at the right times, and of course, if you do it at the wrong times, you're going to hurt yourself. But I've been doing it for years, man, and I don't need glasses. I don't, I and I feel like it can really be energizing. It can really be a cup of coffee if you do it right. Good one, man. Look at us. How long did we go? About an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right, screw it. That's awesome. It's a lot of fun. The Fogler's Fiction Fest, everybody. This was the first thing we did. We did an amazing training session. It's our sci-fi training session with Scott Laidler. Check him out. Hey, man, push your website again before we go.
Yeah, my website is www.scottlaidler. Laidler is Laidler, and I'm on Instagram as Scott Laidler Coach.
Right. Thank you, brother. Another amazing session.
Nice one.
All right, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to Fogler's Fiction Fest. That was awesome. Scott Laidler taking Dan through some training for some sci-fi kind of action film stuff. I thought that was a really neat behind the scenes, and Dan with whatever he could find around his place, making use of it to get trained up and get ready. And they had some really awesome anecdotes, I think, in that. So for those of you that are getting in the biz or just find that kind of stuff interesting, if you caught it late, go back and check that out. You can always kind of go back and forth in the stream. I want to let you guys know what is coming up in the next few hours so you can kind of bookmark the stuff that you are the most interested in. But we have so many cool things, stuff you don't get anywhere else. We're going to have George St. Pierre in a couple of hours. He's going to be on roughly in the 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock hour, about 2:15. GSP MMA superstar, and you don't get GSP in a lot of places here in the pop culture world. So super excited to have George. Speaking of George's, we're gonna have a Balls of Fury reunion coming up around 1 p.m. George Lopez is gonna be here along with Maggie Q and Dan, and that's gonna be awesome. We're gonna have Bob Odenkirk in the 3 o'clock hour. The 4 o'clock hour is Stoner Time, 420 Stoner Time. We're gonna debate the 16 best stoner movies with the guys from Walking Dead. Dan, we'll have Cooper Andrews, we'll have Seth Gilliam, and some surprise guests are going to pop in throughout that 4 o'clock hour. Jackie Tone's here later. Heavy Metal Comics is here later. For you Walking Dead fans, the time is coming. We're a half hour away from the Women of the Walking Dead panel. We're going to have Sydney Park, Cassidy McClincy, Eleanor Matsura, Pollyanna McIntosh, Alex Kambadi, Aviana Miner, and Paula Lazaro, and they are all so much fun. We have had them on the Dan Fogler 4D experience right here in the past, and we are so happy to have them here today at Fogler's Fiction Fest. So stay tuned. We're going to play you guys a couple of fun clips and lead you right into the Zoom panel with the Women of the Walking Dead. Emmy is going to host that one for us. Dan will be around in a minute. So stay tuned. We got about 20 minutes of clip, and then at noon, Women of the Walking Dead here at Fogler's Fiction Fest. Please share this out to your various social medias. It is live on Facebook on NerdBot. It is live on YouTube on NerdBot. You can share that out everywhere you like and bring all the fans. This is going to be a lot of fun. We will see you guys soon.
How's everybody feeling tonight? I went to the well, but the river was dry. Where did she go, that girl of mine? Looked for her, and I looked inside and saw the life I'd like to have. Well, I found myself on the edge of a cliff, tried to take my pain and give my throat a cut, but I missed you so much, my sweet missus, and my rotten feet just wouldn't budge. So I took my axe and cut down that tree where we had once begun, and I swore to God from that day forth that I'd never pull the gun. 'Cause if I did, they'd lock me up, and I would surely run. Kill so many in your name, girl, that I'd never see the sun. Was invited down to hell, drank from his glass and felt just fine. I asked him, where's that girl of mine? The devil just smiled and left me behind. I smiled back and finished my beer and said adios, I ain't shedding tears. Enjoyed the sample, but the flames are ramble, and that devil, he sure likes to gamble. I tried to stand tall, I knocked down that big old wall. Everybody! I tried to stand strong, but courted death all alone. Sing it now! I tried to stand tall, and knock down that big old wall. I tried to stand strong, but courted death all alone. Yeah! Thank you all for coming out here tonight.
I think it's recording. Is it recording? You better be recording. Chabbity chooch. Chap chaps.
Okay, so I am going to be reacting to the reacting.
I'm now going to react to your reactions.
So this is basically some seriously meta, high-tech, futuristic shit.
Let's start reacting to these reactions.
See these fingers? Not much to look at, right?
Especially when I...
Alexandria, Hilltop, Oceanside.
Oceanside.
But together, they make a mighty weapon.
Together, they make a mighty slap.
It's always creepy when a guy wiggles his fingers in your face. Let me just say.
No idea how these two escaped.
They escaped using cunning.
Who is this guy?
This is dude.
I am in the dark too. I have no idea who this guy is.
I don't know who this ninja guy is either.
He looks badass.
Still want to know which turtle that is.
Look at those knives.
Oh, well. Look who shows up at the end. That's a comfortable looking room.
There's my girl!
I have comfortable looking rooms here.
How is Maggie that pretty without makeup on all the time? And so badass.
She legit looks like Indiana Jones, though. That's pretty cool.
You missed a lot of shit there, Maggie.
Everyone you love has died. The end.
Why is everyone watching the show with the lights on?
That new half mask. Oh.
Is it bad that I do actually like Beta?
No, we all love Beta. He's committed.
That's why y'all don't take drugs. See, when you take drugs, you start hearing shit like that.
That's a good dad.
Okay, this family is my favorite. I don't know who you guys are, but you all, primo.
What? God damn.
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 How is that a tower? It's high. It's like 3 floors.
It's a tower.
I've always liked that sword display. I want to play with your sword display.
Y'all motherfuckers don't know how to ride bikes?
Hey, listen. We know how to ride bikes. It's just been a while, okay? Eugene fell off, okay? Give him a break. He's stressed.
I believe it's time we go eye to eye.
Reality. Come back for home.
He's a little bit of a fuck up, like, isn't he? He always tries his best.
He's so sweet.
I'm not going back.
Thank you. The bromances on this show are the best.
Imagine getting a pep talk every morning from the king. Imagine how great your day would be.
Ooh! She looking at Carol like that. Oh, she got that side eye.
I kind of get them being pissed.
Get over it. You know?
Yeah.
No, I can shut
Carol.
my...
Yeah, thanks for letting us all know.
Come on, stop being a dick to her.
Lots of people died. Stop being such a jerk. She didn't mean it. Think of the big picture.
I don't hate you for what you did.
Didn't fix anything.
Did for me? She was never really my mother. Not in the way that matters. Yes,
let it go, girl.
Okay, can I also just say that Cassidy is so different from her character.
Cassidy is so subdued on the show. She's like Wolverine Jr.
So seeing her being vulnerable and subdued and emotional and moody is just, it's so completely different from who she is in real life.
But then like in real life, she's like, yay! She's so bubbly. Oh my gosh, it's hysterical. I guess I'm that same way. What the hell?
Just like Walking Dead for somebody to thank somebody for killing their mama.
You know it's so true. The relationships in this show are so weird and also kind of make so much sense, I think, emotionally.
I'm not looking for another mom, you know.
That's good.
Good, because Carol's kids die.
Carol's kids die. A lot.
Is that guy allowed to have that knife?
Why are you holding the knife? You know, I only question it.
I am on the tip top of every Skins kill list, especially Fee Fi Fo asshole.
Okay, see, there's so much coolness on the screen right there between Jeff and Norman. I'm sure there are fans out there that are just like stunned.
So if the idea is to get through without drawing a shitload of attention...
Yeah, look, see, that guy's stunned. He's not saying anything. Everyone's stunned.
I am the last person these people want standing next to him.
Plus, he didn't want to get his leather jacket full of guts.
What is he conditioning that jacket with that it's lasted this long?
You know what it is, too? Everyone's got to shut the hell up because the both of them are talking like this, and they make you listen. Because if you're not listening, you're going to miss what I'm saying right now, you understand? Everybody, hey, shut up, shut up! I'm trying to listen. Are the children okay?
He's by the game's like, I'll hold the door. That's my contribution.
He's smart. I'll hold the door.
And you guys go kill everyone. Have a good time.
He only held the door because he didn't want our bloody hands to touch the knob.
Shit, I should have held the door.
Oh my god, no. Daddy Daryl.
Uncle Daryl. He's everyone's dad.
Not social distancing, that's for sure.
They are not, you're right.
No, this is not COVID friendly.
That was the first time I ever had to deal with guts and stuff on us doing that. It's just like, okay, delightful. No acting required.
Like, my heart is racing now rewatching it.
I'm an emotional little bitch today.
You and me both.
That Irish lady is hysterical to me. I'm an emotional little bitch today. Oh, he's a smart fucker, isn't he? Oh, I'm gonna tear up now. I gotta get to Ireland. That place sounds hysterical.
Oh god, one of these people are not coming back.
Oh, the butthole's finished.
Oh, hey, there I am.
This was the easiest scene to shoot because I was legitimately terrified because all of the people who were playing walkers were coming up and like trying to psych us out and breathing heavily in our faces and just making me so tense the entire time. It was a big adrenaline rush.
Luke and Jules holding hands in this moment is like the ultimate, like, we're on a date in the apocalypse. Like on their Tinder profile or whatever, they're like, you know, what's your ideal date? I'm like, I don't know, holding hands, moving through a herd. I've never been on Tinder, I'm just guessing.
Who says romance is dead?
You know what's funny is that she is actually holding my hand. Luke was about to freak out. That's the way I was playing it. Like, he was about to hyperventilate. He's just like, where the hell is everybody? Did we lose everybody?
Jerry, mate. Jerry, you scared me.
Jerry? Jer Bear.
That hand. Like, think about what you're sneaking up on.
I'm just using her as a shield, guys.
This has got me nervous. I gotta take a shit.
He's gotta take a shit. Have you ever gotten so nervous that you had to run and take a shit immediately? Listen, who am I to say anything? I might just piss all over myself in this situation. I don't know. I've never been in a situation like this. Or have I?
I have a bad feeling about the non-main cast member here.
I have a bad feeling about the non-main cast members here. That is a long-time watcher.
Beatrice, you're a little bit obvious with your knife hanging out for everyone to see.
Listen, what would you do? Where would you put your knife? Would you hide your knife? No, you have it out there ready to go. But you're right, it was a little obvious.
Whoa!
No!
Son of a bitch.
She's gonna take her down too. Oh shit! Oh,
Right in the calf.
oh no! No!
Oh, the girl on the couch screaming, no, thank you, no.
Oh, Beatrice, this death is so brilliant and so brutal.
Oh, yeah, what's Melissa gonna do?
She just walks away.
And then Carol just runs off.
Oh, and Carol can't even react. That is so brutal.
God damn it! Sucks for her.
Ripped
Beatrice,
apart.
they need shield agents.
They do. But also, too, you guys, like, maybe she got away. We don't know. All the way. Is that my leg?
That's what, yeah, when did they start ripping legs off and stuff? That's a good point.
Walkers use all the parts. They use the skin, the bones, didn't go to waste.
This scene was so gross and gory and looks very realistic.
Can we just take a moment for Beatrice? She just, in the middle of this brutal, gruesome death where her leg is literally being ripped off and blood is gushing out of it. She's like, Carol, take the backpack for the greater good. Wow, what a comrade.
Hey, what could she have done when you're in the middle of a herd?
She could have come back, is the answer. She could have saved me. Listen, well, I died, so I guess that's all I need to see. I don't know how to... Beatrice is dead, so she doesn't need to see the rest of the episode. Onward.
So, Beatrice is not coming. She ran off.
Yeah, I ran off.
She looks like she's just come back from a really rough night out. Again, I've been on nights out like that. Kind of like the Walk of Shame.
Almost here.
The hell did you say?
Like, look at them teeth. That's a real Walker.
Oh, he's hearing voices now.
Yep, this is my favorite scene coming up.
It is like, they're not playing my album, damn it.
Did anybody else have a total bop when this was playing?
The song's been stuck in my head all week. Dancing with his bow and arrow. Classic.
Burning down the house. Okay, we had no idea what the song was going to be. So I was thinking it was classical. So I thought, okay, so for one take I'll play like it's like an upbeat song, which is what you see here. But then there are other takes where I'm just like enjoying the classical music as I walk along.
The point of this is that everyone likes the Talking Heads.
Personally, I would have chose Walk This Way, but that's just me.
That is a great idea.
My gosh, this Northern Irish fan is speaking my soul.
She's a smart one, this one.
Have I ever been interviewed by that Irish girl before? I feel like I have.
Oh, that's not good.
What a slick move.
Oh, Gabriel's face.
Somebody got it.
Yeah, them two, whoever they are. Extras.
R.I.P. extras.
They're playing the song over and over into the nighttime. That's a lot of listening to that song.
They about to kill some zombies to burn
Yes.
down the house.
Yes, they are!
This guy's great. Don't shit yourself.
Oh no! Not wagon guard number 2.
Wagon guard number 2. Watch out, Hank.
Oh, no!
Oh,
We are coming off, literally.
Classic take the tires out from the carriage situation.
I fully ran into this wagon.
It's not a Walking Dead episode without eating a few horses.
Somebody really fucking hates it.
But Luke got them that far with that.
Dia Naranja.
How the fuck is she?
How is she gonna remember that, honestly?
Bro, when we found Gabriel, he was the biggest pussy. For him to go out like this, I am 100% down.
Can't just kill Gabriel. They won't. They definitely
He's
won't.
cool with that,
They
Dad.
won't, right?
Pussies are strong. Take that back.
Righteous center.
No,
Yeah.
All right, everyone calm down.
everyone's so...
Mag-
What a badass! Welcome back, baby. Oh, Lauren.
Oh my god!
Oh!
Okay, that is so much. That's so much.
He just pulled those knives out of his tongue.
Oh, honey. That is grim.
I hope he's not coming back from that.
How is he still standing?
And then he just lays back like the rock star he is and lets people kind of devour him while he smiles.
Props to Ryan for having the happiest death on the show.
Beta looks strangely happy about it.
Yeah, Beta is living for this, dying for this.
Because it's like getting a promotion.
If 2020 was a Walking Dead character.
Oh god, this is Carol walking towards the cliff.
You see, I would be a little bit concerned about this. But the fact that Darren and Carl
Garner getting a spin-off show?
I think you're right about that. Gosh, you're smart. I've been interviewed by that girl before.
This is like Midsummer, where they jump.
Don't do it, Carol.
I wish everyone was across that canyon saying, "Don't do it! Don't do it, Carol! Don't!"
Don't do it, Carol.
She better have a string on. A string on, like a bungee cord. She jumps off. Everyone's like, "Oh my God! She getting a spin-off show?" Just winks at camera, wink, and then she just all smile, and then sprung, and she springs back up, and all the walkers fall.
Bitch, bring your ass home.
How many like the absolute boss that she is?
This scene is wonderful.
What did I say? Midsummer.
Walkers are so dumb. They will really just keep walking until they die.
I'm sure a lot of them are dying from that fall, but I don't know. They're gonna float down a river, and someone's gonna have a horrible beach day.
Man, that water source is fucked.
Well, at least the fish had.
No symbolism there at all.
Hank is hysterical.
Okay, teary moment. Judith is coming back to be reunited with Maggie.
Aww.
Judith's constantly just meeting people she doesn't really know, but it's hurt a lot of
I think I know you.
Exactly. I need to hang out with this girl.
You could? Yeah, I'm good. We're getting our own show.
This is like the scene where nothing gets said, but everything gets said.
You get what you wanted.
No, and I won't.
You still got me.
It's cute. It's heartwarming in these troubled times. Need more of this in 2020.
Mexico.
I don't like the smell. Just try not to burn shack full of people. That's all I'm saying.
Hello.
You're gonna find here. This guy.
Oh, this guy.
Hey, I know that guy.
How do we feel about this guy? Do we trust him in his orange backpack?
Take her to our people, motherfucker, and you better not take her wherever you going.
Yeah, be normal, man.
I am Eugene Porter.
Okay, guys.
Whoa! Hello, everybody. Yeah. Welcome to Fogler's Fiction Fest. This is the wonderful women of the Walking Dead panel, and we have some wonderful women here. I am just going to do a little introduction here. I want to say a little something about all the ladies that have graced us with their presence today.
You truly feel this?
Yeah, and I want to hand it off to Emmy, who has graciously signed on to be our. Oh boy. Somebody's here. Hey.
There's somebody at the door.
That was like a not planned.
Mystery guest. We got a mystery guest. Maybe it's a
ding dong.
Holy shit, that was really loud. Okay. So thanks for that fucking thing as well. Okay, so this is what I want to say. Here we are. We have these amazing angels of the apocalypse here. And we're doing this show that's basically about the apocalypse. And I don't know if you guys know this.
Aware that we're actually in the apocalypse?
Yeah, exactly. It's a parallel marathon here. And I don't know if you guys are aware of the yin, the yin yang sign, the male feminine energy. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, I learned that it's a wheel. Okay. And it's turning, and the yin is rising, the feminine energy is rising. And if you can't feel that, if you can't feel that there's a change of the guard going on, then you're blind. And I happen to understand, it has not escaped me that my character Luke hangs out with a bunch of ladies. You know what I'm saying?
That's right, he does.
That's right.
Okay, and he has survived because they're strong ladies. And they take care of them, and they take care of each other, and because he's gotten in touch with his feminine side. So I want to say just a little something about everybody here, just to spotlight all of this amazing feminine energy here. I have hardly worked with any of you yet.
You know what?
yet I love all of you so much. Okay, so let me just go around here because we're in this little Brady Bunch square here. So we got Aviana. Aviana, I mean, I've been to Oceanside a couple times. We stood next to each other. But it's in between the takes. We have a great fucking time. I was on your podcast. Everyone could go listen to Aviana's podcast.
What is it called?
Yeah. What is it called, Aviana?
Yeah.
Sorry, you all froze. I just got you back.
What's your podcast? What's your podcast I was on?
Oh, Uprising.
Uprising. So
Uprising.
Aviana is so smart, and everybody has to check that out. And I should say spoilers. I just heard that that Luke is probably going to come back for the next season 11, and which is probably good news for Alex there, for Jules, who knows what's going on, and it's probably good news for the ladies of Oceanside. Who knows? I feel like we may be hanging out there. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just speculating.
It's a little bit to go around.
Oh my Lord.
Somebody's breaking your house. Is it your Waitrose delivery, Dan? Go and get your Ricardo delivery. Got his groceries. What are you eating, Pollyanna?
Oh, I'm not eating anything. I'm just rolling a tiny little purple cigarette.
Oh my God.
Atta girl.
I want to go to Pollyanna's house.
Oh my God. Okay.
Please do.
I can't believe it. Okay. I want to thank my wife for not getting the sushi. What the fuck, honey? Okay. I want to thank Alex. I want to talk just Alex. You're Jules on the show. What a pleasure it is. I mean, goddamn, and Luke is a lucky guy, people. And we have so much fun, man. I just looking at like the set stills, like it looks like we're doing a comedy together, man. It's lovely. It's like a romantic comedy, and it's just wonderful. I just it's such a pleasure. Each one of you is a pleasure. Cassidy, I've stood next to you in scenes, but here's the thing. Here's the thing is that such a kindred spirit with this girl because
dragons.
Yes, exactly. I'm several years apart from you, but yes, I was 76 and you are whatever millennial you are. And so I just want to say that I have such a kindred thing with you because you're so serious and you're so like listen, I wish I had your poise when I was your age, man. I don't but what you're doing on the show is amazing. And then the camera's cut and you're bubbly and it's so infectious and wonderful. And I feel like we're, sister, all of you guys are like my sister. Eleanor, I have worked with you. I would like.
We have.
Yes,
We've done more than stand next to each other. We've definitely like said a word or two.
Yeah, I've held you up in battle. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, and you guys, most of you guys have been on. We've had some virtual and video casts in the past. We did a dance party that was fucking amazing.
Oh,
yes.
We got banned in several countries. Eleanor, you've been there for like all of that stuff. I call out and you were there, girl, and you were just like so supportive of everything 40X and Foglery, and I love working with you. I
love working with you too.
And you are I want to do a comedy with you because I think you're so funny. You know what
Stop it. Stop it. I think we put that. Listen, Dan, I think we put that out into the world because, we've done a lot of fighting, we've done a lot of killing, we've done a lot of serious, like sad, our friend is dead, and it's like, I'm ready to lighten it up a little bit with you. That would be really good fun.
Maybe we could squeeze this stuff into the show. It's like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Sydney, I haven't worked with you at all. No, you know what, Sydney?
That's not true, dude.
That's true. Jekyll Island. Let me tell you something about Jekyll Island, Sid. If it wasn't for you on the hottest place on the face of the earth and your personality and your smile and you just seemed like it wasn't phasing you. It was like, you were like, I like it out here. I'm getting a tan, just like.
Dan.
And we're October pals. So,
That's
it's like,
right.
All right. So I really appreciate you and hopefully you're going to be at Oceanside and we'll get to hang out more.
Hey, I appreciate you too. You know what, Dan? I specifically remember I was recalling I had horrible allergic reactions to mosquito bites. And I remember we went out at night after we wrapped and I looked at you and I was like, Dan, I feel awful. And you were like, are you okay? So we just like sat there together and you totally comforted me. And I was just like, I have a fever. Like, this is not right. The nearest hospital is I don't know where. Like, so thank you for being my buddy.
I just recalled that, and it's my pleasure. I'm glad I was able to be there for you. Damn, I thought you were my Sherpa. I was like, what the fuck? I thought you were like leading me through the jungle there. But no, man, that's lovely. I'm glad I was there for you. Okay, Pollyanna.
Yeah.
We're not even in the same fucking season. But here's,
no.
maybe
your first episode was my last episode.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe hopefully we'll cross paths. I fucking love you. We've been to cons.
Oh, I love you.
And we've been to cons. We partied.
We've done fan Zoom together.
We've done fan Zooms. You've done all sorts of amazing charity events that we've done. But I have worked with you. Because you have that adventurous spirit. I did this insane music video out.
Oh yeah,
Joshua Tree.
Tree.
And Pollyanna.
I love Joshua Tree.
And she was our fucking shaman. She's our shaman in the video.
As she
and there she is. Because she just said, yeah. She's like, yeah, I'll fucking come on short notice. Like, that's how rock and roll she is. And I love her.
Yeah.
Man,
So much fun. You put together a mad crew. It's wicked.
Here's to the yin rising. Ladies, have a wonderful time. Emmy, sorry, I just met you.
All good.
Take it away, guys. Have a lot of fun. I'm going to
Go eat sushi.
Sushi.
Yeah.
Get that sushi.
Go do your thing. Love you, Dan.
We love you so much.
Love you.
Love you, Dan.
Oh, amazing.
What a
I
guy.
feel like we were just talking
What a
before
lad.
this started. You guys haven't seen each other in over a year. I mean, this must feel so surreal.
I'm having withdrawals for sure. It was weird not being in Atlanta this summer or last summer because it was like every summer for 4 years. You know, we were all out and kicking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really
Okay.
counted on that tan.
Yeah, we're all a little paler this year, I feel like.
Yeah.
Oh God, I was just thinking that. I was thinking you look all of you in America look so healthy. I've literally been in Britain for the past 12 months. I feel disgusting. I'm like, I'm gonna go back to Atlanta.
You are
They're gonna
goddess,
kick me out.
I know.
No, you all look like that. You got that LA freshness thing. I was like, man, why couldn't I have been quarantined there? Like,
No, you look
horrible
here
climate. That's what's doing it for us.
in the
No.
wilderness.
Amazing. You all look
I've
great.
just
Bad air.
I've just been in Ireland and Scotland, so I'm like the color of milk.
You both look gorgeous with your gorgeous twiggy haircut. I love this haircut.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's such
Also,
fun.
to point out, the shirt is amazing.
Yes.
What is it?
It's an encouragement shirt.
I noticed it while Dan was talking. Gotta mention it.
That's a new one.
I don't often shop online because it just doesn't appeal to me. But when I saw this shirt, I was like, oh ha ha. I will go online for this shirt.
I love it. I love it. So
It's a thing of beauty.
So
thank you.
It's been so long since you've wrapped filming the previous time. Obviously, things are starting up again. Season's coming back February 28th. What has everyone been up to? You guys, you can go one at a time. What has everyone been up to since wrapping the last time so long ago now? What have you, anything you've been doing in quarantine? Anything exciting as much as it can be?
Boy, oh boy, I'm such a chatterbox, so I guess I'll start gassing. I've just been in Ireland shooting a new TV show, and I can't talk about it yet, but that's where I'm going to be spending a lot of this coming year. Cool. I mean, this year now, we can officially say that. Mm-hmm. Right now, I'm in LA shooting a video game, which I also can't talk about, but I'm excited about it coming out because it's really progressive and fascinating to watch all the layers of the work on it. And so I've been being a witch and a queen, respectively. And then I went down to Atlanta for a little bit and did a short film as proof of concept for Amy Lacey, who is our long-term scriptie on the show. Script supervisor, for those who are watching that don't know, is someone who's always has to know exactly what should be happening and make sure that it is in fact happening on camera, because you don't want a coffee cup, Game of Thrones, in the background or somebody saying the wrong words. So she's right next to the director and knows everything about everything. And she wanted to direct some episodes of Walking Dead. So a few of us, me and Lenny James and Cooper and Josh Mickle, headed there and shot this short film, and it just came out and has just started doing film festivals. So it's all over my social media if people want to see it. It's called Happy Trails, and we shot that happily during the pandemic. So yeah, I've missed all my peoples, and I've been raising money through Get Together to Give, which is an Instagram that people should follow if they want to win Zooms like these with Walking Dead cast members for charity. And that's been fun. So I've seen a lot of folks over the Zoom doing that. So that's been a family feeling.
So cool. Super cool. That's awesome that you're doing that too. So
thank you.
Awesome. Love that. Anyone else? That was a lot. Anyone else has that exciting of a life? Because I don't.
Oh, God.
No. Really fun summer. I lived with my best friend, and it was great. And then I went apartment hunting. So I moved into my first apartment.
Woo!
Cheers.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you. I'm doing a lot of
What's your address, Sydney?
Yeah, let's just blast it out.
People want to send you
coordinates of where I live. No. So it's me and my cat Chicken. And
oh my God.
I've just been doing a lot of like soul searching, honestly, and healing and reading. Lots of Zoom auditions, lots of self-tapes, catching up with friends virtually. Actually like getting deeper into my friendships, as weird as the year has been, but we've all kind of just been there for each other, like very thankful for my band of girlfriends, and taking it one day at a time, just trying to live.
Love that. That's all you can do.
Yeah.
Super cool. That's awesome. It's super important to take time to yourself right now. I feel like it's a big thing. So that's really
It is
fun.
a big thing. I'm actually seeing my parents today for the first time since like July.
Oh,
That's why I have to get off soon.
Wow.
But we've been quarantining for 2 weeks. And I'm like ecstatic. I didn't spend any of the holidays with them. So I'm like, yeah, I'm very, very excited.
Oh, so fun.
Give them squeezes from me, please.
Yeah, from all of us.
They love you guys.
I've been super productive, learning a lot of new games, like board games, like
I
really
love that.
sick ones. Like I don't know if you guys have played Splendor or like the expansion packs of Catan, or if you know them, there's like a card game called Cambio. Like these honestly have made my life much better.
Yeah.
I'm so into this. I love a game.
Yeah.
You know, I might just hack them.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think you should bring. I think you should. Yeah.
There's nothing better than games on Saturday. I used to love playing Scrabble everywhere I went.
This
love
ups
Scrabble.
Scrabble. I promise you. Cross my
I'm
heart.
so into a game.
It'll up the game.
I like.
You guys ever played Werewolf?
No. I played Werewolf years ago. Oh my gosh.
Let's play Werewolf on set. That's
No one knows
bad.
Werewolf.
What is werewolf?
I didn't understand. What is
Okay,
it?
you describe it. it.
Okay, so it's like a game that you can play it with cards. It's like a little game. And basically it's like, I don't know if you've ever played Mafia. It's basically like guess who the murderer is.
Yes.
Right? So it's like
Clue.
somebody gets a werewolf card and only the werewolves know that they're the werewolf and they have to kill everyone else. And everyone else has to find out who the werewolves are. They kill them.
Those are fun.
Do they kill them with their golden eyes, or do they have to jump on top of people and rip their throats out?
I mean, it's your choice, Pollyanna, but I feel like with you, we might have to establish some boundaries. Okay? Because Pollyanna's going to rip your throat out. If you let her. She's going to rip your throat out.
Just as part of the game.
Yeah, just for fun. So it's a really cool game, and it just gets really, really intricate and like deep levels of like manipulation, which is crazy to witness. You'll start to see really innocent people suddenly become this like monster, and you'll be like,
wow.
Yeah.
Werewolf's more of a popular game in the UK because I feel like no one knows it out here.
No one knows it out there. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, like kids, we've got to introduce it.
Definitely Mafia.
Yeah.
It's really similar to Mafia. So it's like we'll I think maybe 2021 is the season of games on Walking Dead. We just get them games going.
I knew this would come through. I knew it was worth the time.
Yeah.
I feel like filming from now on is going to be just like the biggest bonding experience for you guys. You're just going to be like, I'm never taking advantage of this ever again.
It always is. No, that's
I'm sure. Oh my gosh.
It always is a family experience. And I think that's
so
why
cool.
People get so attached to this show, and then when you leave, it's like the saddest thing ever because you've just created this family. You're in the woods. It feels like summer camp. You know, you just have each other.
Yeah. Like you said, having allergic reactions with each other.
All the things.
The
People
best.
Getting bit by scorpions, ticks.
Love that.
Oh my God, totally.
Who got bit by a scorpion?
One of our camera coordinators, I think.
Oh.
I think it was Deke. I think
Was it Deke? I think Deke did mention it. Deke shot that short we did with Amy Lacey, by the way. He did a great job.
He did?
That was fun. I love him too. Yeah.
I love Amy too. Oh my God, that's such an
they're both such positive people.
The first time the first time I met Amy, she had this tiny little baby hand in her coat. And it was my first day on set, and she comes up to me and she's like, I was looking at my script. She's like, "You did that wrong," and she points with her finger. And I was like, I literally jumped back, and oh my God, it was hilarious.
So
That's the appropriate intro for Amy.
Yes.
She would.
I had one of those tiny little hands that was sort of a bit rubbery on the end of a pen, and I like black marked it with a Jadis glove and stuck like sequins on that looked like the rings on the glove, and I had it like up my jacket to like punch Stephen Ogg with when we were doing our fight scenes together.
Oh,
it was really fun.
Stephen, I miss Ogg.
Yeah, I went camping with Ogg during the pandemic. We went to Sequoias because he got a new dog. So I would go to his yard in Eagle Rock and we'd play with his dog, and then he would come to my yard and we were like, why don't we just go camping? It was so funny. I can say this because Stephen is totally like funny like this. But he was going, I really want to go camping. And I was thinking, that's so weird because I just had decided to go camping, but I didn't know who I was going to go with. And he said, I said, oh, you should do that. You should do that. And he said, yeah, you know, I know I'm a big guy in that, but I'm kind of scared to go. And I said, well, why don't we go together? So we met up the next day. Yeah, exactly. He had the tent and the truck, you know, and that good stuff. And I had like the frying pans and the Band-Aids and the first, you know, the firewood and shit and the know-hows. So we had a great time.
Camping, I understand where he's coming from because camping's actually terrifying. I went also like a few times during COVID.
The coyotes at night.
Yes, and also other campers. Like I started falling asleep and realizing anyone could attack me at any time. And Walking Dead prepares you for that psychology. So I was laying there like, I got to be ready to jump.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous because the funny thing is in society now we trust each other with like, you know, red and green lights and stuff like that. But we don't really trust people not to come into our homes at night anymore. Everyone locks doors. But you go camping and you're just like, zip up your tent. Okay, well, good night.
Exactly. Yeah. No one's stopping anybody from killing me.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, it's fun.
Yeah, that's why I had Scary Looking Og to help and he had Practical Me to help.
I love you guys.
Cassidy, what have you been up to? What's going on? You're in Atlanta, right?
Yeah, I'm in Georgia.
You're in Georgia.
I actually bought a house in November.
Bloody hell, that's it.
Grown woman team.
Grown woman goes.
The yin is rising.
Yes.
Divine feminine.
Yes.
How does it feel?
That's beautiful.
It feels terrifying.
Yeah.
But good. I've been painting and getting things situated here in the house.
It looks nice.
It's really good.
I love it. It makes me so happy. But yeah, just basically that. I've been trying to teach myself how to play guitar.
Oh.
That it.
Cassidy, you should do drums, babe.
I
should do drums, not guitar.
Yeah.
You should do drums. Get yourself a drum kit in the garage.
My family and they will not appreciate that.
Piano, keyboard.
Well, you can get those walls, you know, and you can also get headphones for electric drums. But you should be learning drum, not guitar.
Yeah.
Your brain type.
Get my energy.
But I can see you're drawn to the guitar though, aren't you? I can tell. Because remember when we went to Melissa's house once, and she has like a whole band set up. She has like a drum kit and a guitar and a microphone. And Cassidy was like straight to the guitar. She was like, "This one's mine. This one is mine." I have pictures of you like jamming on that guitar.
Aww.
You look like a little
that's
band.
cool.
Yeah.
That's
So
very
fun.
cool.
And you're
Okay, so
painting.
games, and we start a band, right?
Yes,
Things for next
band.
Yes.
And we all buy a house.
Yeah.
This is the themes that are coming up. Okay, I'm just taking note. Okay. And we go camping. Okay.
Yeah. Can I tell you a funny Walking Dead crossover that happened when I was in October in Ireland?
Please.
I meet this random actor on the street, very great British actor, and we get talking, and not only does his wife have the same first name as me, which I've literally never met another Pollyanna in my life, but one of his daughters is called Matilda, which is my sister's name, which isn't a common name. And he says his best friend is Eleanor Matsora, and do I know her? Because I said about Walking Dead. So I was like, no way! So we took a picture together and sent it to Eleanor from Ireland. It was very sweet.
It was the cutest thing. I just got this text message and just this beautiful photos of my two pals. Like you literally bumped into him on the street, got talking, and we're like, "Hey, do you know Eleanor Matsura?" They're like, "Yeah." How funny is that?
Yeah.
In the middle of a pandemic. When does that ever happen?
In the middle
It
of
was so exciting.
Made me so
I didn't know
happy.
anyone, you know, and I was just like walking around and just being in my hotel room, and then I met these two actors on the street, and I was like, "Hello." So we just walked the streets of Dublin talking about birds. Right.
Love that.
Heaven.
I like it.
Yeah, it was nice.
Sounds gorgeous.
Birds and Eleanor.
The other bird. Yeah.
Have a bird, yeah. That one.
That's so cool. What a coincidence in a pandemic too. It was meant to be. Truly.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, to meet
Sweet
another
guy.
human being.
Yeah.
It is actually quite extraordinary.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Alex,
Yeah.
anything you've been up to? Your hair looks beautiful. Loving it.
Oh my God, your
Absolutely
hair.
gorgeous.
Can I say you ladies are all just so gorgeous? It's stupid. Like what? And then on top of that, the personality and the brains. I'm like, damn.
Genuinely amazed. Dan said it itself.
Dan's
He said
the
the women
same
are
way,
running the
Sid.
show now. So all the women are, you know, on top right now. So
Yeah,
good on
got
you.
that.
Mhm.
Got that.
I love it. I produced a movie for the first time. I produced a short film.
Ooh, congratulations.
Hey.
Yeah, it was like putting out a fire every day and a labor of love. And
Yeah.
which feels amazing.
Good.
And I've shot a couple things and I'm in rehearsals for a film right now that we're gonna shoot in a couple.
Oh, yum.
Yeah, you are.
Cool.
Alex, where are you? Are you in LA?
Yeah, I'm in LA.
Okay, sweet.
Alex, we haven't met.
No, we've never
We've
met.
never even met. Hi.
I never met you either.
Oh, you guys have never met Alex, really?
I'm 2 years off the show now.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
I know.
I don't
If
like
one more person asks me where Rick is, I'm going to tell them he's up their mother. I tell
No,
you.
you say suck a fart. That's what you say.
Suck a fart.
Guys,
He's
when
sucking farts in heaven.
does anybody know when Andy's movie is coming out? Like, when is the Walking Dead movie coming out?
You know, there's been a lot
No
of
idea.
When it's announced.
yeah, getting pushed back.
Okay.
When it's announced. They've got
Oh.
so
Batman.
much going on, and they did these extra 10 episodes for COVID, which is exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing them.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Speaking of that,
it's- and Andy's been busy playing Scrooge, so he's been doing that.
that was amazing. If anybody else saw that,
Oh, I
he's so
really
talented.
wanted to see it. I heard
In
it was
his tippy toppy hat. Yeah.
one of my favourite theatres in London. I heard he was doing it, and I bet he was amazing. Was it
Yeah.
extraordinary? Yeah,
Oh,
He
yeah.
was fantastic.
Incredible talent. And such
He's
a
got such
Mhm.
heart and bravery. He's perfect for a role like that.
Oh,
yeah.
Andrew.
I miss him.
Miss him too. It really wasn't the same after
Yeah.
he left.
No, I mean Norman's all right, but you know,
We'll do.
He'll
with
do.
not Andy, is he?
No, he is incredible too.
I fucking love Norman, of course. Of course,
What
we
a
all
teddy
love
bear.
Norman. He's been such a sweetheart with charity stuff. I mean, the amount of
Yes.
money we've raised because Norman's, you know, offered himself up.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I love that.
And he just says, texts me and goes, whenever you want another one, let me know. I'm here.
That's great. All of you guys have been doing
Yeah.
such amazing things during all of this. So, not
We're
only
just
for yourself, but
astounding
for,
human beings.
yeah, you are truly. You are. You guys are all doing that. You're here right now. You're doing even charity things. It's great. You guys are incredible. So
And Sydney
good
came on
on
my
you.
podcast. It was so sweet. She took
Yes.
aside time. I actually had to record her episode twice, and she did it both times with such grace and generosity. So that was amazing.
Oh, I'm
What's the sort of pitch of your podcast? I'd love to know more. I'd love everyone to know more.
Basically, I was devastated about the people that we had to look up to, like young people
Yeah.
and myself included. And I just wanted to bring together a group of inspiring people that I hoped other people could look up to. And so I call it
Nice.
Uprising.
Love
It's
that.
about like coming
That's great.
together
That's
for a
cool.
positive cultural uprising. And I have like
That's
architects
beautiful.
and engineers and actors and chefs and yeah.
That's fun, babe. That's so cool.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I want to talk to all of you on it, but we started with
Uprising.
Dan and Sydney.
Look, I was so honored to just converse with you because you are so bright and incredibly talented and smart. And I just love that you uplift us. And it was just great to be able to, I don't know, talk about things that are important, especially like woman to woman and what we've all gone through in the past year, in the past 4 years. So yeah, it was definitely refreshing and lifted my spirits every time. And I miss you terribly.
I know, I miss you too. Oh my
I'm trying to see you forever. It's driving me crazy. Yeah.
How much do you want like a massive oceanside kind of like vibe this season? I want to like go there.
I want
hang
Oceanside to be like the beginning of Wonder Woman, and for that long.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, yes,
I
the
want to
beginning
see
was
them
epic.
fucking, you know,
Yes.
Poseidon's forking like it
Yeah.
over fences and You know, just like with a big net and that, like the old sort of gladiators, you know.
Come out of the water and like
come out of the water with like shell hats on,
around us,
just little shells.
Yeah,
just like starfishing it into a kick, you know. Pew.
Yes.
Yeah. So going off that, now that the new episodes are coming up, it looks like we're getting Paola in here.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
Paola's another one I haven't met, and I'm.
How you doing?
Where are you, baby girl?
I'm trying. Hey, what's up? What's up?
La principessa.
What's up?
Everybody has epic hair. Oh my goodness, that's dope.
How's everybody doing?
Hi, Birdie.
Oh my God! Look at all these beautiful people. I haven't met Sydney yet. Let me see.
Oh my God! Wait. So who
I haven't met Mariana.
Hi, darling.
Yo, I didn't have any signal. Where was that? I'm so sorry. How's everybody doing?
Girl, we
great.
Man, let me try to take this off. Where's Fogler? Fogler came on early, and then
Fogler fucked off to eat sushi, like Fogler is want to do on a Saturday.
He had to go. He had to go and eat some sushi. Where are you?
So, dude, I'm
in a juice bar.
I'm in Sonoy. Don't play.
Oh my God!
Keep your head down, girl.
I was showing mommy the. Let me put this shit on. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm not trying to play games.
For you.
I'm not trying to play games. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all know what I look like. But I was showing my mom's in town. She came to help me set up the apartment and stuff, and she had never been to this area, and so it was really nice to share that with her. We went to the store and she was buying everything.
Cool.
I was like, Ma, stop buying stuff. I'm like, She's like, no, but for your grandmother. I was like, she's so sweet. She's very supportive. So I was happy to be able to share that with her.
Oh,
Paola, it's so nice to hear you.
Oh, how's everybody doing?
Good.
Better now. This is totally this is a great start to the weekend, honestly.
Yeah, it really is.
Actually, pretty good timing. Good timing for you to show up. We were just going to ask about, the finale that just happened. Now we're going into these 10 episodes. If anybody has any insight, wants to give like a little bit of a teaser of where they're going to be at. Sorry, Pollyanna, I know you're just waiting you're just like, I've been gone. But if anybody
it's fun because I've been speaking to a lot of my castmates, and I've been hearing a lot about how their episodes have been going, and I've been hearing some of the storylines, and I think it's really smart the way they've done it, and I think it's pretty freaking cute too. So I'm excited to see them.
I love that. I love the support. You guys are truly like the coolest cast that's like so integrated. I mean, obviously the bonding with being in the hot Atlanta heat and for months and months, I'm sure that helps. But you guys
thank God, eh? I mean, what pleasures we would have missed out if we were all just on our phones every day on set, and worrying about our numbers on Instagram or some shit. Like, I just think this show comes with such an astonishing bonus, and that, as we've said before many times, the fans feel it, and then we get that family feeling from the fans because they really give a shit.
Yeah, amen.
It's very, very beautiful.
I agree.
Beautiful. Yeah.
I agree, and that I'm excited to meet you, Pollyanna, and
me
Sydney,
too. You.
And hopefully it'll happen, and we can hug each other once it's safe and stuff.
Yeah.
I really miss the feeling of community, and I miss hanging out with strong women and like just like. I don't know. It's been.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a long bloody time. It's a lot, isn't it?
It really is.
Yeah.
It's definitely a healing experience, I think, going to work every day. And that's not something that is often said in an industry like that, especially with a big cast. And we've got new people coming in left and right all the time. But I think it just comes down to the group of people who run it. Angela Kang and everybody. It's just wonderful. Denise. And
I think that our casting directors as well just have a nose for bullshit, because when you get in the room with them, like they're really straight up and honest, and they're really comfortable and they're really supportive, and I feel like just feel like they can tell who's going to be you know, about the collective and who's going to be kind of a cunt.
Yeah.
Because we have had so few country cunts on this entire show.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's great though.
I-
Super
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. So if anybody wants to give like, you know, if you anything you can say about the upcoming episodes.
Y'all know more than I do. I don't know. I'm like, tell them to bring my Moana ass back. Somebody put a good word in for me.
You sent my Moana ass back?
Somebody.
You know, I stayed at Cooper's house during the summer after that short film, and Cooper and I watched Moana, me for the first time, and I was like, this shit is so good.
Me and Cooper are literally Moana and Maui.
Cooper
That is us.
He's singing all the songs, you know, playing the piano and that, and like with his long curly hair, and I'm just
I love him. Also, he's got an amazing house. Like him and Abin have the most.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
We were in the jacuzzi on the deck, you know. He's just built everything like the giant that he is. And they recycle everything in that house. They recycle like the onion peels to the freaking peanut shells to the citrus things. And they are just about doing things
Giving
the right
back.
way. It was a delight.
They're so welcoming too. Like I didn't really know them, and they invited me over to the house, and it was just so sweet. It felt like, I'm sorry.
Oh, hey. It felt like, you know what it felt like? I don't think it felt like that. I think it felt more like mother and father than that.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Wait, what was that? Was that a rubbish truck? What just happened?
No, it's a 19. It's like a 1967 Camaro. It's beautiful.
Oh.
Good afternoon, Los Angeles.
Hey,
it's not mine.
Somebody new just rode into Sonoya.
Wow. It's the most eclectic car I've ever seen in Sonoy.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, y'all. Let me put the shit on mute. I'm sorry.
All good. So great.
Well, hang on, Cass. Did you do one of the episodes?
I did.
How did it go for you?
ADR for it. What day was that? Today's Saturday. I did it on Thursday. My days are. I have nothing to do. So.
Oh yeah. What are days anymore? We don't know.
That means.
Don't worry about it.
Just fancy titles for time.
Yeah.
It's 2020 to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Just a little bit.
A little something.
A little bit.
I don't think it would be a spoiler to say it was just a little bit. But
Yeah. Oh yeah, I wasn't trying to lead you into a spoiler. Is it a spoiler saying if we're like in them a bit or not? Who cares?
I feel like kind of everyone gets their storyline, right?
I think the synopsises have been released.
I'm in it a little bit, or am I? You decide.
So we do know you are in one. You are in one with the princess story. That will be that should be a good one.
I am in it, but it's kind of weird because I'm in it like Cass. I'm in it for just a little bit, but I'm because I'm based in London. I couldn't get to Georgia. I just couldn't get there. So so it's kind of weird. I don't know if we'll end up.
So are you acting like over the phone?
I mean,
do they
joke,
find a cell
but
phone?
Yeah.
Excited to see that
so much.
Yeah, Eleanor, your episode sounds dope.
They're gonna be like, "Whoa, what just happened?" Yeah, they basically. I have a body double.
Zoom acting,
and then
awesome.
Zoom acting is wow.
Smacking.
Yeah,
smacking. Yes.
So we actually
devastating on that Zoom scene. Yeah, it's weird. I feel a bit weird about it because it's ADR. He likes just only acting through ADR, but
that's
but
hard.
Paola,
Man.
I've seen Pao's stuff, and of course she crushes it. So beautiful.
Pow.
So I think this
Paola,
is going to
the
be.
fans love you so much.
Yeah.
It's so delightful to see.
And rightly so.
Yeah, they fucking love you.
Mm-hmm.
I got to get you on one of the. I got to get you on one of the charity things if you're up for it. I've got to get your info off someone.
I would love that.
Okay,
Thank
cool.
you
So
much.
do I have your permission to get your phone number off Cooper or someone that has it?
Of course.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that'll be fun.
Of course, man.
Thanks. No pressure. I just put you in the public sphere and then ask
Let's
you
do it.
favors.
Let's do it. Listen,
Yeah.
I'm game.
I figured you'd be up for it.
So you guys
Hell
are the
yeah.
coolest cast, and that proves it. So we actually have a fan question. Gabby Hill is watching.
Fan question.
She says,
Sorry.
how do you feel knowing that your characters help so many women around the world? I feel represented by each one of you. Which is so sweet.
Nice.
So
Oh,
how do you
really
feel about that?
nice.
That's like a great statement, but oh my gosh, so cool.
Wow.
Honored.
I think that, yeah, that's so wonderful. And I think that the casting directors and the people in charge do a really great job of making sure that we have a really intersectional cast, which I love, and really empowering female storylines. So just like hats off to them for making that what we get to go and do for work.
Yes.
And to the writers as well, who make sure that women are talking to women about something other than boys. You know, like the plot it brings us more depth and dimension than I think other movies I've seen. You know, the Bechdel test. I'm sure you guys have heard of that.
Yeah.
I'm always impressed by the writers.
Well, not
I
only
think
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, touching on the divine feminine and how that's changing and shifting, not only globally, but talking on like the Walking Dead level. We've seen such incredibly strong women, from Denai to Jadis to, I mean, everybody, Oceanside, all these characters coming in that are technically, they do have male qualities. You know, they can be ruthless, they can be violent, they can be angry, but also tender and feminine. And I think that's beautiful to show the many sides of women and how multifaceted we are. It's super important. And I think it's just an honor to be able to represent with all of you. I learned from each one of you.
Yeah,
It's
even
just
now.
human, right?
I think
now,
it's cool. Yeah, they're just characters.
Yeah.
They're just characters.
It's allowed to be human beings.
Yeah, for me, it's been really cool to speak to the Latin American community and people from like young girls from Brazil. And people who said that, you know, like people who say, like, I never thought I could be an actor, and then I saw you guys on the show, and I was like, oh, it's possible, like se puede, like es posible, and that is just like, that just kills, like that's why we do this, you know, to I mean, I'll speak for myself, but to show other people that they can achieve what they propose themselves to achieve. I'm sorry, my English lately, I've been spending too much time with my family. So
your English is amazing.
Watch me come back.
Hot. Please keep it coming. You're good.
Watch me come
You're
back to the
good.
show. Watch me come back to the show and be like, I'm Juanita Sanchez.
Yes.
No, but it's very inspiring. Very inspiring.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's really fucking cool. And like how open people are, I find is so warming, because of like a lot of mental health stuff I've raised money for. Like people often tell me so much stuff at conventions, and like just the fact you see in these young folks that they're willing to talk about it, even if it's difficult, what they're going through, just is so inspiring and encouraging, you know, because I always felt like I wanted to be an actor so that I could connect with people through the screen and just make them feel less alone in some way. I always felt a bit weird when I was a kid. And
Me too.
I think, right? And I think a lot of us did. And the cool thing about Walking Dead is I feel like it appeals across the board to all of those who seek and revel in found family. And I think it's a really good message for a sense of community. And that's what I feel like the show is, sort of in ever increasing circles around itself. And to be on a show where like people's economic background, their sexuality, you know, gender identity, or all these other defining factors in sort of society, you know, are just not part of the character. It's about what they do and how they hold themselves and what they do for the group. And that's so cool to be part of, that each and every character is an individual, but also is about a greater thing than themselves. It's very encouraging.
And I want to piggyback on what you said, Poliana, about mental health and mental health awareness. Like, I spoke about, when I did one of those interviews, I spoke about growing up with ADHD and still having it.
Me
too.
Been
cool, yeah. And what's been cool is that they've added that to the character too. So
that's awesome.
You know, it's we're not only bringing awareness as people as like who we are, but also through the characters we play and we portray, you know?
Yeah, there's a real complexity to the mental state of these people, and that's awesome that you could bring that in. Because ADHD used to be a term that I thought was kind of like a slang term, like, oh, I can't, still put my shoes on whilst I'm trying to, get out of the door. But then I got diagnosed during the pandemic, like about 3 months ago. I got diagnosed, and I was like, oh
wow,
that makes so much sense. And there's so much grief in it, and like, PTSD over the whole thing, because you've always lived in this brain normative society with a kind of brain that like hasn't been catered to, and then you've always on some level felt like a fucking struggling weirdo, trying to sort of keep up, and the frustrations associated with that.
Yeah.
But I also felt like, oh, wouldn't it be nice if everyone could just know, and it would just be open, where you were like, oh, you've probably got ADHD, and then you could like get diagnosed, and then you could like work that way. So for you to bring it into the show, pal, I'm so excited, because I mean, to be diagnosed at 41 and to be like, oh, right, okay, so I'm not an asshole. I just have trouble with certain things. Big piece of news.
Yeah.
Well, we're running a little short on time. We got a few more fan questions. This one is thrown out to everyone again. Gail asks, what was your favorite scene to film thus far? Not just this last season, but ever in the history of you being on the show?
For me, it was pushing Rick in the pit.
Yeah. That was fun.
Yeah, it was great fun.
Pollyanna, I attended the first Talking Dead. I attended Talking Dead for your first episode.
I thought I recognized you, that I'd seen you before.
I will cry if you say that. I literally love you. Oh my gosh, you're a sweetie. But I seriously, like, going back to like the representation thing, I was also amazed to see like a female, like, we haven't really had a female villain, I don't think, before you. Not you were villainous, but kind of an enemy to Rick and the gang. It was so different. So I was amazed.
She was a lot of fun.
But
thank you.
Yes.
You know how many times I watched that scene where Jadis like comes on to Rick? Like when you like advance on him, I was like, no, she didn't.
Gotta get it how you live,
The best part is Denai's reaction. Denai is just like,
yeah, that was
Denai's like, nah.
It was so boss. I was like,
Denai's like, good luck.
I'm gonna be like that from now on. I'm just gonna say it,
Yeah. Oh, Andy had so much fun with that scene. He loved it. He was like,
oh, it's so great.
For me, I think it was season 7 when I first got introduced, and I was with Alana Masterson, who I miss so much.
Yeah,
miss her so much.
So much. What an incredible lady, and she really brought me into the world so humbly and wonderfully. She just was so welcoming, and still is. And I remember we were on the bridge, and we had to run on these cars, and they were like full-on cars with glass. And I remember the stunt coordinator being
welcome to the set, Sydney. Here you go.
Yeah, it was my first day, and everybody was like, this is probably the hottest day we've ever experienced. And
oh God, it is hot.
And they were like, by the way, if you misstep, that's glass. So just let you know. So I'm like, oh, okay. And they were like, action.
So don't do that.
I was like, all right, well, we're free falling. I remember looking at Alana, and we were just kind of like fucking winging it. And we were running at the same speed. And I was like, you're my bitch. Like, I knew that was going to be, it was just great. It was great.
So cool.
So good.
What a way to come into the show.
Yeah.
I had a fun one in the finale, or the used to be finale, with the COVID episodes. Now it's no longer. Maybe is it considered the finale?
Yeah,
I still think it's the finale.
All right, the finale in that one. When there was one point when the zombies were coming up the stairs, and Father Gabriel and I were there, and we had arrows at the door, and then there's this part where someone throws in a little bomb, and I remember shooting that with Seth, and he had to like grab my body and slam me to the ground. No. And I was so excited. They're like, "Are you sure you want to do that?" And I was like, "Yes, I want to do that." And so they put a little mat down, and they were like, "All right, do you want to practice?" So I just like threw myself to the ground, and they're like, "That's good. You should sniv it." But it was so fun to get to like really do a little bit more stunts than like maybe other shows might let you do. Like I had a really fun time getting to do that.
Has anyone seen Seth, by the way? I miss him. Has anyone like...
I've seen him on the Zooms. We have a call every couple of weeks with Heavenly Wilson.
Lovely.
Scott's wife.
Oh.
And Seth is quite often on there. And then I did his charity thing with him maybe a month or so ago. He seemed to be doing well. It was good to talk to him.
And R.I.P.
I mean,
Scott, we love him and miss him so much.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
a beautiful spirit he is.
Yeah.
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 He's been sending out the double rainbows since things started looking up. So it's good.
Aww.
Heavenly tells me these things.
Love that. That's so
Yeah.
cool.
I gotta say, one of the scenes that that was really fun to shoot was when I meet Yumiko and Eugene and Ezekiel, because
you killed that scene. Oh my god,
you were so good in that scene.
I appreciate that. It was so hard not to laugh because because of the way that Yumiko reacts to me, like her shade, and
yeah.
She's like, oh hell no, and I have a connection with Eleanor, so to do that, I just wanted to break so hard and start laughing because she was so on point. She was like, meanwhile the fucking Joker over here like ding 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 ding. It was so fun, and they were so kind from the get-go. It was just a beautiful experience, really.
Yeah, that was truly some of my favorite memories too. Like those scenes. I think when we went into that weird group, I say weird because it was just so unconventional. It's like, okay, so suddenly Yumiko, the king, Eugene, we're off on a little adventure on horseback. It's like, wait, what? I was reading the script going, oh my god, this is so cool. Like what? And it's like, it just felt like a different vibe, and it felt like it's a completely different energy, and I was into it. And then we turn the corner and we meet Princess, and Princess is just this force of nature, and as we have ascertained, Palette kills it. So it's very, like, believe me, it takes every source of strength not to laugh, like when we're doing it, but because it's genuinely so funny. And I'm a terrible corpus. I'm never usually so serious on set, but my favorite scene, I think, of that bunch that we shot together in our little four was the scene in the rain. Like, we had a really unusually rainy day in Georgia, and it wasn't fun to shoot because it was really hard. It was like everyone was drenched, the camera crew, everyone it was just soaking, but it gave us something extra. It gave us a little boost. We were all like, okay, we've got this, we've got to do it, we've just got to get through it, we've got to do it. And it was a really tense scene, and it added to the tension. And yeah, and it was honestly one of my favorite days on set, even though it was really hard.
I miss you guys so much. This is like making me miss every single moment. So, wow.
That shit
there will be more.
I'm sorry, the bells are ringing. I'm sorry, let me turn this shit off.
The bells? What in the?
And the bells are ringing.
Are we sure she's in Sonoya?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it.
She's about to get married or something weird.
Right.
Nah.
Hi, Sammy. You want to come up? Come on then. Come on then. My little boy wants to say hi.
Oh my god.
Shammy peeps. Shammy peeps.
Hi,
Shammy peeps.
Oh, he looks animated.
He does.
Yeah,
Look
he is.
real. That's a Pixar dog.
Such a little love. He's just so smart. Aren't you smart, baby?
Oh,
very smart boy.
How old?
He is 3 years old now, and he's coming with me to Ireland in March.
Look at
He's
his
going to be an
mohawk.
Irish dog. Yeah, he's got such a little. Yeah, I can make him into a dinosaur all the way down his back.
Oh, he's so cute.
Oh my god,
And
he's
then there's-
He loves
There's
his
Cutie
mama.
Boots Bruno too, but Bruno's in his bed.
Wait, Bruno, Holly, you're my hero.
I love these boys. These boys have been my life and my soul during this time. I mean, they always are, but like,
Amen.
they've just been like, oh, we need to get up. Oh, we need to go to bed. Oh, we need to go out. Oh, we need to eat. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I have some purpose then. Thanks.
Yeah, they're the best. They're the best.
Yeah.
The best.
Yeah. We go to bed at like 8:30 at night and get up at 7.
I
mean,
love
never in my life by choice.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, all right. Looks like we're running out of time. We're almost out of time. If there's any closing remarks you guys have, if anything you want to say to the fans that are watching, we got people from Kuwait, we have people from Italy.
We love you.
We love you.
so much.
Big love to everyone out there.
I truly cannot wait to see you all again. From the bottom of my heart, I'm so excited. I know we have to distance, but it's gonna be really hard not to run over and
lick
squeeze
your arm.
you all.
Yes.
Oh,
Tears of
God, I
joy.
can't wait. I can't wait.
Well, on behalf of the fans, we cannot wait to see you guys back in action as well. In your own respective ways, we'll see what that is. But you guys are lovely, lovely, lovely humans. I am so honored to talk to the women of this show. It's been my favorite show for so long. And you guys are the main reason, let's be real. So it's been truly a joy. You guys are beautiful, you're lovely, and super great to talk to. So thank you so much for coming.
Thanks, Emmy. Thank you.
Emmy, thank you for hosting us.
So sweet. Best day of my life.
Thank you,
right.
Amy.
Oh, Emmy.
Love you guys.
Much love.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome back here at Fogler's Fiction Fest Day 1 here in studio live at NerdBot in beautiful Southern California. We just had that awesome live Women of Walking Dead panel. Thanks so much to Once Upon Emmy for hosting that panel. It was a lot of fun. The incredible ladies of the Walking Dead cast, they are an absolute blast and fantastic people, and that was a lot of great personal touch and insight there. I hope everybody enjoyed that panel. I want to tell you guys about some of the things that are coming on a little bit later today. We will have Heavy Metal Comics and Brooklyn Gladiator. Jackie Tone and Bob Odenkirk are going to be here. GSP, George St. Pierre, is going to be in the house. Also, at 4:20, we are going to debate the best stoner movies of all time with the guys of The Walking Dead. Cooper Andrews, Seth Gilliam, Dan Fogler will all be here. And you never know who else is going to drop in. When we do the Fogler 4D experience, we send that Zoom out and see what happens. And then all sorts of Dan friends show up. So it's going to be a lot of fun. But coming up next is an awesome panel, the Balls of Fury reunion panel. Dan Fogler is going to be here with Maggie Q and George Lopez. So much excitement for this panel. So happy to have George Lopez here at the Dan Fogler 4D Experience, Fogler's Fiction Fest, live here at NerdBot. I am the Geek Gatsby, Bernie Bregman. I'll be with you guys all day long. Please keep it up in the chat. Please share us out on your social media on Facebook, YouTube, etc. And we are coming up next here with Balls of Fury.
Hey. All right. We are doing this. Oh, there's people coming. There's people here. All right, let's start this fucker. Oh, shit. Okay, we're doing this. We're making this happen. Yeah! Oh! Yeah!
It seemed impossible.
Come on, baby, come and get it on.
Love it like a bomb, baby, come and get it on.
Yeah. How are you?
Good. I got this glare here. Let me put some of this shit away.
We got 2 participants. Oh, I'm not Jody Fogler. I'm not Jody Fogler.
I remember I asked you, hey man, you have those sideburns all the time. You're like, no, dude, it's for the movie. I was like, oh shit.
He got sideburns.
I had the mutton chops.
I know, man. That was the worst. The worst.
I said, hey, do you have those all the time? You're like, no.
Hell no. That was a terrible, terrible, terrible choice, those mutton chops. They were just like, I was like, yeah, I was watching Enter the Dragon. And I was just like, yeah, I want those sideburns like the black guy in it. Like I fucking love those sideburns.
Kelly, yeah. Was it Jim Kelly? I think.
And I was just like, yeah, I love it. And then it was such a bad mistake to just have those every single day, just pointing different directions.
Oh man.
They were never right. I mean, that was a terrible look for me, man. Terrible look. I was like so overweight, and they were like, put this guy put him in the Chateau Marmont and just feed him bolognese.
You were in the Chateau Marmont.
And just put me in tighter outfits. Hold on, let me let Maggie in.
Damn, that's so funny.
Oh my goodness. Hello.
What up, Maggie?
Here she is. We can't hear her.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Oh.
Wait, what are you? Hello, wonderful wizard.
Hey.
Is that me?
What the fuck is that real?
Let's see, we were just talking about that. Yeah, that's a real fucking mustache, people.
That's pretty good.
I don't do glue-ons.
I should have chosen the glue on, although I can't. I feel like it would just be like flying off in the wind. And I'd be like, fuck.
Yeah, there'd be no difference. There'd be no difference between look.
Or when you get close, you can see the netting, and you're like, what fucking kind of actor doesn't grow a mustache for a part?
Yeah, exactly. But now I'm stuck with it. Now this mustache looks incredible on set, but off set, terrible.
You're terrible. On set, you're in a world, you're in the Fantastic Beastie shit. You know what? George has the whole piece. He's got the whole face piece.
Yeah, I wish I could fucking do that.
I didn't want it to be white. I've already taken it down, and it's coming back up. I just can't keep. You're not supposed to touch your face in a pandemic. All I do is all I do is this all day. Down and up. Wow.
Just twisting it.
Yeah, I just pushing it down. Then it was it's awful.
Maggie, we were talking about the chops I had that were just never in the right place.
The mutton?
The mutton chops. I was like, yeah, I'll wear those mutton chops off set every day.
I remember I asked him, I said, hey man, so do you have those things all the time? He's like, no.
Why would I have them?
Because I only met you as Randy Daytona. I didn't know Dan.
That was the worst. With the long hair and the mutton chops and the no beard, and I'm just like tighter and tighter outfits with rhinestones on them. Like, come on. Come on. Why would they do that to me?
He did. He had like dolphin shorts and a vest.
Let me just welcome you guys.
I walked off a plane like last week, and you know who was standing there? We're like waiting for a family member, and I didn't like say anything because like, you know, where it was Patton.
Oh, yeah.
Because had the masks on, but it was Patton.
Patton Oswalt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, whatever. I didn't want to high five him during.
He was only in that one scene, wasn't he? He was so good.
He was so.
It's
funny.
the pancake bake-off scene, and he destroys me, and he licks his trophy at the end. He just saw.
Yeah.
He's like licking his trophy. It's disgusting. You can't do that today. You can't do that in COVID. But
he ran off and he picked the shorts out of his ass and he ran off with the trophy.
He was so one scene.
He goes, oh, it tastes good. It was in the trailer. He goes, oh, it tastes good.
That's it. That's it. The joy
when you're talented.
Oh man.
So okay, are you guys in LA right now? Where are you at right now?
I am. George, are you in LA?
I'm in LA.
All right.
How's it going? Is life okay? Considering? Big pause.
George?
I live alone and there's no way to teach a rescue dog how to dial 911. If anything happens to me, it's just they're gonna find me after like 10 days.
But at least you'll be eaten. Is that your dog on the pillow, George?
One of them, yeah.
Fuck George.
You know what? I don't know how I started rescuing dogs.
Yeah, what's that about? When we met you, that was not your thing.
No, I worked with this girl, Lisa. She has this thing called Big Love Rescue.
Yeah.
She started her own. And she said to me, have you ever watched any of these videos of when you rescue a dog and how afraid they are? And then, you show them a little bit of love and they completely change. Like, no.
Yeah, never.
I started watching them and I was just destroyed, man. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
Because people don't appreciate it. I'll take it to the canine world.
I'm so.
And if I give them real turkey, like real good turkey, they almost stand more upright. It's almost like if they could talk, they would say, "Listen, I can only speak for myself, but you are the most congenial host that we've ever had." Right, guys. They respond so. They eat their own food, which I grew up with dogs that ate whatever we didn't eat, and then now we give them a little taste of some stuff. They just completely.
They can't believe it.
They can't believe it.
We're thinking of getting a dog. We got a dog. I'm in the UK, and we got a dog upstairs named Archie who comes down. He's this little beagle, it's like a mix. And gosh, I fed him once, and now he's like my best friend. And now we're thinking about getting a puppy. And I'm so happy we brought this up because I didn't know that you were into dogs, George, but I knew that Maggie was into dogs.
Maggie is, yeah.
And say that again.
I said everyone knows that.
Birds fly in your house, fucking shit that's not supposed to be around. The eagles and the hawks come by to say hello.
George, you know it. Like Dan and I actually did a whole thing. Remember, Dan, when we did the podcast alone, we talked all about like the animal, the spirits, the animals coming in.
Yeah, you had a hummingbird experience. You had
2.
How is that possible?
I have a recent one, and my friend who's sitting right here, she was there. We were on a hike, and she points this little thing out on the ground, and I thought it was a dead mouse, and we pick it up, and it's a hummingbird baby, and she's alive. And we raised her, and then let her go. We raised her with a dropper and like hand fed her, and she used to fly. And I actually drove my newest rescue. His name is Don Julio. And we drove to Vegas to go get him and 2 more puppies. And she was like in the car with it, like, cause you have to feed them every 30 minutes or they die. So we brought the hummingbird on the road trip and we're feeding it every 30 minutes so it didn't die.
And it's like on your shoulder, right? You were just like,
yeah, it's like on the shoulder. And then my friend, my girlfriend Maite, she has this cockatoo. And so the hummingbird met you know how big cockatoos are? They're as big as like German shepherds.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. So that was my second hummingbird experience.
All right. So the last time I saw you guys was in LA. The last time I was in the States.
Yeah.
And we went out to dinner and Maggie and I were working on the argument, which which everybody should go see.
Definitely.
Which is out now. Maggie is fucking hilarious in it. And yeah, I think all the ladies really shine in this one. And but Maggie, you have this moment which I feel like if we were on stage, you'd get the exit applause, you know? You know what I mean? Which is like coveted.
Thanks, Dan. That's so nice of you.
And so again, I don't know if we're trying to put together an argument panel, but it's so fucking hard to wrangle. You know, like the term like it's like herding cats, but like, but I'm a cat. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like a cat trying to herd cats. You know?
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
Yeah. So
it really is tough to get people together, and it's harder now that there's nothing to do. That means they just don't want to do it, man. Like, you know what?
Well, we got
now you can have a little bit of a fever and not have to go to Santa Monica. You're like, hey, man, my daughter's having a birthday party. It's like socially distant. You're like, oh, you know what? I woke up this morning, I got a little bit of a fever. Stay home then. You're like, shit, that's all it takes, just a little bit of a fever.
Yeah, I'm a fucking homebody, man. Like it's crazy. Where it's like the kind of good thing about the lockdown is that I don't have to like make an excuse about not wanting to go somewhere, you know, just being like, yeah, I hurt my foot again, you know, like I can't do it. There's like, again, you hurt your foot again. You're like, yeah, you know, anyway. Listen, it's hard to fucking wrangle people. Yeah, it's hard, but people, they want to do this shit. You're fucking here. Hi, how are you? So
have you been traveling, Maggie?
Maggie?
I have been, George, I have traveled all over the world since this shit started. Like all over the world. I was in Europe when it broke out bad in Europe. And then like, I felt like every country I left got closed down. Like the minute I, got on the plane. Right. And then got to back to LA during lockdown, and I was here, and then I had to go finish that movie, and then I flew back to Europe. I mean, it was just been crazy, but it's been great. I mean, I don't know. I feel like planes are finally clean, and people aren't finally disgusting on planes.
You know, on the way back when this was just a rumor, almost a year ago, like the end of February, we were in Tampa flying back to LA, and the flight attendant says, we have a passenger that's just, almost here. We're going to wait like, a few minutes. The woman comes on, and she's like, I'm so sorry, everybody. And she sits down, and after like 30 seconds, she goes, ugh. And I go real loud. I go, we waited for that? Ew. Like, yeah, come on board and fucking sneeze a real big fucking sneeze before they close the doors that we fly 35 fucking thousand miles.
Sloppy. That's sloppy.
Just a big ass.
Ew.
And pre-COVID, wipe that up.
Yeah. Oh man.
Pre-COVID, that sneeze would have stayed on the seat in front of it they haven't cleaned those planes since like the 70s.
You know what? You fly down and you go, is that an ashtray? Even though they have it glued, it's a fucking ashtray where the ashtray would be. You're like, how old is this plane?
George, what's the George Lopez Brewing Co?
Oh man, you know what? We these guys, I opened that Chingon restaurant, that Mexican restaurant, doing great. And then he says, hey, you ever thought about having a beer? And then we got this guy from Stone Brewing Company, and I had this pad with all these Mexican type beers, and he's like, I can do that. It's we're 35 years experience. And he started brewing these beers in Torrance at this thing, and now that the restaurant is shut down, the beer it's
floating you.
It's thriving, man. Yeah. Shit, I sell that at Anheuser-Busch. I will never wear any clothes that buckle or fucking snap ever again.
Just comfy living.
I'm just comfy living.
That sounds fucking great.
It's good, and it's IPAs, it's that thing. So that the alcohol level is considerably higher than the stuff we're used to. I mean, yeah, they're tall cans, and you have one of those, and you're like, whoa.
Mm-hmm.
I think before they put the actual lid on, they go, let's just put a little bit more in there. I mean, they won't know.
You know what's crazy, man, is that I got my 2 girls here. I got an 8-year-old and a 4-year-old, and so I watch stuff with them that like I can like sit through, because a lot of this stuff will drive you insane. But so they put on Shark Boy and Lava Girl, and I'm watching Shark Boy and Lava Girl, and then who comes in but Mr. Electric? And I'm just like, I was literally like about to be like, I'm watching, and I'm like, okay, this is cool, this is Rodriguez directed, I'm just like, this is fucking cool, man. And then there's George, and then all of a sudden I'm just like, oh shit, I know him, and anytime I say like I know somebody, suddenly the girls are just like, what the they just get, it just blows their mind, So how was that, man?
That thing did not, I'm the voice of the Ice King. I'm the voice of the train. I'm the voice that tells you to put the glasses on and take the glasses off. I'm the voice of fucking Robert Rodriguez hires me to do one job. I had like 7. I got paid for one. And
I was going to say, you get 7 salaries.
He goes, go in there. He goes, think of a voice and go in there and tell the people to put the glasses on and glasses off. I'm like, what? He's pushing me from behind. Go. I'm like, what to do? What? He goes, just go in there. Find a voice that's different than the other voices. You're like, man.
Okay. Well, it looked like fun.
No, it's cool. I mean, it became one of those things. It's already been like 3 generations of kids.
Yeah.
And then when it came out, you would see a kid at Bob's Big Boy over here or Patty's, and they'd go in there and they'd have their Shark Boy and Lava Girl 3D glasses on at breakfast.
Whoa.
You're just like, oh, it's like that. And now he did a remake with like his daughter, I think.
Yeah.
Did the thing, yeah. And I still talk to him. He's cool. I mean, that thing is, shit.
Yeah, man.
I don't think I have any profit participation. Or else
God damn it.
I had kidney disease. You can't take advantage of a guy when he's sick.
Hey, Meg.
Yeah.
What's pivoting? What's that all about? You're doing a thing called pivoting?
Oh yeah, I'm doing a comedy for Fox. I didn't know what you were talking about for a second. I was like, what is that? I don't know. We were supposed to start on the 20th, and it got pushed to mid-February because I guess it's spiking in LA, and
Oh, fuck.
I mean, I don't know what's happening because I don't leave my house, I don't watch the news, so I'm not quite clear on how bad it is.
How far were you guys into that show?
They were already prep and all of that. It's just a pilot, but it's Liz Astroff. She's so funny. She wrote this script about 3 friends. She wrote it about her best friend dying. So it's like, and it's so well written because it's not jokey. There's no jokes, but it's funny as shit. And it's just real. It's these 3 women, I play a bisexual doctor who's just like kind of done. I mean, she quits the medical profession because someone ate her burrito in the lounge. I mean, you know what I mean? Like it was that was the straw that broke the camel's back. She's like saving lives. Like who, and then like they ate half, and then like a little bit of the second half. So now it's not edible because there's only a little bit left. He's like, who does that?
Who does that?
Who put?
That's hilarious.
No, it's funny as shit. It's a really funny script, and like I said, it's not jokey. And she wrote it based on her own life and couldn't go back to see her friend when she died. And it was like, I think this is therapy for her, making this show and like, and exploring these 3 women who are incredibly imperfect but really love each other. And it's great. It's really funny. Nice. So let's hope network lets it stay that way.
Yeah. You know what? That's right. Because, that's, when I was growing up, I was a huge fan of sitcoms, and they were so on the nose, but that's kind of like what the temperament had to be to get to stay. It had to be dead on the nose,
It's true.
Stuff that survives and is really great to kind of mine for these shows like that it's not on the nose, and you just it's just they're just and the acting is a lot better than what would have been considered a TV actor. Like, actors from Broadway would have never done TV. They'd be like, oh, no, never.
Or movie actors, remember? That was so. You were one.
Yeah, it was like crazy to even do a commercial. You know?
Oh yeah, you can do a commercial.
Yeah. Now everybody's doing everything.
Yeah.
You guys remember this movie we did called Balls of Fury?
I love it.
Did you like it? Did you have a good time?
I don't know, man. It was a trip, man. It got weird toward the end, like in the middle.
All right, what do you mean by that? Why did it
all
get
of a sudden, man, it just got weird. Like, I'm just coming to work and like,
get weird.
Go to the trailer, like we're not starting right away because how come? Wow, there's something going on. You're like, oh,
huh.
All right. And it's just, you're down in Chinatown and you're waiting in your trailer and it just got a little weird.
Things did get weird on the trailer. In the trailers. I remember well, let's get right into the weird shit. I remember for that the scene we were talking about with Patton, the pancake scene.
Yeah.
I remember because I was number one on that film, and it's the last time I was ever number one on the film. But I was number one on that film, and I was exhausted. Like I had to fucking nap for lunch, which is why I was eating bolognese at midnight every fucking night. So I had to nap for lunch, and I would put this like hanger on my door that says I'm fucking sleeping, don't bother me. But of course, knock and come in if it's time to fucking get me, right?
Sure.
So I'm sleeping. I got a half hour. I wake up and 2 hours have passed, and I'm just like, what the fuck? So I get out of my trailer, I walk, I go to the pancake scene, I'm looking around and they're shooting supper in the corner, and I go over to Tom Lennon and I'm just like, what's going on? And he was like, oh, you were in your trailer and you were sleeping and didn't want to come out. I was like,
no, they
what
didn't.
What the fuck are you talking about?
No.
I was like, every day I take a nap and someone comes and knocks and gets
But
me.
also, I don't want to come out during lunch, which is my free time. I didn't make a statement of not coming out after lunch.
But how funny is that so like a PA came up and was just like, oh, he's sleeping, doesn't want us to disturb. And then through the grapevine, that got interpreted as, fuck you, I'm not coming out.
Yeah. It's that people understand movie sets.
It was very strange. But listen, there was a lot of fucking crazy shit going on, but I had a fucking fun time. And what was crazy about that moment was I never showed any signs of like being really upset and not wanting to come to set. I was like on time all the time, and so it was fucking weird. I was like, what?
When they turn on you and you're just sort of like, wait, what? Like no indication that I'm that person, and then all of a sudden I'm that person. Like what? How does
anyway, let's talk about the fun things. Okay. So let's talk about let's start at the beginning when it was fun. and so everyone's like, wait.
Let's talk about when I went, we were there where they used to film Fantasy Island.
Yes.
And you were there you were shooting that scene with Christopher Walken on the thing. I was leaving. And then the next day I see you and I go, how did that go? And you go, dude, this fucking dude was strange, man. He kept making that little noise. And then he said, if I catch you, I'm going to fuck you. Remember he said that? If I catch you.
So let's talk about Walken for a second.
I'm like, what?
Yeah. So here I am. I'm 700 pounds and I'm slowly trying to get up this fucking rope bridge that was from Fantasy Island. It's the Fantasy Island rope bridge. So it's built in 1972. And I'm just like, fuck. I'm like, please don't break. Please don't hurt me. I'm trying. And then suddenly, I'm taking my sweet time. And then I feel something right over my shoulder, and it's Walken just right there, leaning over my shoulders, being, Dan, when I catch you, I'm gonna fuck you. And then I was like crouching tiger, hidden dragon. I was like, ding, dong, I was like fucking flew. I flew. I was like the lightest. I was like dancing on feathers. I was like, hey, no one's gonna catch me and fuck me.
Oh man,
it was crazy. I became a fleet-footed dancer when he said that to me. So let's talk about Walken for a second. There's about 1 million stories I got about Walken.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys have any stories, but that was one of the ones. And there's so many things that happened on that rope bridge.
I heard, yeah.
Okay. And around that Fantasy Island lagoon, like just okay. So the fact that lagoon exists in the middle of fucking London in the Arboretum or whatever the fuck wherever we were.
For Universal?
No, we were by Santa Anita by the racetrack.
And there's peacocks. There's peacocks walking around, and they're growling at each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you look into the lagoon, and the lagoon it looks like it's just made out of mud. It's just like, fuck, they haven't cleaned that lagoon since 1970. They built the bridge and they never cleaned the lagoon. And so, and do you remember the guy fell into the lagoon?
Oh, yeah, right in front of us.
Yeah.
Remember that? The guy from The Sopranos?
Yeah, he played the mob boss.
David Proval.
Oh,
He
fell, and did he die?
He didn't. Did he die? No, he didn't die.
You were there. Shit, he was in a tux, and he didn't know his lines, and they put the things in his ears.
Oh, that guy.
And he had the two girls, and the water was right there.
But wasn't he on the bank, George? Wasn't he? He was on the bridge,
He was on
right?
the bank, and we were on the dock, and he was on the bank.
Okay, not only was he on the bank, he was well onto the bank.
Oh, how the fuck?
And somehow he just starts rolling. He's just rolling, cartwheeling. We're like, fuck, he's gonna fall into the fucking lake, and he does.
He did.
Just
Last step, he stepped on the roots. He stepped on the tree roots, and those things, you hit it with like a shoe. He was like, it came out right from under. And when he went in, he turned around and he had water in his mouth, and he was
no.
But he was a lovely man. Such a sweetheart.
And he was bent over. He was like throwing up. He drank that water, man. He drank that green fucking algae fucking water.
I'm pretty sure that he's like a half peacock man now.
He is.
Breathing
all like this. He's got the things under. He goes, yeah, it's over there. These things, these beautiful iridescent things come out.
That's disgusting.
Man, but he did. He swallowed, and then we had to wait for him to get redressed. He went like that. He didn't go in like just a leg. He went in all the way in.
All the way.
Really?
And he had died from any virus living in that fucking stagnant water. And the thing we were concerned about on the movie was like, how long is it going to take him to get his? How long is he going to be?
That's right.
He's growing a beak. Yeah, but when is he going to be ready?
He didn't know his lines, and they put those things in his ear. He had that pen, and he was like waiting to hear. You're like, they're gonna tighten that up, aren't they? He's like, Rodriguez. He's like,
okay, hold on. Okay, good. So, all right, let's talk about that
walking was a trip though. Walking. So we were over there in Fung Lum's up there at the top of Universal. Fung Lum's was that Chinese restaurant when Universal and the amphitheater first opened, even before City Walk, they had Fung Lum's and they had Victoria Station up there. And then you would go to the amphitheater and it was 140 degrees inside. And they were trying to pump that big ass air in there. And it was fucking brutal. Buckled the fucking dash of that Porsche I had. I went back and the adhesive had lifted up. This is the stuff that was put on in Germany. That shit had come up and the fucking whole dash was warped.
Holy fuck. Yeah, it was hot in there.
Brutally hot in that thing. And I remember just watching him go through his process of rehearsing without saying any words.
Walking?
Remember that? He had that long speech and he would not do a word of it. He would just kind of do the sounds of it. And you just look at him like, because when he does it.
Yeah.
He goes to me, he goes, Dan, I've been doing this for a while. And I go, yeah. He goes, let me show you what's going to happen. The director is going to come up to me. He's going to go, slow, medium. fast. And we're like, what? He goes, watch. So he does one, and it's slow. And the director comes up and he goes, that was fucking great. You know, Garanis like walks up, he's like, that was great, but it was a little slow. Could you speed it up? And Walken looks to me, he goes, he doesn't want a little faster. He goes, medium. And then Greg comes in, he's like, that was fucking great. You got one a little faster? He goes, turns to me, he goes, slow, medium, fast. There's a fast one, and that was it. He was done. That's how he fucking works. I was like, holy shit. He was like, Dan, 45 years. Slow, medium, fast.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah.
Remember when he tried to change one word in the script, or they tried to change a word because they couldn't get cleared, and he was like, no.
No.
And
Yeah,
they said, oh, but we didn't get it cleared. Like he said Prada or Gucci, or wanted him to say one or the other. And he goes, oh, I've already memorized it. And this was like 2.5 months before we started shooting. And he was like, no, it's been memorized.
Yeah, the agent was just like, yeah, you don't understand. Walken memorizes his lines a month before.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Once it's memorized, that's it.
Yep. Not one word.
I mean, come on, that's crazy. So he comes on set and my God, there's so many stories with him. You know what his favorite joke is? His favorite joke, I mean, it's a Polish joke, but it's Chris Walken, so what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
His favorite joke is, he goes, Dan, my favorite joke is it's the Polish raging bull. I go, what's the Polish raging bull? And he takes his pants, and he's wearing the stretchy pants, and he pulls them out to here, and he looks down into his pants, and he goes, you fuck my wife? Okay.
Oh my God.
He's pointing at his own dick going, you fuck my wife.
Oh.
And then he starts laughing uncontrollably. And I was like, fucking Chris Walken. That's his favorite.
Crazy.
Yeah. You fuck my wife.
What about when that dude would do Arnold Schwarzenegger and his face would light up like a kid on Christmas morning?
Oh yeah.
He'd go, do it again, and that guy that big muscular guy.
Yes.
Brandon,
Oh, he had a good one. Yeah, he had a good
do
one.
it.
He had a good Schwarzenegger.
And he would like a kid. He would light up.
Do it again. Wow, that's funny. Yeah, do it again. More Schwarzenegger. he that's fucking crazy.
He loved it.
I said to him, Chris, you know, what's it like that everybody and their mother has a fucking impression of you, you know? And he goes, Dan, it's fine, you know, but never do it before a take. Jay Moore, he always did it before a take. And it was crazy because it's like, oh, fuck yeah. And we'd all be on set and doing our Walken impressions. And then he'd walk up and everyone would be like, cheese it. You know, we'd all fucking run and be like, hey, where's everyone going? You know, you know.
It's a trip. It's like finding, you know, the spring in France where Perrier comes from. Like, there's only one person that sounds like that.
Yeah,
in the world. Like, I've never seen a guy at a donut shop in the middle of the night come in. You know, it's one dude.
True original.
And you're there with him. I remember when he was up real close with us, and you could look in his eye.
Yeah.
And I would just be like looking at his eye. You're like, man, this is fucking, he's here with us, dressed like a geisha.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he's here, man. Even the time that we were across from MacArthur Park, and he had his hair like in a million directions, and the t-shirt with the zipper in the back, and the silk pants real high, and the security guard, some Mexican dude, is like, hey, is this vato all right? I'm ready to fucking, you know, doing that. I said, no, he's all right. You sure? Because I have to fucking go in between every trailer. No, he's good. All right. Because right now we're thinking about taking him down. No, don't do that. Because he's just wandering through the trailers.
Yeah.
Right.
I love that George said the pants were high. They're always high. They're always
he liked those stretchy pants. He liked the stretchy pants.
High.
high.
Remember when we asked him if he ever went to Studio 54, he's talked for like 45 minutes.
Okay, so I got the Studio 54 story. This is what he said to me. I don't know what he said to you, George. What did he say to you, man? I got a story. Okay, let me tell you my story.
Go ahead.
I go, hey, man. I go, so you went to Studio 54? He goes, yeah, Dan, I was there all the time. I said, what happened? He goes, Dan, this one time I was there. I was on the dance floor and I was dancing and I was just spinning nonstop on so many different drugs, Dan. And I go, oh yeah? And he goes, Dan, I was spinning so fast that I sped up time. I go, really? He says, Dan, when I stopped, it was 4 hours later. And I looked around and everywhere I looked in the rafters, they were fucking. And I go, everyone was fucking? I go, yeah. He goes, yeah, Dan. Everywhere I looked, they were fucking. And I said, so what did you do? He said, Dan, I did the only thing I could. I took off all my clothes and I fucked my way to the exit.
No way.
Man.
I love that story.
He said there was somebody selling sunglasses outside. Because everybody would leave, the sun would be out. There was a guy out there selling sunglasses.
Those are the fucking days.
No, that's what he said. He goes, before, if you got hammered in front of somebody, you only had to avoid the people that you went with. And now,
right,
because of phones and video, like it gets out there. That's why he says like that was a time. There won't be that time anymore.
No.
Oh, you won't be a time where you could go to a bar, they'll leave Coke in between the back seam of the couch upstairs. Like this, they would go like this, and they'd have a little vials. They would set vials during the day. So when you got there, you go, oh shit, it's here. Man.
Crazy.
Crazy.
Now everything, well, you know what? Everything, like they film you without even being asked. I mean, I remember Kobe, bless him, he went up to somebody in a restaurant. That wasn't his personality. And he's like, hey man, you know, you're filming me. I'm with my family. And the guy's like, no, I'm not. And he's like, yeah, you are. And it became a big thing. The guy sued him.
Sued Kobe?
Uh-huh.
Stop it.
Because he said, look, I'm looking in your direction, but I'm not filming you. And he goes, you are filming me. And it became a thing.
Wow.
But what did he sue him for?
For accusing him of, and I think he grabbed his phone out of his hand. He was trying to delete stuff. He's like, hey man, give me my phone back. He's like, I'm not giving your phone back until you delete that video or the pictures. I didn't take any pictures of you. So it was like that. Like he put his hands on him.
Yeah.
But you see it. I mean, they're not slick. I mean, you see them kind of, you know, they're like,
like, and it's rude. And you know what? Like, I wouldn't do that to a stranger. Like, I wouldn't just like start filming a stranger. It's not nice. So why would you? I mean, we're strangers, right? I mean, you don't know me. I don't know you. So how is it different?
That's what happened with the Lakers. Like the guy that, you know, Swaggy P was dating Iggy Azalea, and they went to a party and the guy was asking him questions. They don't think they were engaged. And he's like, so do you still like dip? He's like, man, I'm dipping, man. And he was videotaping when the guy's just like laying back on the couch and he put it on his IG.
No.
They traded that guy. They think there's like, even basketball is like, you've soiled the last bastion of manhood. The basketball locker room is like, fucking out.
You just sounded like walking.
I did, didn't I?
Bastion of manhood.
Is it not all right? Because we're gonna fucking take him down. No, he's cool. That shit was awesome, man. Because they're just throwing the thumbs, you know, and they're like, they're already, you know, showing me. I'm like, no, leave him alone.
All right, we got about let's say like 10-15 minutes left, and I wanted to talk to you guys about the fact that, well, Maggie and I, things have slowed down a little bit, but I'm getting back into, I'm halfway through Balls of Fury 2 writing it. Okay.
Oh,
this is so exciting.
And I talked to Maggie about it last year when I was back in the States, and I'm just gonna write it. And
just write a spec and see what happens. And I want to do it the right way. I want to call all the same people again, call Thomas Leonard and Ben Garant again and see if they want to get involved. And I just, do it the right way, get everybody, get the band back together.
Exactly.
And so I wanted to make this like, just tell George what kind of ideas that I was bouncing around. And maybe a little brainstorm will come out of this, maybe a little gold, out of this little session.
Love it.
So, George, this is, and I'll just tell you some of the themes that we're working on here. So, it's Balls of Fury 2, Dos Balls of Fury, and it's Dos Balls of Fury, Send in the Clones. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why we were able to bring everybody back, because they've been cloned. Okay.
Okay.
So fun.
Okay. So that's why anyone who died before doesn't matter.
I think he's still around, man. That dude.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Is he? Do you think he is?
Yeah. I don't think he's ever gonna die.
He's not gonna.
Yeah.
As long as they keep making young chicks, he ain't going anywhere.
George, as long as he can continue to teach acting, he's gonna be.
I mean, he was in fucking Chinatown, and he was like 40 in Chinatown. You know what I'm saying?
I asked him about Bruce Lee, and you know what he said? He goes,
"What?
He was a good kid,
a sweet kid.
He was a sweet kid, nice kid." When James Hong was born, we were horse and buggy.
Man,
it was horse and buggy, and now we got fucking autonomous cars. That's how long he's been alive.
And he's in the Seinfeld with the Chinese restaurant. That's him.
Yes.
He's
Seinfeld.
Legend.
He's a legend.
Okay. So, okay. So here's the idea, George. So Maggie has basically said no more ping pong. We're not. That's the path to chaos and danger for us. No more ping pong. And she's like a high-powered lawyer now, like a criminal lawyer. And I'm a stay-at-home dad, okay? And I'm not allowed to do ping pong. I'm just allowed to just do everything and raise our kid. But our kid, who has like frizzy blonde hair and looks like Maggie, is like 10, and she's a prodigy. I mean, I'm sitting at home with the kid just being like, she's like juggling shit like while she's watching cartoons, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Oh my God, I gotta teach her, So while Maggie's at work, I'm teaching the kid, and I'm going into these underground like ping pong tournaments, and so then Maggie has this connection to Christopher Plummer.
I love Plummer so much.
I love him too. And somehow Maggie was like, let's make Christopher Plummer Fang's brother. Okay. And so Christopher Plummer is even more of like a ping pong fanatic. And he's stealing all of these children who are ping pong prodigies to steal their DNA to make perfect, fucking ping pong players, so he can, just have his army and be playing for the rest of his life and, enjoy. And so our kid is taken, and of course I'm like, oh fuck, what are we gonna do? We're told that if we tell any of the authorities that the kid's dead, and so Maggie goes into, I'm gonna fucking kill everybody in the world to find my daughter mode. Okay. So if Maggie, for the rest of this movie, and here's the thing, our relationship, Maggie, it's like, it's been strained because we're not doing the thing that we love,
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why we found each other.
Right.
So during the course of the movie, this rage that you have, I want you know how you kick ass a little bit in the first movie?
Sure.
I want you to be just constantly kicking fucking ass in this movie. Just like just beating the shit out of everyone. And every time we're just standing there and you're just standing, just fucking, and everyone's fucking, all the bad guys are dropped around us. And I turn to you and I'm just like, that is so fucking hot. You know what? And then like it's our relationship is like rekindled. I'm like, oh fuck yeah, that's the Maggie I married. You know? And then okay. And you know that scene where we're like face to face and like we pan out and we're like, oh, I'm gonna miss you. And then we pan out and like you're like on me.
Yeah.
I'm like holding you. I want to reverse that. I want you to be holding me.
Oh, perfect.
You pan out and you're I don't know how we're gonna, maybe I'll put myself on wires or something. Okay, so and I'm pretty sure that you can hold me, Mag.
I think I could.
Yeah. So Maggie's kicking ass the whole movie. Okay. So George. Uh-oh. I think I upset Maggie. Is she all right? Did she pass out?
Oh, I'm here. I'm just grabbing something.
Okay. Okay. So George, this is where George is at. Tell me if you dig this, George.
All right.
And you digging this so far?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. Okay. So George, you go into deep fucking black ops since we last saw you. You go into like mind control, LSD, you know, territory.
I love it.
Remote viewing territory. Okay. So now Maggie and I are just like, fuck, who can we go to help us? and the only person that we know that can help us is you. Okay.
I think I even have that bottle of that liquid stuff that you're just putting it in your nose as I'm talking.
You craft it however you want. You're like fucking Hendrix. You're like Hendrix. You know, you're dipping in the LSD and you're just like fucking wrapping around your head. And you got the beard. You're just fucking, you're all dreaded out. And this is how we find you. And we're just like, oh, fuck. But no, because you're a fucking Jedi now. Okay. You're constantly tripping your balls off. You're just like, you're out of your fucking gourd crazy. But you have these flashes of, wait a minute, I know where she is. You know, you have these like, you'll like touch a ping pong ball and you'd be like, and you'll have like these like,
everything's all purple. It's go purple.
And it's like a beautiful mind, you know, when you're like piecing everything together, and we use you to find her. Okay, do you dig that?
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
We're this like motley team of lunatics, and so okay, so and then James. I don't know what I'm gonna do with James, but I there's a part where I want to come to him with the daughter to say, you know, help train me, you know, help us. And he's basically just like a recluse. He's just by himself, and he's learned the art. I'm sorry, this is terrible. He's learned the art of playing with oneself. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm finding. But he's just, and this is the trick that allows us to. It's basically the backspin that he teaches us. You know, in the first movie, it was the backhand.
Yeah.
This is about the backspin, and we use the fucking backspin to navigate like these crazy robot ping pong gauntlets at the end in order to get to the kid in this crazy, you know, dungeon. So that's that. Anyway, I just, you know, there's this moment with there's this moment with Dietrich. Remember Dietrich Bader?
Oh, sure.
And it's like this is like the crux to this moment where we find out that Fang is still alive. Okay. So Maggie and I and George, we get this lead. George is like, let's go to this high class party. And so we're all dressed to the nines, you know, and George shaves down and he's back in his fucking, you know, tuxedo, but he's still fucking woo. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, okay, just fucking hold it together. And and Maggie's there, and she fucking looks gorgeous. She looks like a fucking, you know, spy. And I'm there trying to look, you know, semi-okay. And then I see Dietrich Bader tending bar. And I'm just like, what the fuck, man? And I'm just, and like that's our clue. You realize, oh, that's the guy we're gonna find here. So we find Dietrich, and I'm talking to him. He's like, oh, hey, oh yeah, I remember you. You know, I was like, hey, yeah. And he goes, yeah. Oh yeah, no, I stopped being a courtesan years ago. You know, it's being like, oh yeah, good, yeah. He's like, I just turned around to Fang one day and I said to him, listen, pal, I'm not sucking any more dicks for you anymore. I'm done licking ass for you. And I'm just like, he's not sucking dicks for me. Or he's not licking ass for me. You know, it's like that moment. And then I'm just like, wait a minute. What do you mean you told Fang? You know, and then he's like, oh yeah, Fang's alive. It's just like, what the fuck? And then we find out that we just killed his clone in the first movie. And the real Fang is this like mad scientist who is kind of like a Cain and Abel story, where he used to play with Christopher Plummer when they were kids all the time. And Plummer was just always better than him. And Christopher was always trying to, you know, Fang was always trying to fucking beat him, and he never could. And so Plummer was always in search of the great opponent, you know? So he makes this clone out of Fang, which is the one that we know, to compete against. Okay? But he was never, he still wasn't perfect enough, you know? So Fang was the first clone, essentially. So now we're talking to the real Chris Walken. So now we got our crew together. So now we have the real Chris Walken on our side. We got Maggie kicking ass. We got George kicking ass. We got me doing my thing. And so now the band is back together. You see what I'm doing here? You digging all this?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, man. Good. Good. All right. We're on the right track.
What did he do at the end?
What do you want me to give it away? Okay, so so what happens at the end is, you know, we go to the belly of the beast, you know, the Death Star basically, and we track all the kids to this underground facility where they're holding them and training them in these fucking, you know, robotic high tech, you know, fucking ping pong gauntlets. And we have to fight our way through fucking robots and fucking clones in order to save the children.
And I think I'm high, but that's just what I'm like, this is real? What the fuck?
You're a Jedi. There are moments there where we're just like, what the fuck is George doing? And you're like levitating, you know, in the corner. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I thought I would be levitating. I thought I would be floating.
Listen, whatever you want to do. Listen. I'm just making an outline, a map. I'm turning you into a Jedi, George. You know, I fucking want to see Maggie kicking the ass the entire movie. And so listen,
I love it.
That's the first draft, and then I'll pass it over. I'll send it over to you guys, and you look at it, and just, you know, I want this for just tweak in the notes. I want this for my character. It's fucking, you know, join the Caravan Productions.
Shit. You know what? I'll only do it if we can get blown up again, like we did when we were running out of that room and that guy set those fucking detonators to 10.
I still have pieces of ceramic in my ass from that. Those ceramic shards.
Remember the first time it just kind of went, and they're like, no, it's gotta blow up. You gotta believe it. They're shooting. And that dude was at lunch. You could just see him like filling up the musket with more powder. And I remember I looked at you guys were like just arched back. Oh, in the side. And then I said, "Are you guys all right?" And you're like, "You're bleeding." I had that fucking cuts on my side of my face. I am. I'm like, fuck. I looked at you guys. I was worried about you. You're like, "You're bleeding." What? Shit.
I remember that rope bridge. You know, I'm wearing the bionic outfit and they're shooting Uzis at me on the fucking rope bridge, and the pieces of the bridge are like jumping up into my mouth. I'm just like trying, like, you know, like reacting, and the fucking dust is crazy. What a crazy. How do they do action movies? Like I heard like Harrison Ford like broke every bone in his face doing Raiders of the Lost Ark, just dragging behind the fucking truck.
They always get hurt, right, Maggie? Everybody always gets hurt.
Can't hear you, Mags. Can you hear?
No, is she muted?
Are you muted, Maggie? Magatha.
Oh my God, that's
You were. It was a silent movie.
I'm sorry, kids. No, Harrison Ford in the first Indiana Jones, he broke his leg like halfway through, like legit, like the leg was working. And then he had a stunt double who's now like a huge action director. This guy, Vic Armstrong, who's like a really big second unit director.
Yeah.
And he looked so much like him that he like shot everything like he had to because Harrison couldn't walk.
Right.
It was really bad.
I heard from dragging behind the truck, little pebbles would jump up and he fucking broke a tooth. Another one hit his fucking cheekbone.
Oh, I happened to be on this movie. I just did this movie with Michael Keaton and Sam Jackson, and we were in Romania. And I was bent over running away from these squibs, and it was like burning my ass, like my ass and my legs, like it was hitting me, and I was being burned. And like, you know, and I said to them, I was like, I'm being burned. And I had to like pull my pants down, obviously, like in my tent on set, so that my costumer could look at like what was happening. And of course, you know, it's like a sausage fest, and like I'm the woman, and everyone's like, oh, you know, it's not that bad, you know, that kind of shit, right? So I do it again, and then it happens again worse because they're not listening to me.
Oh.
And then after that, I just had a meltdown, and I was like, you have to, you know, you got to get mad for people.
No, you got to take care of yourself. You know, I mean, it's like
you have to take care of you. Although I will say the most dangerous thing for me when George's face was bleeding and we get that pot exploded was that when the chaos we had all died down, James Hong's hand was like in my inner thigh. It was like his hand. I was like, I looked up and I was wearing that little short dress. So his hand was just like 3 inches down from my like vulva. He's got his whole hand gripped in my inner thigh.
Wow.
I looked down, I said, James. And he goes, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm worried. Are you okay or not okay?
That's fucking hilarious. Jesus.
You were worried about my inner thigh?
Fuck.
He was desperately worried about my inner thigh.
Oh, James.
He didn't know. And he forgot to remove it. You know what I mean? Like, we're like, oh, is everybody okay? And he just still had the hand there. And I had to, I'm sorry. That's a little close. I mean, can you imagine these days? You guys, can you imagine that happening right now?
Oh,
yeah.
Remember the cue cards in that restaurant behind me were these fucking huge ass billboards in there with all his words on there. So he's
his cue cards. That's why Dan, I feel like Dan, can you make James blind? Like the reason why he's
already blind.
Huh?
He's already blind and he's
no, but
blind.
like in the movie, like that's the reason why he had to train himself to play.
He was blind. He was blind.
Oh, he was blind in the movie? Perfect.
Yeah, he's already
You're
blind.
right, he was blind. He was blind.
Yeah. And
that's right, he was blind. So how did he know where my inner thigh was?
Bingo. Yeah, you know, they feel faces. They feel your face.
He feels just like crevices.
He feels thighs.
He's a crevice.
Oh, it's Maggie. It's Maggie.
Run over.
On that note, okay. I love you guys.
I love you
so much.
I can't wait to be on set again. I can't wait to be on set again for the next one, which
me too.
I'm gonna. Good man, good. I'm gonna make it happen. I'm gonna finish the script this year, not this year, but in the fucking summer. I'm gonna do it and get it to you guys. And thank you for coming on to Fogler's Fiction.
It would make me happier. Absolutely, I love you guys.
Man.
Love you so much. And miss you guys, and hope to see. Let's have another dinner when people have dinner again.
Yeah, I'm planning on being back in the States in the summer, so I'll
great.
Hopefully I'll be handing a script to you guys.
That's so exciting.
Yeah.
And Dan, thank you for writing a script for us during your big movie career, like in the middle of it, like just like during your breaks.
Yeah, you know, I just had a little downtime while I was organizing the festival and shooting Fantastic Beasts 3. I love you.
True talent. Love you guys.
Love you guys. Bye.
Bye. That was awesome.
Be well. Yeah, it's fucking amazing.
Be good, brother.
Yeah, man. You too, Danny. See you, brother.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Well, that was the Balls of Fury reunion panel, and that was a ton of fun. Oh my God, the Christopher Walken stories are so good. Dan's impression of Christopher Walken also really, really good. What's up to the folks that are joining us in chat? I wanted to say what's up to Katrina Marie Hart, who was watching a bit earlier, and Antonio, James, Zappy. What's going on, man? Kurt Bros in the house, loving Maggie Q. Claire is just going bananas on our YouTube stream with a bunch of great questions. Sorry that Christopher Walken did not show up, but I did want to let you know what's going on later on today. We're going to be streaming all day into the night here, Pacific Standard Time. Coming up in just a few, we're going to have Dan sitting down with George St. Pierre. They're getting ready for that. We're going to have Bob Odenkirk in the house. That is going to be a lot of fun coming up in about an hour and a half. So Bob Odenkirk is going to be 3:15. And then the 4:20 break, guys, that's going to be so much fun, so much live high chatter. Dan, myself, Cooper Andrews, Seth Gilliam, and we basically gave the Zoom link out to a whole bunch of the Walking Dead guys, and we're just going to see who pops up. It's going to be a lot of fun. And we are going to debate the best stoner movie of all time in a bracket challenge. We're also going to have Jackie Tone later on, Brooklyn Gladiator, Heavy Metal Comics, and more. Tomorrow, for those of you that are going to join us again tomorrow, Ross Marquand will be here doing some impressions. Phil Lamar is going to be here doing a read of Dan's comic Fish Kill. We're going to have a Fanboys reunion panel. We've got Kyle Newman, Sam Huntington, Chris Marquette, Jay Baruchel is in the house. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a cosplay contest at 3 p.m. We're going to have Mads Mikkelsen. Mads freaking Mikkelsen, the new Grindelwald. He is also Galen Erso, and he is in Hannibal with Dan. I think he eats Dan's brains, if I'm not mistaken. So all of that's coming up tomorrow. But, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned right here to Fogler's Fiction Fest. Share this stream out into your Facebook or your YouTube. We're streaming live on NerdBot. And coming up in just a minute, Dan sits down with MMA legend GSP, George St. Pierre. We'll see you soon.
Standing 5'10", weighing 175 pounds of pure heart and muscle. George St. Pierre.
Like, how do you like to be announced? Do you like GSP or do you like George?
Yeah,
St. Pierre?
whatever.
Whatever.
George Rush St. Pierre. That's how they used to do in the UFC back then.
Yeah, what's the Rush all about? Is that from the band Rush? What is that?
Early on in my career, I used to finish all my fight in less than a round, in a few minutes. So they call me Rush. I'm in a rush. Then after a while, you can't always fight like this because you take a lot of risk, and if you're constantly blindly on offense, you have no defense, so you can get caught. So as the opponent get better, you need to change, and that's what happened.
Are you you're in Montreal right now?
Yeah, everything is locked down here, man. It's crazy.
It's a good place to be locked down, man. I love it there.
Yeah, I can't complain. I mean, I have a great situation. My life is beautiful. I mean, it's just sad to see some of my friends like Eric. Eric has probably to close his school. It's really sucks. You know, it's very bad.
He had to close, huh?
I don't know what's gonna happen, but now he had to go to Bangladesh, and then I don't know if he's gonna close it, but it doesn't look good. You know, it's very bad.
Okay, so that's too bad. To give the audience just a little recap here. The reason, if you're sitting there going, how do these guys know each other? So I was studying mixed martial arts at Mushin Martial Arts Center in Manhattan that George just referenced, and Eric is the sensei there, and I guess they're closing down, but Mike Madrano, who's also a UFC guy, he's my main trainer there, and we were kind of sitting around one day, and we were in between training, and we were talking about movies, and Eric said, you know, it's hard to watch these action films nowadays because, and it's hard for mixed martial artists to watch action films in general, fight films, because they see that it's not real. So they're taken right out of it. And I was like, man, I would love to watch I would love to make a movie that mixed martial artists want to watch, you know? And so he said, well, if you have a movie, I know George St. Pierre, and he wants to get into movies. And I said, well, that's interesting. I have this comic book called Brooklyn Gladiator, and it's this dystopian sci-fi film that's like Blade Runner style, and it has these gladiatorial death matches, and I thought, man, it would be amazing to fill out the cast with like authentic mixed martial arts guys. So then the next thing I know, and you want to talk about kismet. So this is crazy, man, because the next thing I know, I'm at a con in Montreal, because he just planted that seed in my head, and I was like, okay, cool, I'll think about it. The next thing I know, I'm at a con seated right next to you. You remember that?
Yeah.
So I'm just like, whoa, okay. When am I gonna, strike up a conversation with him about Mushin and Eric and everything? And I'm sitting there and I have all my comic books laid out on the table, and George leans over and he's like right next to me. And George leans over and he goes, that guy kind of looks like me, And I was like, hey, you know what? You're right.
No hair.
No hair, man. And I thought, well, that is interesting. That's the universe basically put us together there to chat about it. And we've been talking about it since, and it's been on my mind ever since. And I really think that I want you to be John Miller, in the adaptation of the movie, man. I think that in homage to the action flicks of the 90s that we grew up on, that we loved, and Schwarzenegger and Jean-Claude Van Damme and all these guys whose English isn't their first language, so they fucking talk with their fists, man. You know what I'm saying? And so
that's right.
Yeah. So I wanted to get into that with you because you started, you always talk about how fighting isn't the end all be all for you, that you want to explore more things, and you're already getting into film and television. I mean, you're doing okay, so you did most recently you were in you're doing The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which is really exciting.
Yeah, it's gonna be out this year. I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, so you're bringing back your character, Batroc, right?
The good news is they're giving me more material to play with, and they develop the character more, and they make me more badass in it. So it's I think it's pretty cool. It's a great homage to the Leaper, because he's a real character. He's not a superhero, but he's a real character of the Marvel universe. So people will be thrilled. It's a lot of fun.
I was wondering, because there are a couple of French Marvel characters, you know, like Gambit.
Yeah.
He's from New Orleans, but he's got that French twang. Yeah. There's some guys from Alpha Flight. You ever heard of Alpha Flight? That's like
I did not know.
That's like the Canadian X-Men, Wolverine.
Okay. Yeah. Wolverine is Canadian. Wolverine.
Yes. And Wolverine, that's Wolverine's early comics. He would clash with Alpha Flight. And so, you know, you never know. I know you got this character going, but there are French characters down the line that you could play, man. You know?
Yeah. And now I'm really a lot more focused on this. I have an acting class every week. I have theater. I have stuff for audition. I have also acting for camera. So I'm really into it. English class. So all the TH word, these thing, like these things that I have a very hard time to pronounce, you know. So I'm really into it. You know, as much energy I put into my training to become champion, now I'm putting it into to improve as an actor. The thing in fighting, we say mixed martial art. There's a big artistic aspect. People that will lift their eyebrows when I say that, but the idea for a mixed martial art, it's not only to win, it's to have a beautiful win, a beautiful highlight, to showcase a technique that is clean, to showcase something that even if you're not a fan of fighting and you watch it, you'll be like, wow, that was beautiful. A little bit like, for example, Wayne Gretzky in hockey or Michael Jordan in basketball. You don't need to be a fan of basketball, but when you see Jordan jumping and doing something beautiful, even though you don't know nothing about basketball, you're like, wow, that was beautiful. So it's a little bit the idea of a mixed martial art. The ultimate goal is to win, but it's also to execute or perform something that is beautiful, like an highlight that it makes you look good, that a technique that is beautiful. And so now I'm transcending that idea of mixed martial art, that thing that I wanted to do in something beautiful in a real fight. Now I want to do it into acting, you know, something that I can carry on my shoulder, a character and doing something beautiful, which is in a behavior mode or in an action mode. You know, I really enjoyed it. It's an artistic expression that I think join the sport and the movies together.
You know, Dan, I mean, anyone that rolls their eyes at that should remember what, you know, Daniel Day-Lewis said about acting. Daniel Day-Lewis said that acting is like, you know, being an actor is like being a boxer. And I think that's very interesting with the, you know, the endurance, the longevity of the career. When you're on set, I mean, you know, it's exhausting. The normal person who's not ready for it can't do it unless they're prepared. You know, and the fact that you have to, like, you can't just keep on going. You have to take a step back. You have to train. You have to prepare for a part, and you do your best, you know, to win. I think that there's definitely a lot of in all art forms. You know, there's dancing. You know, I think that all of these things are connected, and that if
it's an expression. One of the example also, fighting is not only physical, it's also a mental warfare. A good example of that, that was, to me, it was an expression, but it helped him to make his victory more complete. For example, when Conor McGregor won the title, when he fight Jose Aldo, he played a very, very good mental warfare. He made it in a way that Jose Aldo was so much enraged, so angry at Conor McGregor. And Conor McGregor planned it perfectly. He played a perfect mental warfare. He was waiting for it. So he was baiting him with all kinds of insult and mind game. Jose Aldo lost. He went blindly on offense right in the beginning of the fight, forgetting everything. He went with his emotion, And McGregor right away was waiting for that mistake, counter him, and won the fight. A lot of people, they talk about Conor McGregor being very accurate, having a great timing. It's true. But the whole setup, the table was made before even the fight started.
The other thing is repetition. You talk about the repetition. And it's the same, it's very similar with acting, you know, when in theater, the rehearsal, the over and over and over and over. So something becomes so second nature that you don't think about it, you know, that it becomes, like you say, like tying your shoe, you know. I think that
it's a cruise control. It's a cruise control. You don't want to think during a fight because you don't have time to think. You want it to be an automatic reaction. Same thing when you play a mental warfare. It doesn't mean you're an asshole, but you will play a character to trying to make your opponent out of his comfort zone, to trying to bring him into, for example, a slugfest with you, because you know that's the only way you can beat him. That's a lot of my opponents have tried that with me. They know if they stay technical and by the book, they will never beat me. So they try to make me commit into that emotion, to engage into a slugfest in order to have that, for example, it's like you flip a coin when you do a slugfest, you know, so that's my goal fighting those guys, was to not commit into that. So it's a little bit the parallel of being an actor. It's a little bit in fighting as well. It doesn't mean a lot of guys you see, a lot of boxer and fighter that you think they're the most arrogant people, the way they talk, they're not necessarily bad guys. They do that to engage war with their opponent. It's like a chess game. And the fight starts when you sign the contract. It doesn't even start when the bell rings. That's what people forget sometimes. So that's just the surface of it. When you go beneath it, you discover a whole other world.
So when you're on set and you're doing these movies, and you're not getting that contact, you know, during the fight scenes, is it? I mean, it's still fulfilling and still exciting. Do you do your own stunts and stuff? Like, what do you?
For example, in the Winter Soldier and the Falcon and Winter Soldier, I had the chance to work with an incredible stunt double team. I can do a lot of the stuff myself because I'm a gymnast myself. I'm not a very good gymnast, but I've been doing gymnastics for more than 10 years. So all the gymnastic stuff, tumbling, parkour, I can do a little bit of those. However, there's things that is a different level. Like when I shoot the Winter Soldier or the Falcon and the Winter Soldier series that will come out, a lot of time I need the stunt double. A lot of the stuff, like, it's just incredible. Some of the guys, they do some stuff that you would believe that they had some cable attached to them, but they doing it like without it. It just they're really like real superheroes to me. They're incredible martial artists and acrobatic athletes. And also in a movie set, a lot of people sometimes they forgot that for the movie, what they need is the face. So they cannot take the chance to hurt the main actor because they need him as his face. So when they have something dangerous to do, they will ask the stunt double. It's sad to say, but that's their job. You know, that's their main focus. You know, that's what they're paid for. They're professional into it.
Sure, man. So but that's good to know because that's awesome that you do parkour, because or you can, you know, fake it because or at least get into the motion and have a stuntman complete it, you know.
I have done a lot of the stuff, a lot of the fight scenes, but some certain moves that you see are not made by myself, or made by my stunt double. Like, for example, when I fought Steve Rogers in the Winter Soldier, the most part of the fight scene was made with me and Chris Evans' stunt double. Most part of it. However, there's certain moves that when he throw me and I do like a backflip with a double tuck. I didn't do that myself. I had my stunt double to do it for me. So it makes me look good, you know, but it wasn't me.
That's good. That's good to know that you can at least, you know, fake it. You know, you can at least go into it. Because the John Miller characters, that's how he travels at night, is parkour. He's like, it's like constant fog, and he just, you know, pays attention to his senses and just his, you know, he just is able to just move in this blind essentially. So I just see these scenes where he's running over the rooftops, just acting on instinct, and it's good to know that you can at least look like doing it. Yeah.
There's different ways to be a martial artist. You can be a martial artist to be a performer in terms of a fighter. You know, if you specialize in that, normally you specialize in that. If you put like 90%, 95% of your time of being a fighter in terms of performance, winning fights, of course, because you don't put as much time to become a choreograph or like, you know, like for example, the stunt double are incredible martial artists, but they're more choreographed. They're not really specializing in fighting. I mean, they can fight for sure. They can defend themselves, but in terms of world-class fighting, they're more specialized into choreography. So some people are more into philosophy. Example, Bruce Lee was a great philosopher. He changed my life. I wrote his book. It was amazing. You know, all the insight he gives, like use your longest weapon against his nearest point, you know, like the teep, you know, the front leg teep hitting your opponent legs. Stuff like that are amazing, but it's philosophy. You know, you can be a fighter. Me, I was more a fighter, you know, I did it, you know, and there's guys that my stunt double are more choreographed, you know. There's different ways to be a great martial artist. Like an actor, there are guys that are more into theater, some are more into like in camera. There's different specification. Same thing in martial art, and the character in your comic book, he's a great fighter, but he's also a good parkour guy. He's a, you know, he does it all. You know what I mean? He's a real kind of superhero guy. You know what I mean?
One thing I wanted to say is that the age that you're at, 37, right? You're
39.
39. That's the age for actors when they start to really start working. Did you know that?
I didn't know. No.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
All through acting school, my teachers are like, "Hey, you're great, but you're not really gonna work until you're in your late 30s." And I was like, "What?" I'm like, 20. I'm just like, "What are you talking about?" And but they were right. Like you pay your dues along the way, and you have, but I didn't really find my voice and find myself until I was in my late 30s. So here you are. You're at the perfect point in your life to start doing this, man.
That's very interesting, Dan, that you mentioned it. I didn't know that, and now that you mention it, it makes a lot of sense, because in fighting, I would say normally, it's different for everybody. You're in your peak, I would say, in between 25 and 35. That's when physicality meet knowledge at its peak. But in terms of acting, it's very interesting. You say about 40 years old is when you're in your prime, so to speak. It's very interesting. It's good to know.
Think about all your favorite actors. They did their best work in their late 30s and for it's true. So you ever seen the movie Way of the Peaceful Warrior with Nick Nolte?
I'm not sure if I did. Peaceful Warrior. I'm not sure if I did this. I could have seen it.
Check it out, because I think all athletes should watch this movie. But it's about finding your inner chi, your energy, and how when you find that energy, when you're so in the moment, you can transcend and you can do superhuman things. Bruce Lee talks about that.
Mm.
So I want to get into that with you a little later, but let's talk about Bruce for a second. Is he your favorite? Is he your favorite action star? Like, if you had your druthers, like if you could be like, best case scenario, my career is like Bruce Lee and this guy and this guy. Like, who are your top three?
Very interesting. My what I would say in terms of life motivation, life achievement, I would say Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I'm gonna explain to you why.
Okay.
Bruce Lee is one of them, but in terms of philosophy, Royce Gracie, I would say in terms of fighting, because he was the first one to achieve what he did. But in terms of achievement, Arnold Schwarzenegger came into America. He didn't have money. He made money in real estate. So he achieved, in business, he achieved it in business. Then after, he was doing bodybuilding. So he achieved it in sport. Then after, he's like, you know what, I'm going into movies. He achieved it into movies as well, into entertainment. And then after he got, you know what, I'm going into politics. You know what I mean? I'm not, saying he's a good politician or not, or yes, but the reason why I think is incredible what he did is he achieved 4 major things. He succeeded in 4 different things that most human beings cannot do one in their whole lifetime. For me, in terms of life achieving, if this guy would tell me, oh, I'm going to go on the moon, I will believe him, because nothing can stop him. He has such an incredible willpower and determination. So for me, in terms of what I idolize for an individual, it's his determination. Nothing stopped him. He for sure, he had so many obstacles, and one door was not open, but he went through the other one. And if there were no door open, he'd break into one. You know what I mean? And I really admire that about that human being mentality. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's why, in terms of life achieving, for me, he's my GOAT. And my greatest of all time in terms of life achieving. In terms of philosophy, in terms of martial art philosophy, Bruce Lee. Really, I like Bruce Lee. What he brings, like, he was one of the first to say that, you know what, I'm gonna take everything that I like from every martial art, every combat sport, even fencing was not even considered like a real combat sport, but from everything, dancing, fencing, everything, and he took every piece of it, and he take what is good for him, and the rest that is not good, he throw it away. And that's one of the things I got from Bruce Lee. Royce Gracie was for his fighting. He was competing at a time there were no weight class, no rules. Man, that should have been so frightening. If you look at the guy you're going up against, they were so intimidating. And I really idolize him in terms of performance, because when I was young, I was bullied at school. And I was scared to go at school sometimes, because I know I was going to get my butt kicked.
Yeah.
And when I saw Royce Gracie achieving what he did during UFC, I felt a little bit like what I wanted to do back then. That's what I wanted to achieve, but I never did it. I never, beat my bully, unfortunately. But that's why he became my idol. So I saw a little bit of what he did. Like, man, I wish I would have done that when I was at school, but I was not strong enough. I was not good enough. But he did it in the sport of mixed martial arts. So he really became my inspiration in terms of martial art, in terms of performance.
Speaking of, just to go back to Bruce Lee for a second, did you hear about this documentary called Be Like Water that's coming out?
Oh, is a new one coming out? I heard, but I didn't know it was coming out. I didn't know it was. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's called Be Like Water, and it's supposedly really amazing found footage of him, just being a lot of footage of him just being himself. you know, just on the moments where he didn't know the camera was rolling. And I think that I'm just really excited to see that. I'm going to see that in like a couple days, I think. But you should check it out, man, if you're a Bruce Lee fan.
Man, I'm going to check out for sure. I
Yeah.
thought all the documentary about Bruce Lee were already out. I'm gonna check it out as soon as we hang up. That's what I'm gonna do right now. My God.
Aquafina, you know Aquafina. She's like rapper, actress. She's one of the producers on it. So okay, let's talk about Chi for a second, because we're talking about Bruce Lee. I don't know if you've ever had any situations where you actually felt this energy that is inside all of us. I have. And Bruce Lee certainly talks about it, talking about summoning certain chi when doing things like 1-inch punches and stuff like that. And I was wondering that if, you know, was there ever a fight where you were in the middle of it and you were so in the moment that it was like strange, like you just predicted every move and you even like surprised yourself, like you were just floating, you know what I mean? Has that ever happened?
It happened many times, not only in the fight, but in training. Sometimes when you're in this mental state that you're very focused.
Yeah.
What is important, I think, and people, when I say focus, is very important as when you perform and when you want to perform to the best of your ability, you do not want to be too focused. But if you're too focused, for example, if you're fighting and you're too focused, if I can use that term, it's not really the right term, but you're just focusing on what's ahead of you, which is your opponent. You cannot see what's going on over here because you're only here. You cannot see how much time left in the fight. You cannot hear what your coaches are saying to you, what his coaches are saying to him. And this is important. And if you're not focused enough, you're distracted, you know, boom, there's something that's going to get you that you haven't seen. So you need to be in the perfect zone. When I'm fighting, when I had my best performance in fighting, I'm focused on my opponent. I know how much time left. I know what my corner is saying to me. I know where my friends are sitting in the arena in relation of where I am right now. I know where Dana White is. I know where my favorite actors is. I know, you know, and you talk about being in the zone. It happened to me a few times that I'm in the middle of a fight. And if you watch the movie Rocky, you see Rocky, sometimes it goes slow motion. Similar things happen to me during a fight. I remember I was in a fight against BJ Penn.
Yeah.
And I had BJ Penn against the fence in an over-under clinch position. And what I'm gonna say is the truth. I'm focusing. What I'm saying, not too focused, but like things start to get in slow motion. I'm in over-under position, and I'm in a very tough fight. I'm bleeding. My first fight with BJ Penn was horrible. One of the hardest fight of my career, probably the hardest one in terms of pain that I've endured. My nose is bleeding. I lost the first round. I'm banged up. I'm in the second round and second or third round, but I got him against the fence, and I look across the fence, and I look and I see Cindy Crawford, the actress Cindy Crawford, and I tell myself, I'm like, wow, she's so beautiful. She's even more beautiful in reality than when I saw her in the movies. And I look next to her and I see her husband. I'm like, oh shit, her husband is looking at me, staring at his wife. And I'm like, of course he does. I'm the one doing the show right now. And I'm like, go back to yourself, and I keep fighting. But this little moment happened so fast in my mind. It was just a little distraction, but just to show you how, when I say you're in the zone, everything is slow like the Matrix. You see the bullet coming, and then I had time to think about these stupid thoughts in my mind while I was in the middle of a war. I really, like, I would say the most brutal fight of my career. So, because I was in the zone.
That's so funny, man. I love that. Speaking of the Matrix, guys, so the team I want to the stunt team that I want to get together for Brooklyn Gladiator, the film, is a combination of Matrix stunts guys that I've met over the years, because I did a movie called Mars Needs Moms back in the day, made friends with all those guys. And I met the team. You ever seen a movie called Old Boy?
Oh boy. You know, Dan, the thing is, when you say a movie to me, don't forget that I speak English, since I would say, not like, my English has got much better than how it used to be. So a lot of the movie title that you give me, I might have seen the movie, but in French, with the lips, you know. My name is George. So sometimes maybe I've seen Old Boy, but I cannot remember, because the movies might be in French. Back then I used to watch a movie in French, like some of the old movies. Now I watch original version, of course. So that's why sometimes you tell me a name of a movie, I might have seen it, but maybe in my mind, from my memory perspective, it's not Old Boy, it's a Vieux Garçon, or I don't know what it's called.
Right. Well, that people who know that movie, they know it for these. It's the first movie. They remade it with Josh Brolin, but the first version, the Korean version, I met the stunt team for that, and people who know the movie, I mean, basically he's a one-man army. He's like, it's just him with his fists just beating the shit out of guys with like pipes and knives and fucking chains. He's disarming them. He's taking hits, but he's just like, it's just amazing. So you should watch that movie. I think you'd dig it. And also, Old Boy. And have you seen the John Wick movies?
Absolutely, of course, huge fan.
Good. So I've met a couple of those guys. So I'm putting together like this perfect stunt team for this, you know.
Wow. And you know what I like about it is it's stuff that really works in real fight. You know what I mean? It's flamboyant, but it's not unreal. It's real. You know what I mean? A lot of time you see fight scene in movie, it's very flamboyant, but it can't work in real life. John Wick stuff, it's real stuff. Like that's why I really like about it. You know?
Yeah, he's really doing like jujitsu. He's really doing chokeholds, right? You can see it. He's really doing the real stuff, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. It's stuff that you learn in the first week of training, and a lot of the stuff are fundamental moves that you learn, and it's actually what's worked. You know what I mean?
What do you think of Keanu, man? He's like a prodigy, right? Between freaking the Matrix and the Wick movies, and I mean, he's just like nonstop, right?
Yeah, I've heard. I don't know if I've heard he trained also. Like he really trained, like legit, like martial artists in terms of fighting. You know, like a lot of guys, like I say, they choreograph. They specialize in choreography, but he can fight. The guy can fight. And I think he's Canadian as well. Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
I think he is. And I only heard great stuff about him. And what a great actor. I really enjoy his movie. His movies are sensational. It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm a fan of his too, man. Okay, so I was doing some research on you, and I was watching the Joe Rogan podcast that you recently did with him, and so I was wondering, well, first of all, you've been training with Freddie Roach. Is that recent, or yeah?
No, it's been many years now.
Many years.
It's been many years. Yeah.
What I find him so fascinating, man. I kind of want to base the manager, trainer character in Brooklyn Gladiator on a Freddie Roach kind of character. Why is he so great, man? What makes him so special?
He's great because he understands, for a martial artist like me, he can go beyond boxing. His knowledge is applicable. He can adjust himself to make his techniques applicable into mixed martial art, because don't forget that boxing it's a very limited form of fighting. There are not a lot of things that you're allowed to do in boxing. I mean, they're very specialized at what they do. They're the best in the world at what they do. But in terms of a real fight,
your hands are tied.
There's nobody that will break the clinch. Elbows, grabbing, kicking. You know, it's not like a real fight. However, his specialty, that is boxing, he can modify it and makes it more applicable for example, a guy like me who trains mixed martial arts. So what he teach me, it's not necessarily exactly the same thing that he will teach Manny Pacquiao. Because for example, if you bubble and weave when you're in close quarters, the guy will knee you or will grab you in a tight clinch and knee you. So it's a lot of stuff that you need to throw out the window. And there's a lot of other stuff that he knows that is like dirty boxing that are not allowed in boxing, but we can do in mixed martial arts. And so he can expand on these stuff that normally he cannot probably expand because it's limited to the boxing rules. So that's why I love Freddie Roach. He's an incredibly brilliant mind, not only of boxing, of fighting as well. That's why there's great boxing coach out there, but there's not a lot of boxing coach that can adjust into mixed martial art. And Freddie Roach is one of them that can do both.
Intermittent fasting. That's what I did. I did that. We talked about that a little bit in Montreal when I met you. I was 270 pounds. I lost, so now I'm around 200. And so I lost about 70, 80 pounds. And doing that has changed my life. You talk about how, I mean, it's true. I eat maybe one meal a day and I feel great, and I train on an empty stomach, and I feel even clearer, because talk about how you have to give your body a break. You have to give your body a chance to heal. And we're on this schedule of 3 meals a day, and you got to clean your plate, and I spent some time in Italy, and I actually lost weight in Italy because they only have that one meal and that big meal in the middle of the day. And I was like,
you lost weight in Italy. You're pretty good, my friend.
Right? But the thing about Italy is that you have the one big meal in the middle of the day, and it's delicious, but it's the ingredients are not.
It's the capital, is the center of the world for food. It's like,
So it's in America, everything's processed, and that's how I lost my weight, and that's how I got into semi shape. I did intermittent fasting, and I stopped having processed foods, and I stopped having any foods that were like mucus forming, which is a huge epidemic in at least in the States. People not being able to digest correctly. Yeah. And so how's that been for you, man? Is that
for me? I mean, there's a lot of different ways of trying to lose weight and get fit in terms of eating, right? There's so many. I try to keep it simple. I hear Neil deGrasse Tyson saying the same thing, and I thought it was very smart. He says, it's in science, nothing is created, nothing is lost. Everything is transformed. It's a principle of science. So in a way, I'm just trying to burn more calorie working out, moving, than I do as consuming. That's it. And the best way to do it is by doing fasting, because you're limiting your window of consuming those calories. So that's why I did it. And one of the main reasons why I started, it's not necessarily because I wanted to lose weight. It's because I was diagnosed with a condition called ulcer colitis.
Right.
After my fight with Michael Bisping, I was trying to put on weight to compete, which was a mistake, by the way. I should have just stayed at my healthy weight, but I tried to put on weight because I thought that in order to have a better performance against the champion in a heavier weight class division, I need to get heavier myself. And the answer was that it was a mistake, because I felt like the weight that I put on was kind of a bag that when you put a bag on your shoulder and you carry a bag, it was a lot of water retention. It didn't feel like it was solid, lean muscle. And I, overfeeding myself with the stress, I developed a condition called ulcer colitis, which there's probably other cause to that, maybe genetic and other things that I ignore because of
a lot of people have it. A lot of people have it.
Yeah. So now I met a doctor after. Is Jason Fong. He's one of the doctor that makes a lot of study on the subject of fasting, and he treat a lot of diabetes people with fasting program, and I read a lot of stuff, and I start doing a intermittent fasting program, and also I start with right away. I'm an extremist person. I start with a prolonged fasting right off the bat, 3 days water
3 days.
fast. 3 days right away. I never fast in my life. I start with 3 days water fast.
Wow.
It was very hard in the beginning, but I'm an extreme. When I do something, I do it all, or I don't do it at all. That's the nature of who I am. So I start with 3 days right away.
Wow.
Immediately, Dan. I had very severe cramps. I had blood when I used to go to the bathroom. I was on medication. Immediately after 2 days, I saw an incredible improvement in my condition. I didn't have those cramps because, of course, I didn't feed. I didn't have any calories. So after my 3 days, when it was start to eat again, the doctor said, don't make the mistake of try to pig out. You know, don't go crazy. So I got into an intermittent fasting program, 16/8. So after my 3 days, I was allowed to feed myself, but only on a period of 8 hours during the day. And slowly, I add medication. I start to reduce my medication, and now I'm medication free. I don't need any medication. And this condition, ulcer colitis, is a condition normally that you're stuck for life with. So what I did is I used the fast. No, it's a terrible condition. It could be very bad. It could lead to Crohn's disease, then cancer. Is very bad. So I use the fasting, and also I started eating more fermented food like kimchi. I make my own jun at home. You know, like it's from a fungus and kombucha, stuff like that. So that's why I did. That's how I cure all my symptoms, and I'm medication free right now.
That's beautiful, man. Congratulations on that. A lot of people are stuck on medication for their whole life, but the 3-day thing is so important because I can do maybe 2 days. I've been working up to 3 days, but that's amazing that you did it right off the bat. The 3-day thing is really important because after 3 days, your body starts producing stem cells, and it has this amazing ability to heal itself. I mean, and that's the answer to so many different problems out there, is to just stop eating and give your body like there's animals in the wild, and if they get ill, they stop eating, and they you know, it's just, and they just drink water, and they filter any toxins out of their body. They know inherently what to do. And so it's built into our system that we have this amazing healing factor, you know, just like Wolverine. Except ours, you know.
I think it's a condition because we're conditioned by our lifestyle or society to consume. Oh, we need to eat 3 times a day. And even before, when I was trying to put on weight for Michael Bisping, I was eating 6 times a day. There's times that I was eating, I had a cramp. I kept forcing myself, and I was chewing up because my guy was telling me, oh, keep eating, protein shake, this. Man, it's insane. And I really regret that I did this because it harms my body. But some experience need to be lived, and some can be taught. But this experience needed to be lived. It was a necessary evil for me in order to understand.
So we got about 10 minutes here, and I wanted to talk to you about one of the other aspects of the character, John Miller in Brooklyn Gladiator, is that, you know, on the outside, he's this rough and tumble guy, you know, two-fisted, you know, action guy. But on the inside, he's like this blossoming, almost like a Jedi, where he's
Can't get out.
Yeah, he's having these psychic scenarios, astral projecting, and that's how he's. So at the very beginning, when you see him, he's like this Robin Hood in the sense that he's navigating the streets of New York on the astral plane, while all these, you know, Orwellian cameras constantly scrutinizing everybody's positions during the day. At night, during lockdown and curfew, he's like able to travel because he knows all the nooks and crannies from just traversing the astral plane and knowing where all the blind spots are. And so he's able to operate like that. And I was wondering if you've ever had any, you have, right? You have had astral experiences.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what is, I mean, when I was young, I used to be very traumatized. They call it sleep paralysis.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, that's the explanation that I've been given. I can't remember what happened. It's like it was a very traumatic experience for me, but I remember that it did happen to me. Psychologists would say it's called sleep paralysis. It's when you're sleeping and you kind of have the impression that you're waking up in your bed and you cannot move, and you can, because your body produces chemical, and and the part of your body the part of your brain that is like the guardian who makes the difference between what's real and what's not it's not there. So you can have those experiences, those crazy experiences. That's why it's called sleep paralysis. A lot of people went through this, and I believe that that's what happened when I was young, you know, and I had those traumatic experiences. So it's a little bit like your character, but your character is in control of it. You know, you can get out, and I was not in control of those experiences. But I can't remember. I have not any souvenirs of that. I just know that it happened because I used to tell my mom, my dad, and I used to talk about it. But those experiences that I had when I was young were so traumatic that still today, sometimes I remember I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm afraid that something happened because of those memory that have been erased, probably because of those traumatic experiences. So that's really, really crazy. People think I'm crazy, but actually I'm crazy, so I'm not afraid to show it to the world. You know?
I don't think you're crazy, man. I've had wild experiences. What I noticed from the Rogan interview is how, and from this interview, you're just so honest, man. I mean, you're just like, it doesn't seem like there's any filter. You're just like, you're just sharing, and you're you, and that's really cool, man. It's really refreshing. You know?
Some people, some of my friends, they advise me to say, hey, you shouldn't tell that. People will think you're crazy. I'm like, yeah, maybe, but maybe some people that are too shy to talk about it will recognize themselves and tell themselves that, shit, this thing happened to me as well. So maybe I'm not that crazy, because George St. Pierre have the same experience. So that's what happened. Like, I mean, I have no memories of it, but I remember when I was young and when I met Rogan, it really, what I described, it really looks like a sleep paralysis experience.
Yeah, I had that growing up. I know I had astral projection dreams. I definitely, when I was a kid, I was there were times where I couldn't move and I was like flying through the sky or something, and then suddenly I'd fall out of the sky and then I'd wake up, you know, and I was definitely out of my body, and that would happen a lot when I was a kid.
This question is that, what is consciousness? I'm a materialist. I believe we live in the material world until I have firm evidence. That's what I believe. You know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not. But there's certain experience that, like you just mentioned, like I'm sure most of people have the same experience. They wake up, they kind of sleeping, and they wake up in the middle of the night because they feel they falling. They have like a free fall, and then you're waking up. I'm sure most of your audience, people are watching this, have that experience. So is that a proof that we're more than material and there's our consciousness, or is that experience of free fall is part of our brain? It's remain inside our brain. It's an activity that only happen in the brain, which is material. So it's the big question, and I'm very. Those are the answer that keep me awake at night. You know, I'm like you. I want to learn. I want to acquire that knowledge, but we don't know. It's crazy.
Well, what's interesting is that there are people who are very in control of their astral projection abilities, and they talk about being able to do like breathing and meditation, and that they're able to control coming out of their body, that they will go to their friend's house and watch some private conversation they're having, come back into their body and call them and say, I know that you were talking about me. The people talk about that, and there's corroboration between the other person. It's like, how did they know I was talking about that?
Yeah. Is that a coincidence? Is that real? Is that like, I know, and I'm like, I want to believe it. I really want to, but it's like my mind is telling me, man, there is no evidence. You can't. But it doesn't make sense. But I'm like, it's like these experience on. I never did it, but I have some friend that did the experience on ayahuasca and stuff like that.
Ayahuasca, yeah.
And I'm against the drug in terms of fighting, in terms of if you take drugs to perform, when you sign a contract saying that I'm gonna fight fair and square, that I'm against it.
Right.
Some people sometimes they want to have certain experience. They want to investigate the meaning of life for themselves. This is up to them. I'm not against, because you're in control of your own consciousness on your own body. And what I mean? These are very serious questions that I'm asking myself sometimes. What is consciousness? Are we more than just material? Or is that something that is like more than material? And it's very interesting. And I know in sport, Dan, I know sometimes that, like, I'm doing I can't tell you that I get out of my own body and I'm, like I'm having a projection. But sometimes when I'm really focused, I'm in the water, really cold water, by the way. It's like 45 Fahrenheit, which is like maybe 5 degrees Celsius. It's very, very cold.
Yeah.
And I'm able to focus so much that it's like I'm out of, I don't feel the pain anymore. I like my whole focus. I'm able to stay in the water and not be comfortable, but I'm able to achieve some kinds of meditation. And this is something that my mind is when I'm thinking sometimes, I'm like, man, is that a proof that there might be something different than something more than the physical world? Like, and I don't know, and I can, until I have the firm evidence, I can't tell you. But there is the objective things, the thing that you can prove, like science, mathematics, are things that you can prove. When you say 2 + 2 = 4, or when you make a bridge, when an engineer make the instruction to build a bridge, you need that much cobalt, that much zinc, the beam will be 2 meters high. It's all objective. It's firm. When you talk about certain things like religion, philosophy, a lot of these stuff are subjective because you cannot prove. It's only so there's two kinds of world: the objective world and the subjective. But what we talk about now, the mind and the astral projection, we cannot yet prove it. Like, there's no evidence. And it's a very interesting subject.
Wim Hof, though, he certainly makes this stuff, this like superhuman abilities, scientific.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's just like breathing, like, and when you watch these guys, like I did this series called Story of Masters. I went around to China and Tokyo, to Japan, Okinawa. I went to all these different places, and I kind of interviewed these masters, and they all right before, when they're summoning their chi, about to punch through, stone or something, or wood, or ice, whatever the fuck they're punching through, when they're making themselves hard as steel, taking a steel rod and just like cracking it over their fucking head, like all of it, what they have in common is the summoning of the chi with the breath.
Yeah.
And so they're doing these superhuman things. Wim Hof, going up in the Himalayas in his boxer shorts and just like sweating, or whatever the fuck, right?
A normal person would die of hypothermia,
Right. But
or even when they inject them, they inject some, I think is a virus they inject, or
right.
Yeah, this is a physical proof, like this, an objective proof, but it's still like, man, we need to go deeper to in order to know, like to understand more. You know what I mean? I agree 100% with you.
Yeah. I think that there was a time, and there are still yogis out there who are very much in contact with those abilities that we used to have. I feel like over time we've gone down to 5, 6 senses, maybe 6. But in ancient times we used to have many more senses.
I agree. One of my passion is paleontology, archaeology, and I know that our ancestor draw a lot of the many cave painting, and if you investigate a lot of the religion that come from the ancient civilization, a lot of it were coming from psychedelics experience, and so there's a lot of link into the mind and experience that makes us ask the question: where are we from? What happened after we die? Is there something more? And it's very interesting world.
Let's close out with just a couple of fan questions. I said you're coming on the show onto the panel on Instagram, and so there's some people had some questions for you. Is that cool?
Yeah, absolutely.
To close it out. I know you talked about this on Rogan, but I should ask you planning on making a comeback, a fight with Khabib? You said that you wanted to make sure that you were healthy, right? Or
yeah, I'm very healthy.
Good.
We tried to make the comeback, fight Khabib before I took my retirement.
Yeah.
And it didn't work. Khabib wanted, I wanted, but UFC did not want it. And even in his last fight, when Khabib fought Gaethje, I was doing the French commentator, and I thought he was going to call me out, and he might be the only one that I might have think twice. Hey, maybe I will come back for him. But
yeah,
he took his retirement, and now I'm 39 years old, so the chances are very, very low. And I'm focusing on other thing. I cannot wait. In life, you can't wait for opportunity to show up. you need to create the opportunity yourself. You need to be more aggressive, and that's what I'm doing now with the acting stuff.
Nice. Good. I'm glad you're doing that. Do you have any favorite comic books or comic book characters like that you wish that you could play or anything like that? Oh, but I should say that.
My dream character would be a Star Wars, maybe Star Wars character, a Sith or a Jedi, but I would rather play a villain. I think villain or character are way more charismatic. And I try to be a nice guy all my life. I like to play villain.
Like in the Maul family, like in the Darth Maul family?
Oh, yeah. Big time.
That would be fucking great. Excuse my language. Okay, so that was Dan the Man -1618 asked the Khabib question. Philly Oil Slick asked the favorite comics question. What's your favorite TV show now?
There's a lot of it. I like TV show. I like.
You watching The Mandalorian?
Yeah, I watched the Mandalorian, of course. A lot of the now I'm waiting. I mean, people will laugh because we're in kind of not quarantine but lockdown, and I never really watched TV show before. I never had really much time to do it because I've been so busy. But now I'm watching Breaking Bad, and it's amazing. It's amazing. I know I'm late, but it's a masterpiece. It's amazing. I watched Prison Break. I really enjoyed the first season, and I watched the Mandalorian. I love what they did with the end. Sorry, spoilers. Luke Skywalker, the comeback of, oh man,
so cool.
They give the fans really what they want. Now that was good. Finally, so good. I loved it.
Oh, by the way, Bob Odenkirk, who is Better Call Saul on Breaking Bad.
Oh yeah.
He's I just had him on the panel, and for his movie Nobody, where you have to see this movie. It's the John Wick guy's stunt choreographer. Basically makes Bob Odenkirk looks like the baddest badass you ever saw. He's just
wow.
Kicking ass the whole movie. You should watch the movie.
He's an amazing actor. I mean, I'm in the season 3 of Breaking Bad right now. He's just incredible. He's one of my favorite characters in the show.
He's
the
great.
Lawyer. You better call Saul.
Okay, so that was ID Irizu. That was the favorite TV show. Okay, Boombox Chainsaw. How does he stay so motivated to train and stay in shape even though he's not fighting?
Well, that is the problem with fighting. I'm gonna explain to you why a lot of athletes they hang out too long into their fighting career. You see that a lot in boxing and a lot in fighting, and it's very sad to see because it's like a nightmare. It's a bad ending for a lot of them because when you're a fighter, you have a big entourage, and a lot of the people in your entourage are gaining when you're competing because they get paid by percentage or they gain more visibility, so they want you to stay there and keep competing. So they always tell you, oh, you're going to be better the next fight. But the mistake is that, you need to listen to your real friend and retire when you're on top. You know what I mean? I'm lucky enough to have real people in my entourage, so I listen to them.
George, are those you got your kids there? Are they going nuts?
It's nuts. It's a freaking zoo. I had some people in the family coming over,
That's nice. I'm gonna let you go, brother. This was really a pleasure. Thank you for coming on to Fogler's Fiction Fest, and I am really looking forward to when this movie is ready, Brooklyn Gladiator, giving you an opportunity to really, spotlight you, shine, and be the real hero and the badass, the main character in this movie.
As much as I'm focusing, I'm getting ready for a fight. Now my focus in my life switched to this. And I've done some acting stuff before when I was competing, but that was not my priority. I was doing it for fun. And I didn't realize at the time how important that was. And now it's an after career and my whole focus is on that. And I want to exceed the expectation that people put on me. And it all started with the new series, the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and it will keep going with bigger better things in the future. Thank you very much.
Knock on wood, man. You know what they say in theater? They say something really vicious, which I think is really cool for a fighter. They say, break a leg, man.
That's what I'm working on.
Good luck. Break a leg, brother. I see big things from you.
Thank you. Dan, thank you very much. Man, stay healthy, my friend. Stay good and healthy.
I will, man. You too. All right. Stay safe. Thanks again.
Cheers, man.
Okay. Bye.
Guys, this has been a wild ride, and we are just in the middle of day one of 2 days of full Fogler's Fiction Fest. I added an F. There were already 3. Now there's 4. This is an extension of the Dan Fogler 4D experience. You can hear it live in audio. You can hear Fogler, the 4D experience audio on Spotify and iTunes and all that kind of stuff. And then you get the 4D video experience on NerdBot. Every couple of weeks, we go live with Dan and some friends, and it's a lot of fun. But we're bringing to you guys 2 days. We all miss conventions. And yes, we've got this vaccine coming out, and we're all excited. And we hope to be able to get together again in a few months. But in the meantime, we're bringing convention-style fun to your home, to your cell phone, to your iPads, whatever you got. And we have had so much fun today. That Walking Dead panel was fantastic. Scott Laidler doing the sci-fi training with Dan was super fun. You just saw George St. Pierre, MMA icon, talking action films and all sorts of cool stuff with Dan. I thought the Bruce Lee stuff was fantastic. And we've got so much more in store. Join us at 4:20 for a live panel, Dan and friends, a lot of the guys from Walking Dead, Cooper Andrews, Seth Gilliam, and more. We're going to have more people on as well. We're going to debate the best stoner movies of all time at 4:20. Hey, see what we did there? Later on, we're going to have Jackie Tone. We're going to have Brooklyn Gladiator and Heavy Metal. But you heard him talk about Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad, and Dan is going to sit down with Bob Odenkirk. That is coming up next. We're going to run that for about the next 45 minutes, and then we're going to have that awesome 4:20 panel in just a little bit. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back the man, Dan Fogler, sitting down with Bob Odenkirk. We will see you soon.
I can't see you.
Here I am.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, brother. I was running because I heard your voice.
Yeah, you don't have to run.
No, I did. Listen,
how are you doing?
Listen, I'm not in as good shape as you are. You understand?
Yeah, but I think about, listen, I had to get in some decent shape. I had to. Otherwise, I would have gotten hurt. Otherwise, I couldn't have done the fighting. And then I don't know why the point of the movie is. I mean, I guess if somebody had begged me to make an action movie, I might have said yes, just out of a novelty of it. But I wanted to make this, and I wanted to learn about it and learn. I mean, part of the whole thing was are we recording?
We are, brother.
I mean, part of the motivation was to do something I'd never done and to learn, push myself physically and mentally and spiritually and do things that are just outside of my comfort zone. And part of it was to do the fighting. I mean, I love those early Jackie Chan films, and he does all his own fighting.
Yeah.
And I told an actor who I was training, and he was like, "Why are you doing that?" And I go, to do the movie. And he goes, you don't need to do any of the fighting. You can have a stuntman will do it for you.
Mm.
And I was like, I guess you could, but that's not quite the project I thought I was eager to make. Anyway, I got in good shape. I did. I mean, it's not a muscle thing though, like the superhero movies where they get you bulked up. It's not that. I'm in really good shape, but I'm not like bulked up. I'm just a lot stronger, and I can do these fight moves, and I've kept it up. I was at the gym 2 days ago, and I was today. I mean, I work out every day, but I even go to the stunt gym still, at least once a week, just because I like working out there. The guy who trained me for this movie, Daniel Bernhardt, one of the great stunt actors of our generation, maybe the greatest. You've seen him in Atomic Blonde. He fought Charlize Theron in that.
Oh, I love that
in that
scene.
knockdown,
Oh.
drag out scene. That was Daniel and Charlize. He trained me for 2.5 years and got me so I could do the fighting that you saw. You saw the movie, huh?
I did. I watched it today.
Bloody.
It's my kind of movie, man.
Oh, yeah?
Oh yeah. I would love to make a movie like this. It's the it's Nobody, okay, for everyone watching. It's the classic samurai puts up his sword, has paid his dues and wants to just have a life and just have a family, and he's pulled back into it.
Well, is he? Because he reacts, obviously he's provoked, but he also could choose not to. He could choose not to. And then I don't want to give away the movie, but it's because he reacts willfully, that he causes a great deal more danger to come upon his family. So
the tiger can't change his stripes, the tiger can't change his stripes, the wolf can act like a sheep for a while, but he's a wolf.
It's not easy.
Yeah.
And Ilya Naishuller, who directed it and directed the movie Hardcore Henry, he said to me, his mind, it's a movie about addiction, about a guy who was addicted to violence and fighting. And then he got away from it, but didn't have the help of no therapy, no 12-step program, no help at all. Just, I'm going to compartmentalize it. I'm going to walk away from that. And then it's very hard to do that. In our case, the character can't do it. And he cuts loose, and then all hell breaks loose. Hey, it's, you could do what I do in this movie. You're very nimble. I saw you on Broadway, and you do have good physicality. And while it's true that I trained a lot, and a lot of it was about endurance, but it's also about the basic moves that you need for the screen fighting that 8711 excels in, and they do Deadpool and John Wick and everything. They've done every great action movie of the last 20 years, 25 years. It's a stunt group. David Leitch and Chad Stahelski started it. And everything that you've loved in features that's action oriented, that's been great, outstanding, is probably originated at 8711. So they would just train you, Dan. You're in good shape still, right? No broken knees, no messed up knees or anything. As long as you got, knees and hips, and your heart isn't going to give out, then you just put in the hours. I just put in the hours. I just went 3 times a week for 3-4 hours a time. And I knew I had to do these movements thousands of times. And it's neat. And then once you get to it, it's a choreography. And then you learn it and you practice it. And the guys are really good. The people that you're working opposite, all the stunt people, that's all they do all day. You go to this gym, Dan, and there's not during COVID times, because it's very controlled now. But when there's not a pandemic,
Yeah.
there's 20 people, maybe 30 people. Some people are engaged in prepping a movie scene for a movie. Then some people are taking lessons, and some people are just sitting around talking. And then I'll be over there with Daniel training, or somebody, Keanu was there, Jason Statham was there. Who else came by?
I love this stuff, man.
And they're just hanging out all day. These stunt people who you see in every movie, they recur. And if they're planning a fight sequence, they might go, "Hey, we need 2 people. You guys available? Can you come over and help us?" They'll just pop up and join in on this preparation for a scene from a movie. And then, of course, oftentimes get flown out to wherever that scene is going to actually be shot. And so it's just a group, a loosely affiliated group of pros that hang out, talk about stunts, do them, practice them, show each other things. You'll see 2 guys off in the corner, and they'll be like showing each other some really complicated, hard thing that one of them saw in a movie, or they'll take out a computer and watch a YouTube of Bruce Lee or something weird from some show, some Korean movie you never heard of, and they'll be trying it out. It's just like it's an amazing club of people that I got to be around, and hopefully I know I earned their respect because of the hours I put in. But believe me, I was a fucking joke.
How many times
the hardest part was the first 8 months.
Yeah.
And I just looked like shit. And I knew it. And there's mirrors. The whole wall is mirrors, right?
Yeah.
So you're watching yourself suck all day. And meanwhile, everyone around you is the best in the world.
Right.
And you're like, what am I doing? I'll never get there.
Wow.
But the thing is, Dan, you also know, how often do movies actually get made? They always fall apart, right? The deal always falls apart. So I'm training, going, this is cool, doing something I never thought I would do, really hard. I'm getting in better shape. That's good. This movie's, this is going to fall apart, and they're going to tell me stop showing up. And I'll get what I get out of it. You know what I mean?
Sometimes those are the best things, where you're just like, you know what? I'm here for the love of the game. I'm just here to learn. I'm just here to enjoy it and be in the moment, and whatever happens, happens. Those are the ones that, oh man, I feel.
Listen, I would love to see you do something like this, and you could do it because and I know, early in your career, you probably heard Chris Farley's name a lot, and Chris was a close friend of mine, and you both are men of some stature who have movement, who have a fluidity and a grace to your movement, and that would help you greatly. You could do this really well. I
love this stuff. I've always loved. Belushi, Farley. I love the physical comedy, and it's nice to have padding, but and I do all that stuff in the Fantastic Beasts movies.
Yeah.
But if I did the movie that you did, I would just be sitting at home right now, just watching the fight scenes over and over again, just being like, holy shit, did you see that? Did you see me do that? I would just be fucking okay. So
I am a little like that.
Now, how many times have you seen it? How many times have you seen it?
Yeah. Listen, man, the most fun I've had since being in a comedy writer's room was making that bus fight.
Oh, I was going to ask you.
It was so much fun. Because it's a group, you've choreographed it, but you have to make changes. because you show up on set, it's 2 a.m., you're running out of time, there has to be a change, you truncate the fight or alter a move, or something just doesn't look great, something that you've been prepping for, 6 months, but now you're here and now you're looking at it on camera and it just doesn't really look great. And so you have to improvise and create stuff with the team, because you're not improvising once they say action, you're doing the movements. And
right.
And then you get it, you nail it, and everyone is just giddy, and it's fun as hell. It is
To dance.
problem solving, it's dance, it's really more fun, way more fun than I never thought about, oh, that'll be fun. I thought it would be hard, intimidating, and I don't want to get hurt. That was the other thing. Hey, I'm 58 years old. I don't want to get hurt, especially on that fight, because that was early in the shooting and it was a big fight and it was close combat fighting, and it was long. It's a long fight relatively. And there's a lot of ways to get hurt. So a lot of my training was, I just don't want to, I don't want to get hurt. So
did you get hurt? Was there anything that was
just
like
busted up my knuckles, once we were in the bus.
Yeah.
Before we train at the gym, and in the gym, they tape the floor just like in a rehearsal room, and they'll put up cardboard boxes for walls. So if you hit them, you just hit a cardboard box, right?
Right.
But it's very hard to simulate that bus interior. You have a little space to work in, and the bus has all these bars over the seats and all these places where if your hand can hit that. And so I chopped up my hands, probably 4 cuts, but outside of that, no. And it was freezing. It was,
wow.
We shot in Winnipeg, and we shot all night. So it was, and it was in October, late October. So it was, below zero, and nothing, didn't pull a muscle. And I loved it. And I want to do more of that. To me, and that's the stuff too that reminds me of Jackie Chan's stuff that I love, like Police Story, is not the guns so much as the punching and kicking and
disarming.
Yeah, that stuff. That's really fun.
My favorite is the found object stuff. That's all in the bus where you're breaking pieces off of the fucking bus to
found objects is super fun. I
love that. And I mean, okay, we can talk about this scene because it was in the trailer. I mean, I guess I'm embargoed, right? We can't talk about much of the movie, but we can
talk about the trailer.
Yeah. Okay. So, and there's a lot in the trailer. The trailer is fucking beautiful. I got so excited.
Isn't that a great trailer?
So great. It's so great. And the music is great. The editing is great. I love the editing at the beginning of the movie. I mean, I do. I think that it's a new way of telling that story to bring you into it. I haven't seen that before. I mean, I thought it was really cool.
Well, if it's not much of a spoiler, because we do know that this is a character who's kind of, from the trailer, we know it's a character who's lived the life of a regular dad for a long time, and whatever he had in his past, he has not done any of this violence or acted out on any of his impulses for a long time. So in the opening sequence, which is masterfully edited, and I'd love to give credit to the person who did that. So let's get his name.
So his characters is like a jazz guy. And I see that what they did with the opening sequence there is they kind of made jazz out of it. But like a staccato kind of speeding up of the sounds of the monotony of his day in, day out. And it speeds up and speeds up and speeds up. And you see how it's just like pressure cooker.
Right. You're really feeling his being worn down and suffocated and just kind of beaten up by the vagaries of life. Let's see if we can give the credit to the editor. We had 2 amazing editors.
I think I read somewhere that you were in the editing room, or you were a producer. No,
I am a producer on it, and I helped with getting the movie going. And some of the story points came from me, but the movie script came from Derek Kolstad. Is it Chris Dorr who did the amazing work at the very end? It might be Chris. No, it's not Chris. I'm sorry. I want to give credit to the editor because it really, your point about that opening sequence and really the whole movie, well, where's it just say editor? I don't see. I see first assistant.
We can send it later. You can send it to me later, and I'll put a credit
This
on
is
it.
important, though, don't you think?
No,
we got
yeah.
a bunch of nerds watching this. We should give credit.
So did you approach the? So this is basically the John Wick guys, right? This is all.
Yeah, it is to a great extent. It's the John Wick guys. Well, one of the editors is William Yeah, but the other editor is the one who made the sequence you're talking about, and I'm not sure his name. I'm going to try to find it. Yes, it is the team in many ways that made John Wick. It's the chunk of that team, and that includes the crew of stunt people at 8711, David Leitch, and Kelly McCormick, producers, and David directed, I believe co-directed the John Wick films. And
is it in the same universe? I mean, is it living in the same?
You know, I don't think it is.
No?
I don't think it is. I don't know.
You're gonna have a lot of people.
To ask Derek. You're
gonna have a lot of people begging for a team up. You're gonna have a lot of people begging for a team up.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're gonna have a lot of people going, "Ooh, I want to see more fucking assassins and more characters and more feds and more, black ops guys in this fucking universe." They're growing. They're building it out.
You're going to see it in our universe if we get to keep making it. Listen, fingers crossed that they want more of these.
They will.
But I really enjoyed making this film, and I really wanted it to be, at least at the start, I wanted it to feel like someone you might know, a person you might know, who lives down the street from you.
Yeah.
And so John Wick, to a great extent, I don't feel like he ever feels like a person I would know.
You might come head to head with a guy like that. You're dealing, you know what I'm saying? You start to,
well, our world blows up. You're right. Our world and nobody blows up and up and up. So
you're fighting guys that he would fight. You're fighting guys that he would fight.
By the end. So you're right.
I am.
Maybe in a future film, if that world continues to blow up, then maybe that would happen. I don't know. I put
out fan questions. I said, "Hey, I'm going to be interviewing Bob. Does anyone have any questions for him?"
Mm-hmm.
That came up a lot, man. Is there going to be?
Well, look, listen. Let's leave it to Derek. Derek Kolstad is an amazing guy. If you could ever get him to chat with you, you would love it, Dan. He is incredibly inventive, sweet. He knows everything about action film genre, every movie, American, Russian, Korean, Chinese. He just loves these films and loves to invent worlds, and he's just got he's got a hell of a storyteller's talent and instinct that is really unique and special, and he's a joy to talk to. You would love him. But he does like to blow things up bigger and bigger and bigger. So who knows where we'll end up if we get to carry on. Listen, hey, anything can happen, buddy. I hope this movie plays for people. My first desire was that I please action genre people and not feel like an interloper who didn't respect the genre. It may not be something I've done with my life until the last 5 years, but I know for a lot of people, movies are a place that they love to go into this degree of fantasy, and they love to pursue and see violence and see it acted out, and they love to see good and evil fought on this mythic level. And so I wanted to please them first. That was number one. If I can't make them happy, I fucked up.
No, you did not fuck up. You didn't fuck up with me, man. And this is like one of my favorite genres of movies, and you definitely, fuck, man.
Well,
I think,
one of the reasons, Dan, is because I didn't do it ironically. I didn't try to protect myself with jokes, even though there's a lot of funny moments. You're gonna laugh. I mean, in that trailer, when my character says, "I'm gonna fuck you up," you can't help but laugh because it's so brazen and ballsy. And if I did it right, you suspect that my character isn't really sure if he's gonna fuck them up. He thinks he will. He wants to, but maybe he'll get killed.
I see that scene. I mean, so here's this guy. He's rusty, and he's.
Yeah, they don't show that in the trailer. They don't show that in the trailer, but you saw it in the movie.
Right. Well, okay.
He gets hurt first.
And that's okay. See that? Let's talk about that for a second. Let's talk about
that. Was really important to me. That was
so important to be believable
before
with
we
all
even
the different
started,
playing, all the
said
different
in my first fight, I get hurt a lot.
Oh yeah,
and a lot, and not even by the people I'm fighting. Sometimes it's just me moving.
Yeah, you get
we don't want to give too much away.
Okay, but there's a lot happens in that bus scene. There's a beginning, a middle, and an end. It looks like it's its own little movie. It looks like it's definitely a masterclass in found object combat, and I think you perform it. I mean, you perform the whole movie excellently, but that's the first real fight.
That meant a lot, Dan. That fight meant everything to me. That was everything, because everything up till then, I've played a version of that guy, of the dad, in the case of Better Call Saul, I play a guy who's very often disappointed and frustrated by his circumstances, or the way his life is, sort of the path of his life. He spends a lot of time trying to find his way out of frustration and even a kind of a emotional frailty and hurt. And so that is something I'm very familiar with playing, and I feel I can deliver it and make it feel real. And then this outburst.
You get hit a lot. You get hit a lot, and you come back ticking as those characters, but you don't get the hit back. And this time, you get the fucking hit back.
Yeah.
Right?
It's true. Hey, listen, he's and I wanted to do that too, by the way. Not ironic and also violent. Like, he's fucking unhinged. When he cuts loose, forget it. This guy is just, he overdoes it.
Yeah, and okay, we can talk about this, because I thought you said I thought you were going to say you hurt your knuckles while you were punching walls and shit. Like, I didn't know what kind of I don't know what kind of regimen they had.
When you're moving like that in a small space with all those metal bars, and there's 6 other guys and everyone's jostling for space, you're gonna. That's what ended up happening, was I just got a lot of bloody hands. But in the end, it was that's nothing. I mean,
those are the rules of Fight Club, man.
Those are the rules of Fight Club. Don't complain about your bloody hands. Don't complain. The number one rule of Fight Club: don't complain about it. I thought it was don't talk about it. If you're gonna talk, say nice things. Say nice things about Fight Club.
I want to see the
Dan, would you be up for training and doing a movie like that?
I'm ready. I'm actually ready.
You don't need to train for 2.5 years like I did. I just got started because I knew I had a long way to go, and I figured, I can't do it all at once. I should just, start as soon as I can. And it took a long time to get the movie made. You know how movies are. I mean, this movie was at another company for 1.5 years, and then it went to Universal before it got made.
Yeah, I would love to see you do it.
Me? Oh fuck! I would love to see me do it too.
Do you think a lot of people are going to see this movie and see me do this and go, I'm doing it. I'm doing that next. Do you think other actors are going to?
Yeah, I mean, I think. Well, I mean,
he can
I don't
do
know.
it.
I think that. I mean, sure. I think that I am very excited. You paving the way in a certain sense. Being someone who was known as like I was like if someone came to 30, 5-year-old you on the Mr. Show,
Yeah,
and said, "Hey, just you think this is crazy? Just wait. In your 50s, you're going to be an action star."
no way.
And in the best shape of your life.
Yeah, it's
right?
true. Yeah. Well,
I mean,
that I would believe because I wasn't in terrible shape then, but I didn't exercise at all. So I would believe that I could be in better shape when I was 50 something, but I wouldn't believe that I'd get to be in an action movie. And,
dude, you take your shirt off in this. You look better than I did in my 20s.
I'm okay.
No, you look fucking great.
I didn't want to have a body that I did. Kumail Nanjiani beat me out in the hot bod competition, and that's perfectly fine with me. I wanted to look like a dad who, that guy, he stayed in shape, but he's not like, he doesn't look like a superhero at all.
No, he looks like a guy that takes care of himself,
That's it.
He's jogging, but he looks, I mean, it looks fucking believable. He looks like a guy who was, an ex.
Well, listen, one thing that happens, Dan, is you train with the guys who do the fighting, and all the fighting is based on, some on real disciplines. Oftentimes, there's boxing, karate, judo, jujitsu, kung fu, even. But it's all a little exaggerated, right? So I had a real boxer train me when I was doing Better Call Saul, because we shot 2 seasons of Better Call Saul in the preparation time of getting this movie to happen. And so while I was in Albuquerque, I went to Jackson's gym, and Clint Jackson trained me. Clint Robertson? I got to get his name. Anyway, he's a real MMA fighter and boxer. And so when he saw me do my boxing moves that I learned for the movie, he was like, "You're not doing that. You're not boxing right." Because they're all exaggerated, a real boxer doesn't throw his arms really wide, but, and they also keep their hands up. We want to see our faces.
It's all covered. This is, for film, you want to see everything.
So everything's a little exaggerated, but some of the people that I trained with, they train you with real fighting skills. Like the guy who trained me with knives, that was some rough shit. He trains Navy SEALs with close-up knife fighting, and it's rough. It's rough. And then the gun training is also, I'm nowhere near like Keanu and all. I have not put in the time with guns. They still scare.
You had the right angles, man. You're so fucking believable with the angles.
Was I good? I hope so. I got trained by Mark Simos, who's a Navy SEAL sharpshooter, who's also a writer now for the SEAL Team TV show. And he was a Navy SEAL sharpshooter, and he trained me, and he was great. But boy, when it comes to guns, I just have a really long way to go. It's not easy for me, and they are powerful and frightening machinery.
Yeah.
They really are. And we train with real guns, which is weird because in the movie you got, it's not real, it's caps,
Right.
So, but they want you to hold it.
The weight of it, yeah.
They want you to feel the kick. I think they want you to treat it like with a degree of fear and respect.
And when you hold real guns and shoot them, you very quickly, if you're not stupid, you go, fuck me, this will blow my leg off if I holster it without taking my finger out of the trigger. I will no longer have a leg starting today. So you really, really handle them right. Now, when you go to make the movie, we had a gun tech on set, a great guy, a Canadian officer, retired officer, and you push the limits. It's similar to the boxing moves, everything getting exaggerated. Now you got a gun and you're winging it around, and you know, it's very hard to be accurate with a pistol, and you have to hold it very carefully and all. And so I do a lot of things in the movie that I think it's a joke. I mean, it's a movie.
Right.
You don't do that in real life.
Shooting from the hip.
Yeah, but it's fun to see.
But it's believable. It's believable because you believe like, oh, this guy is just a natural. Is like he's just got so much experience. He can shoot from whatever fucking angle he wants. You know.
Yeah. Bottom line, I'd rather do the hand-to-hand fighting. It's just more. It's just cooler to watch. I mean.
Yeah, it's fun to act, man. Getting punched.
Yeah. And
Acting
that's
the
hard
pain.
too.
Yeah,
that's hard too. Taking hits.
I love all that stuff. You did all your stunts. You did everything, right?
I did all my stunts except for when my body flies back. Anytime my body is flying backwards through the air.
What about
that's not me. Otherwise, it's always me.
Okay, fucking great. I mean, if I was in a situation like that, I would do it too. I would train. I would do everything. And I actually did this show, this docu-series, which we've been showing clips of throughout, called Story of Masters, where I went around, man. I went to like study a little bit with different masters like Okinawa and Japan and China and mixed martial arts, karate.
Wait, what's it called?
Story of Masters. I'll send you a bunch of stuff. Yeah, check it out. It's out there, man. I mean, I can. It's like on just type in Story of Masters Dan Fogler and it'll come up, whatever links come up. So I was asked what I was asking about the punching, because I met this guy who was like the most dangerous guy in the world. That's his title, from Okinawa. And these guys, their hands, their whole thing is like, you have to be like cloth, metal wrapped in cloth. We are metal wrapped in cloth. So their hands, from punching stone over and over and over, which is what I was reminded of with you punching shit all the time, punching through fucking windows. That's how you got places. You're just like, fuck, I'm just gonna punch this door down. I was like, he must have trained with these, martial arts guys who just become these fucking hands.
What are they like? What are their hands like? Like just
these guys are 80 years old, 90 years old. They're the sweetest little old guys in the world. But then you look at their hands and they're calloused, knuckled over down the side of their arm, down to their elbow, from just whack, hitting fucking giant slabs of stone over and over again. That's how they temper their bodies. They temper them.
I don't think I'd ever do that. That's wild. But
wild,
but I'm, like I said, I'm keeping my training up. If I'm lucky enough to get to do more, I would keep up. I would push myself to do more challenging up close physical combat, more complex and more challenging.
I know this hasn't come out yet, but people are already asking, like, what they already want to see more of it. I think you're leaving yourself wide open to be doing a lot more of this stuff if you want to, and getting more and more skilled. And if that's the path you want to go down, man, I don't know if there's a lot of,
I don't know.
There aren't a lot of actors out there that are able to do everything like you're getting to do here, man.
I know what you mean. I mean, look, I'm not pretending to be a quadruple threat.
Okay, musical.
I'm not.
We haven't seen you in it.
There's a lot of things I can't do. I can't sing, and I'm, I can't juggle, and I can't
Talk about
play.
the genre. You know what I'm talking about, though.
I know what you
comedy,
mean. The
comedy,
range
drama.
of opportunities that I've gotten to deliver on and present myself in is pretty wild, and it's weird. It almost
And not a lot of people can pull it off.
Well, part of the reason I think I'm lucky, Dan, is Mr. Show, and that was my whole life up till that point, and really represents my sense of who I am and how I see the world more than anything, and still is true. But it wasn't that well known. So because of that, I didn't get put in a
pigeonhole.
So I've been weirdly lucky in not being that successful. It gives you a freedom to reinvent yourself in a way that people are, I think, a little less skeptical of your ability to try something else. So weirdly, I think one of the hardest things is that Breaking Bad is so huge, and not everyone's seen Better Call Saul. Not everyone's seen nothing I've done comes close to Breaking Bad. I mean, that thing is like a world beater. It's massive. And so in that, if you've only seen me do Saul in that, and there's a lot of people who that's all they've seen, they might go, wait, he's just a comic relief, and how could he be a hero? But I'm just lucky because I haven't had too much success. It's true. I mean, it's really true. It gives me the freedom to go be in an action movie and have people go, I don't know, maybe he could do it. Let me see. And just that opportunity, the freedom that they'll give me a chance, it means a lot. It means a lot.
You're a character actor, man. I mean, in the best sense of the word. I mean, it means words. It means that you're gonna work forever, and you're gonna you giving the chance to be a chameleon. You're given the chance.
I think you're right. I mean, isn't that I feel like it's the greatest joy of acting is to go be someone else for a couple hours in a day. And when a role really challenges you and you have to, you have to surrender yourself to the role. You have to stop thinking your thoughts and sort of immerse yourself in that other person's world and their fears and desires. And it's a really neat challenge and trick. And you come back from that. I come back from that when it's hard, feeling like I did something. I did something cool. I shapeshifted a little bit. And so that to me is the greatest, that's the joy of doing this. So I almost look for roles that are really kind of hard.
Yeah.
Because that's where it's fun.
You got about 15 minutes left. You okay?
Okay, that'll do.
Cool. I want to see the 70s version of the trailer for Nobody. Like I want to see the narration from Dean Wormer, from like
yeah.
Hutch Menzel has been pushed to the limit,
I know what you mean. Hey, it's related to those movies. It's very related to those movies. I mean,
it makes me
when I was a kid.
Yeah, vigilante, Dirty Harry, a guy taking the law into his own hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the unique twist is for anybody who's paying attention, and I think a lot of people will see, is that he goes out to get vengeance, but the violence comes from his need for violence more than it comes from achieving some kind of vengeance. I don't want to wreck the story for people. So
No, okay, but if it was only that, then he would be a little cuckoo. His family, man. I mean, his purpose is protection. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think he is a little cuckoo.
Yeah. You have to be.
You have to be.
In order to do what these guys do, you know?
Yeah.
So Hutch Mansell. I love that name.
Derek Kolstad.
Okay, so do you know what Mansell means?
I don't know, but Derek, he plants all these little.
I looked it up. It means a plot of land sufficient to sustain one family. How fucking brilliant.
This guy is amazing.
Fucking genius.
You know, he's really a special brain, and you got to get Derek on to talk to him.
Can you help that? I'd love to talk.
I can try.
So okay, so Hutch. I played a Hutch. Hutch means bright in mind and spirit, but I played a Hutch in Fanboys, so I'm very fond of that name. So this movie reminds me of fucking Old Boy, Dirty Harry, Unforgiven.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Taxi Driver.
You know, Unforgiven in that those guys came out of retirement and you felt it. Like you felt like, no, they really have been away from this for a long time. They're not sure they can do it again.
Right.
They really might struggle to re-engage this part of themselves. And I think that's really cool.
But once the fucking engine turns over, ooh.
What do you think about Old Boy? Because I've referenced that because I think that there's an impacted rage in this character that's
one of my favorite
similar.
Movies.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I noticed that right away. And the one man army. The man, he doesn't want to fight. He's brought back into it. I thought of the original Old Boy. I didn't see the new one, but I love the fight. I love the fight scenes from Old Boy, the original. And I thought of that, man. You on that bus.
Me too. Yeah.
So one of my favorite comic book heroes is the Punisher. This is the fucking Punisher too, man.
I don't know that.
Oh, okay. So the Punisher, you know, went to war, went to Vietnam, Black Ops, and comes home and is just like, I'm done with it. I just want a family. I just want to settle down. He's in Central Park. The mafia comes. They're in the middle of some fucking gunfight between the mafia, and his family is mowed down. And he is activated again. It's the fucking Punisher.
Yeah.
If you love the Punisher, you're gonna love nobody. So
what about you? What about England? What about life over there during COVID? Give us 2 minutes on this, Dan. How's
okay.
life?
Fantastic Beasts 3. Shooting this movie. Doing some of the best work of my life. And we're a month away from finishing, and COVID's not stopping us. We've been very lucky. Well, knock on wood again. We've been very lucky.
Is it because you're in a bubble?
Yeah. And they test us, you know, constantly, and you know, everyone's real safe. Everyone wears a mask when you're not acting. It's so weird. It's like it's less surreal when you're acting because no one's wearing a mask. Right. Fucking weird.
Weird.
Yeah. And but
that's when it feels like real life.
Yeah. And how can I complain? I'm making the biggest movie of my life, of my career, one of the greatest parts. They gave me a lot to do in this, so I'm doing all the stunts, and so I'm having a blast, man.
Great.
And yeah, so.
And how's England? Do you like it over there?
I do.
Are you in London or outside of London?
I'm right a little outside of London. Yeah, I like it here. It's like I grew up in New York, so it's kind of like civilized New York, and then just being up on the hill here, watching last year unravel. I felt like I made a good decision, being here. I'm usually in Brooklyn,
Yeah.
and that's where my family is. So I was really happy to have my family with me here, avoiding all the chaos and I don't know. But
Yeah.
yeah. And so do I miss New York? Fuck yeah, man. I can't I want to get back in the summer. You miss the things you grew
Yeah.
up with.
Yeah, but it's pretty rough right now, man. You're not missing
Yeah.
too much. I mean, everybody's just trying to I know it's similar over there. I know it's very rough right now. And they have this 7-week lockdown starting now, right? In London, in England.
Yeah, but I feel like
But you guys are working, so you're
we
in
just
your
it's no
you're just doing
different.
your thing. Yeah.
Um
Well, it's
yeah.
really cool to see what you're doing, and I'm thankful you're able to go through this rough time with we're very lucky if we get to
Very
work.
lucky.
We're supposed to go back to work on Saul in March, so we'll see how it goes. But I know that everyone's eager to get back to work.
Who are your favorite action stars? I want to say just my favorite are Bruce Willis and Harrison Ford, and you don't blush, but you do something that's very Indiana Jones in this, man, in the sense that you feel Indy's pain. You have these
Yes.
emotions.
Right, right.
Decker crawling out of the fucking sewer in Blade Runner. You know he's got bruises. You
Right.
do that. You do that in this, man.
Well, I
We've-
hope so. Our goal, thank you, and our goal was to make him be a hero, but who is more human than you've seen in a long time. Who feels pain, who isn't sure he's going to win the fight, who you're not sure he's going to win the fight, who gets hurt. So I hope we delivered on that. My favorite. Look, I even like Charles Bronson. I mean,
Yes.
I liked. I'm not sure Clint Eastwood counts, but I love Clint
does.
Eastwood. I love. I've said Jackie's name a couple times. I mean, I like the Bourne films. I like Mission Impossible. My favorite stars of it, though. I mean, I got to go with Jackie Chan in the earlier films.
Drunken
He was
Master.
very human and he was very human, and that was partly the comedy that he brought to it.
My favorite was Drunken Master.
Yeah,
I thought-
Drunken Master's
so
great,
good.
and he often hits his head.
Yeah, he gets in a lot of accidents.
He does that stupid stuff too, which I love.
Yeah, he's broken a lot of bones, and he's a
Yeah.
tough motherfucker. Oh my god. Those
Yeah, I
guys
don't
are
want
so
to
tough.
compete with him on that.
No, no,
sport,
no.
On the getting hurt.
Yeah. So you want to take some we'll close out. We'll take some fan
Yeah,
questions.
yeah. Go ahead.
Cool. So this is from my Instagram page. This is Adavin -X. Does he see himself doing more comedy in the future, or is he going straight Liam Neeson from now on?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna mix it up, man. I'm not
Good.
going straight Liam Neeson or any. I'm not going straight.
Okay, good.
The squiggly line of my career has served me well, and I'll keep it up.
Yeah, keep him guessing.
Right.
Okay, so this is Baby Lost Dad. This film looks epic. As an actor, does he want to look at getting into a mainstream series of films? Marvel, DC, Harry Potter? If so, which one?
Yeah, I would definitely be excited to be a part of something big like you are right now. But I don't have.
I feel like the Incredibles, man. I feel like that's.
Oh yeah, that was nice to be a part of. The Incredibles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely do it, but I don't have like a chosen one. I was not a big fan of that Wonder Woman movie, so.
Oh, I didn't see it.
The most recent one.
Yeah.
So I'd want to be. It's those things. They can get away with not being distinctive, and so you want to feel like a human touch in the writing. If you feel that, then I'd want to do it. But if it starts to become like this machine that you're a part of, I wouldn't like that. I don't think. I mean, you have J.K. Rowling stories, and it's a very human endeavor, what you're in that big series that you're doing. And that appeals to me.
Yeah, if you wanted to be a professor at Ilvermorny, I mean, I can make some calls.
But oh yeah, I would. And please.
Nice.
Yeah.
You'd be amazing, actually. Okay. Oh, this is the last question. I like this question a lot. You've probably got this question before. This is from looks like Bath-Mang Show. What the fuck are these names? Okay, I'm sorry. It's a lovely name. If you had to, what would you call Saul for?
Oh, yeah. A guy like Saul is not a great guy to bring into your life.
That's a good answer.
But if you were up against
you were
somebody,
desperate.
Yeah, if you were up against somebody who is really played fast and loose with the rules and ethics, you want a guy like a scrapper like Saul who would fight on the same level. So, if I got sued by the Trump organization,
That'll do.
The first person I'd call is
First
Saul.
person is Saul. There you go. Bob, it's always a pleasure, man. Thank you, man.
Hey, listen, Dan, I'm a fan of you.
I'm a fan of you.
Of your work, of your talent, and your career.
Oh, that means
and
a lot.
Really, and just keep it up, man. Keep making great stuff, bringing your great energy to it, and I hope we get to work together one day.
I hope. I mean, listen, me too. I hope we get to do one of these action movies together. It'd be so fucking cool, man.
Would be great.
Everyone check out the podcast that Bob was on. We talked about The Post. We talked about The Incredibles too. He's always a pleasure. Bob, thanks for coming on the panel. Fogler's Fiction Fest forever. Dude, this is great. Thank you, Bob.
Hey man, Dan Fogler here. I'm fucking eating nugs and ganja and the kind of cannabis stuff. You gotta stop by to my mind somehow. You want some?
There we go, Dan. Good, excellent.
My uncle. And my sisters. And I want to thank Tina. I want to thank Tina. I want to thank her. Damn. I'm here for the Shut up! I'm here for the Cannabis Cup. We're in NYC, and you always gotta have the pinky out for the Cannabis Cup. That's how the real men do it. And we're with High Times, we're near High Times, and we're with High Times. What? I don't even know what's going on. Is that all I had to say? And, oh, I have this movie coming out. Nice Dan Schmuck. So yeah, Take Me Home Tonight. It's a good movie. It's like a lost 80s John Hughes movie. I go wild in it. Check it out, man. It's gonna be awesome. Holy shit. I'm actually eating it. I can't believe I'm fucking committing to this joke. But I'm really doing it. You're so fun. Yep. Oh, that was delicious. The Cannabis Cup. The connoisseur of delicious.
Fogler's Fiction Fest Day 1 continues. You guys have had so much awesome stuff already. We had Fury reunion with Matt Q and George Lopez. It has been a wild, wild ride. We also had the sci-fi training with Scott Laidler earlier. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is 420. It is a very special time for many folks around the world. And it is a special time for us. We are here live with a lot of fun folks. Dan is in England. Seth is in New York. Allie's in New York. Kay and I are in Los Angeles. And we are going to figure out the best stoner movie of all time. We got a 16 film bracket here we're going to talk about. We got a lot of smoke going on. What's going on, guys?
Is Cooper here? Where's Cooper at? Let's look.
Coop is not in the building yet, but I will be sure to let you know the minute that he is.
Oh man, we gotta get him in here.
It's appropriate lateness for a stoner panel.
How awesome! Look how on time we are. Basically, that was
dude. And the amount of content that we have put out today, and where it's all coming from, and we're right on time. Unreal. Producer Elvin, Nerdbot, mwah.
Yeah, we did it. Hey man, I've been watching the show. You know, I was working today, but I was watching the show, and I'm really enjoying my own festival, I must say. I think I put together quite a nice show here. I also want to point out the fact that I'm the guy wearing the shirt of the guy to the event of the guy. I just wanted to point that out. Like, it's incredibly meta, and it just feels right. And I want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody for showing up and for getting stony with us. No, that was just my computer. All right, let's keep an eye out for Cooper, and
we are definitely keeping our eyes peeled for the Coop.
Let's take it away there, Bernie boy. Let's get this bracket started, and Coop will jump on mid stride. I don't know. That sounds weird.
All right. Well, we have got a lot of really fun ones in this. This is going to be hard, and there's Sophie's choice kind of all over this thing, depending on your era. We're going to be talking, like legacy here, incredible writing, great performances. Some that you may not even necessarily consider a stoner movie, but it's got some key moments. So this is going to be wild. These are classics. They're all beloved, but there can be only one. We're going to figure that out. I'm going to go ahead and start a screen share with you guys, and we're going to get this bracket going.
You mixed in the Coen brothers in there, so it's like, oh fuck, anything goes now, man.
Absolutely. Real quick, before we even get into this, I want everyone to tell me what is your favorite strain and your favorite form of cannabis consumption?
Ooh, I'm a big. I've recently got into like Jack Herrera. I really enjoy that one. That I like the high, and I was like that cliche blue dream guy for a while. I like that. What about you guys?
I love a good sour diesel. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
No, sour D, New York sour D, of course. And I like to smoke it. That's it.
All right.
Poker.
Yeah.
Edibles too, but sometimes it gets a little crazy.
I got a funny edible story. Oh fuck. You guys want to hear this? You guys want to hear this edible story?
Let's hear it.
Yeah, what is it?
So I go to work on the show called Man Up, which lasted one season. And it was a really funny show. You should look out for it on Hulu. And my wife, she says, Dan, you have to promise me that when you're out in LA that you're not going to smoke all the time. You're not going to smoke, And so I was like, yes, dear, absolutely. But she didn't say anything about not constantly eating edibles. So I was like, well, fuck. So I ate a brownie that was so goddamn powerful. It was the strongest brownie I've ever eaten in my life. And the next day at work was sweating THC. I was sweating. You could smell me from like 9 hallways away, and And I was just like, and then we're doing the most physical scene ever. So I'm just like, yeah, Chris Farley, just like sweating balls and just like, oh, I couldn't hide it, you know, and then like, you know, Mather Zickel was not helping. I love Mather, but he was just all, woo, what's going on here, mister? I was like, I can't help it. I'm sweating it out. I'm sweating it. It's fucking crazy. Anyway.
So we've joked about this, Dan, that I've actually never consumed. And the first time that I do, it's probably got to be with you, and it's got to be on camera, because here's why. It's going to be ridiculous. I have zero tolerance for anything. So I had to go do a medical procedure once, and I get like anxious about needles and things. So I asked a friend for some Xanax, and I didn't understand that you're supposed to break the bar up into like, you know, quarters or thirds. So I took an entire bar of Xanax, and I was conscious and unconscious for various parts of the following like 12 hours. But I was able to still do things. So I get out of the procedure, and it was outpatient, so I was going to just drive into my office. I got 3 blocks away from the office, and I apparently pulled in and parked in perfectly backed into a parking space and passed out for 4 hours, and no one could find me.
Bernie. Oh, I'm sorry, you're not done.
And then I woke up to all these messages and stuff, and I started doing a Facebook Live for like an hour as I was searching for pizza, and ended up at a Costco. So
hey,
this is why I've never done it, and when I do, I will be surrounded by professionals.
Well, this is actually an intervention, Bernie. It's not a stoner bracket. We're here to make you start smoking pot immediately.
And once the pandemic's over, we just got to do some kind of Comic-Con ganja bonanza, and then that'll be it. You know, peak of the night podcast. Yes. I think that'll be a great way to come back to the Comic-Con.
I think you're right.
So you're saying that the next
Like
thing we do
a super sesh. Ooh.
like a mega super sesh, like a 420 super sesh, and we demand that Bernie gets incredibly blazingly high.
We'll use pressure. We'll bring all the celebrities and be like, you know my guy Bernie? Yeah, he's trying to smoke for the
Well,
first
I
time.
hook everybody up with everything. I just never consumed.
The least we can do. And then we sit there and watch you get weird.
Absolutely.
So let's
it's all eyes. Like, you know, once it starts to happen, like there's conversation, whatever, and then someone will notice the turn. And it's like watching a werewolf, right? Like it's watching the moon come up and someone transforming. That's what it's going to be.
Love it. All right, let's get into this. Let's get into this bracket.
All right. I am going to screen share with everybody. So we're going to all appear on little boxes, and we're going to screen share this bracket that we've got going on here. So give me just 1 second. Let me get that going. Yep. We so we polled the fans, and this is what the fans came up with was the bracket. So let me go ahead and get this working for everybody here.
Oh, the
There's a movie I got to make a fuss about if it's not on the bracket. I want to see first. It's my favorite one, but we'll see.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Everyone should be looking at the bracket. I'm gonna full screen this.
Ready?
Yeah.
That's a good looking bracket.
I think so.
I'll have the roasted bracket.
Ah, okay. Allie was right. We had we're like, what do you think?
Yeah.
List?
Up in smoke.
What's Towley doing here?
Yeah,
Towley's a TV show, and he just wandered in here. Hey, Towley.
He deserves to be there.
It's so.
Right.
It's fitting.
All right, so we've got a couple of great matchups here. So this is how, for those of you that haven't done the bracket challenge with us, is going to work. We're gonna, we'll talk a little bit about each movie, but really it's which one did you like better or think was a better movie, whatever just resonates for you. But you're gonna have to make a choice. Some of these might be an easy choice. Some of these are going to be a much harder choice. Coming up in this, there is no way that this bracket could be done without Up in Smoke in the #1 seed spot, right? That's the granddaddy, the pioneer, the trailblazer of stoner movies. So Up in Smoke is there. Some people think it's going to run the table and take the top spot. The question is, does it still hold up, or is it the nostalgia that's keeping it going? Are there better stoner movies? We'll see. And it's going up against one of the, just the greats of kind of stoner Hollywood, and that's Kevin Smith's Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. I felt out of the Kevin Smith films, out of his entire library, that was the most like of a stoner comedy. So we got to have a Kevin entry in here. There it is. Up in Smoke versus Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Where do you guys come out?
I was in the most recent Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
That's what I was thinking of.
Reboot Esquire Jr. And but I have to choose. I mean, I love Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, but you can't go up against Cheech and Chong. I mean, Cheech and Chong.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Exactly. 100%.
Up in Smoke.
I think that's
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, that was an easy one. Up in
Sorry.
Smoke is moving on.
Sorry,
We'll,
Kevin. Okay, maybe
yeah,
you
we'll have to
shouldn't-
clip this and send it to Kevin.
Maybe you shouldn't have flaked out, Kev. I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't have flaked out.
Ooh.
The shade of it all, Kevin Smith, we are calling you out. All right, the next one is an 8 versus 9 matchup. This should be a decent challenge, but it depends on where you come out. And I find that with these two films, a lot of folks have seen one and not the other, but it flips. So we've got Super Troopers versus Pineapple Express. Super Troopers and Pineapple Express. You got a whole lot of ganja in these movies.
I feel like I've started Super Troopers so many times and then got lit and never finished it, to be honest. So, which goes for probably most of these movies, but
Now, is that an indictment or praise?
a mix. I'm not sure. But I'm gonna have to go with Pineapple Express personally on that one. So
All right, I got K on Pineapple Express.
Me too. Pineapple Express all the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to jump on the Pineapple Express as well.
Yeah, I have to jump on Pineapple Express as well because, well, have you guys ever smoked Pineapple Express?
yeah, I was gonna say I've been smoking Pineapple Express wax, and it's pretty good, and it tastes good. But what I like about wax is you can really taste the weed a lot more because it takes out that like ashy, burny taste. So we've been smoking more wax, trying to smoke less weed, but it's not fucking working.
What about lacing the extract in the joint?
I haven't gone that far, but like that's the rabbit hole I'm on my way to, I feel like. So yeah. But I mean, I'm in California now. Like in New York, like, you figure out how to get it, but here I can just order it in 10
Yeah,
minutes.
you can straight up to ease.com delivered to your house out here in California. Wow. But Kay, I'll get you hooked up on some of those the joints that are laced with the extracts. And Dan, when you're back in the States, I got you covered for your first time trying that out. Look at his eyes light up.
I didn't even hear what you were saying, and I was just like, yeah. My mustache votes for Super Troopers, but I, in my heart, vote for Pineapple Express.
All right, Pineapple Express is moving along. I gotta say, Super Troopers is fantastic. I love that damn movie.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it all the way through.
See, I'm not the only one.
Yeah, I've never seen it all the way. I've just seen pieces. I've always like started in the middle, and I'll be like, I should watch this from the beginning. Well, shit, man. Yeah, I should go see that. But I was gonna say one of the highest I ever was walking down the street in New York smoking Pineapple Express, and I remember thinking, oh my God, I am really baked right now. Where the fuck am I? And I was on Pineapple Street. And it was just like what the fuck? I felt like I was in like a Seinfeld episode or something. Anyway.
All right. Well, here comes another This one is even though the rankings are far apart, these are two fantastic, fun movies. We've got number 5 ranked Friday against number 12 Superbad.
Friday.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry. I like recently
Yeah.
rewatched that one too, so it's like on my mind. So, but yeah.
I love fucking Manhattan. That's probably my favorite, my favorite Stony movie ever. I think I've seen that 1,000 times, and that was my introduction to Chris Tucker, and I was like, this guy is amazing. And so yeah, and that's actually how I started doing my Scarface impression was from Chris Tucker's Scarface impression from Friday. So where he's just all, it's okay. Another Quaalude, she love me again. I fucking love that fucking part. And so you can't, I mean, Superbad is good, but that's not a real stoner movie. Like fucking Friday, man. Friday all the way.
All right. Allie, you on board with Friday?
Oh yeah.
All right. That's a clean sweep so far on all 3 winners that have moved into the next round. On this side of the bracket, our last matchup is a number 4 versus a number 13. We have How High against Dude, Where's My Car?
Wow.
How high?
How high?
Yes.
We have some emphatic support here for How High.
I think I felt like I watched
Dude, Where's My Car is great, but it's like
Yeah.
it's not a stoner movie. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's a stoner movie, Dude.
Okay,
Where's
then I'll be
They're
influenced
like a bunch of
towards how-
stoners for sure.
No. How high? What's the high? So it's how high? What's the highest you guys have ever been?
Oh
High.
boy, Amsterdam. Amsterdam. Highest I've ever been. I went to every shop I saw and smoked a little and then took some for the road. I felt like I was gliding through the streets. It was amazing. It was a nice time.
So you had like a really good experience that being that high.
Yeah, it was amazing. Yeah, it was a good time.
That's good.
I liked it.
So I went to I was in Amsterdam once with some friends, and I was the one person wasn't getting high. And that's like kind of my life a lot of the times. But it's so fun to watch. Like I wish that I had, we had the cell phone cameras and stuff back in the day, and I just chronicled everybody else and their like adventures, because I've seen just some of the funniest stuff. And I had some friends that went into like one of the hash dens and they had brownies, and they all to a person came out afterwards complaining that nothing happened for like 20-25 minutes. And then we go to this bar that's on that main strip called, I remember it's called the Black Tiger. And it's got this cool second level with a giant window that's open over the street, and you watch all the calamity happening and people pissing into the river and all the craziness. And then it just starts hitting them one at a time around the couch, and they all just start giggling like school kids out of nowhere and looking at each other, and you just see it like a wave crashing down of high, and then they were just blasted for an hour.
See, brownies are no joke, man. Like brownies will make you like look in the mirror with one pupil bigger than the other, and like turn to your friend and just be like, "Am I gonna be like this forever?" Like, like if you like, if you eat too much of it, it'll kind of loosens your soul, But you know what I mean? Like you feel like you're having like an out of body experience, except you're still in your body.
Do you remember London?
What was that? That scene in
London?
that scene in Taxi? Was it Taxi with Christopher Lloyd's character Jim Ignatowski? And he tries like a brownie for the first time, and he's like he's some Letterman student in his father's like palatial mansion. And he tries the brownie, and his face just falls into like and he's just like that forever. One bite, and that was it.
By the way, you guys, I just had the Odenkirk. If you're a Christopher Lloyd fan, he's in Nobody. He's plays.
Oh yeah.
He's Odenkirk's dad in Nobody, and he's fucking.
Oh,
great.
Cool. Yeah, I love him. I love him.
Yeah, you guys got to see that movie. If you guys are gonna fucking love that movie, it's gonna.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
Cool.
He's gonna be like
they're gonna make Tom Wick movies, and then they're gonna make Tom Wick meets nobody, and they're gonna make a bunch of different like assassin characters from this.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
I like the coming attractions for Nobody. It looks fantastic.
It's really cool. All right.
Awesome.
So hey, Bern, I was gonna ask you something.
Yeah.
Are we going to let the audience in on some of these picks, or are we just gonna be selfish?
I am monitoring the chat as we speak. There's a ton of agreement for where we're at right now so far.
Okay,
So we're
cool.
doing good. Everyone is, I mean, for whatever that's worth, agreeing with the chat. But yeah, we're in good shape right now.
I would say like one of these. Let's throw if maybe it's the first person or you see there, but let them choose one.
Will do. Next up, this one, a little bit of a sacrificial lamb here, 2 against 15. We've got Fast Times at Ridgemont High, another legacy film, going up against lovable Biodome.
I got Fast Times at Ridgemont High, easy.
Oh man, come on! Fast Times is like an amazing movie. It's like
Yeah.
The cast alone is like, how can you compete with the cast?
Yeah. I didn't get through Biodome. I tried Biodome twice. I did. I started that fucking movie twice. Couldn't get through it.
Oh,
I never saw it. I can't say.
Yeah, I'm texting. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Let's
I
get through
haven't
this one.
seen it either, but my celebrity teammate here, Alessandra, is gonna vote for Fast Times as well.
Yeah.
So
I'll
I
go
will
with
get
that.
on watching that.
All right. Fast
Oh.
Times, predictably moving into the next round.
I'm texting with Cooper. He apologizes. I think he's traveling to work or something, and he's a little bummed here. So, let's. He's shooting a movie. Fuck, he's probably going over. Okay, I think he's gonna join at some point, but let's hopefully he'll join by the time he gets. He's promised that he'd definitely be on the next bracket. All right, who we got next?
All right, next up, we've got Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle against The Big Lebowski. This is a 7 and 10 matchup. These are closely ranked films, very, very beloved stoner films.
Fuck, man, I how can you go against The Big Lebowski?
Yes,
it's tough. Both films are kind of like start to finish a trip, right? Like you're kind of from the get to the end, just on a big trip.
Yeah, but
I got to go to Big Lebowski.
Big Lebowski is like it's like the Godfather of stoner movies. Like it's like how could you? You know what I'm saying? It's like it's so good. It's so fucking good.
Ladies, how are you guys coming out on these films?
Look, Big Lebowski for sure.
All right, yeah.
I love
All
it.
right. Big
He's just-
Lebowski has a clean sweep into the next round. So far, there has been no division. So we're on point here, everybody, and appreciating the best of the best in stoner films. This one I think is going to be a little tough. This is a 6 versus 11. This is Half Baked versus Grandma's Boy.
Don't know Grandma's Boy.
What? Come
Yeah,
on,
don't know
Seth.
Grandma's Boy.
Makes better.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to watch that one. You're gonna have to watch it, man. Oh, I'm gonna have to vote for
haven't seen
Grandma's
it.
Boy. Half Baked is
Really?
great, but the Grandma's Boy is fucking. Come on.
We
I'm
have
gonna go-
finally got some disagreement.
Ooh,
Yeah, that
I
was
did it. I started it.
I've only seen some weird scene from Grandma's Boy where he's like putting something in the oven, and I was just like, "What the fuck? I can't even. I'm too high. I'm too high for this." And then I was just like, but Half Baked, Dave Chappelle, man, like fuck, how could you?
Yeah, I like Half Baked. I don't know
torn.
Grandma's. Is Grandma's Boy the one where he's a Nazi? The 10-year-old Nazi kid?
No, is he?
No.
No?
No.
Yeah, I don't even know what Grandma's Boy
I don't
is.
think he's a 10-year-old Nazi. No.
That's Jojo Rabbit.
Yeah.
that was, yes. Jojo Rabbit.
Yeah, I don't know. I tend
In
to.
the chat, we're getting Grandma's Boy is 10 out of 10. There's some support in the chat for Grandma's Boy.
Wow.
Yeah, see?
I tend to stay away from.
Quiet.
Is that my Griffin Dorky?
Quiet.
I tend to stay away from Nazi comedies unless Mel Brooks is in charge. Oh, are people coming in? What happened? They're breaking down your door. What's going on?
Yeah,
Right?
sorry about that. I am. I'm all right now.
What the fuck is going on there, man?
That was my dog. My dog went crazy because somebody came to the door, and now the dog is back in. And yes, it is Griffin Dorgy.
Oh, can we see him? Show him. Show him.
Gryffindor?
Love him.
Oh.
Where is he?
Gryffindor.
You know what?
That's my baby. Oh, I missed him.
Hold on.
Look at that perfect angel.
His name is Gryffindor?
Yeah.
His name is Gryffindor.
Yes.
Griff.
Look at these socks I got on.
They're Gryffindor.
Oh my god.
That's crazy. That is a cute dog, man. What kind of dog is that? Because we're thinking about getting a puppy.
It's a Yorkshire Terrier.
What is it?
A Yorkshire Terrier.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. What a
Him's
sweet.
a model.
Yeah, he's a spokes dog for a Cruelty-Free International.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes, he is.
We have had a few. We've had a theme with dogs on the show, right, Bern? Everybody's got a dog.
Joe had his really cute dog on, Manganello.
Jeff Garland.
Jeff had his dog on. Yep. Oh, what a perfect. Oh,
George has a dog. Yeah. Well, we got all these beautiful, man.
Hello, everybody.
We
Come have a look with me. But him cute too.
Oh.
You squishity pushity bushity bush.
Next, I'll grab one of mine to make an appearance next time.
You know that they.
So what was the? I missed it because my dog was going crazy. Who takes it? Half baked or grandma's?
So I've got Seth and Dan. I've got you guys on half baked, and Allie, I've got you on grandma's boy. Kay, do you gonna break this tie here? Close.
I'm on half baked.
You're on half baked. Half baked is moving on.
Yeah.
All right. The final first round matchup is also probably a little bit of a sacrificial lamb here. We've got a number 3 versus number 14. Dazed and Confused against PCU.
Whoa.
Dazed and Confused.
You know, that's tough because Dazed and Confused is kind of like a classic in and of itself as well, right? But the PCU is just kind of zany. You know what I mean?
It is zany. It also has George Clinton and the Parliament Funkadelic. It's got that great the gutter scene up with Congress when he's high with Jake Busey. Fun stuff.
I gotta go PCU on that because of my boy Jake Busey and the zaniness.
Oh, right, of course, right. Super Troopers.
Yeah, Starship Troopers. Yeah, Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers. That's fucking cool, man.
Yeah.
You guys are pals.
Yeah.
I bet everybody got really close on that movie. That was like all about.
We did. We had to.
Yeah.
Man, look at Favreau. Favreau getting, PCU was a pretty early breakthrough for him to play gutter, and the dude's running Star Wars.
Yeah, here's my that's my thing is PCU. See, it's for me, it's unfortunate for PCU because in this situation, just like it was unfortunate for Harold and Kumar. So PCU is one of my favorite fucking movies, man. The cast in that fucking Piven is probably his best movie. Okay, I think it's his best role. Okay, he's so fucking likable in that, and then you got Favreau, who is also super likable, and then he goes on to do Swingers, which also affected my life incredibly, and now he's affecting my life at every angle now, like fucking directing everything I love. So it's hard to fucking go up against God, but listen, this is the stoner bracket. So
it is.
I make a prediction that Dazed and Confused is going to be on the table last, one of the last movies out there, because it is, for me,
I don't know how many times I've watched that. You know, there are games built around, you know, smoke when fucking Slater says this, and you know, like the cast made so many just McConaughey alone, man. That character is iconic.
All right.
I mean, how could you the guy said that at the Oscars? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mr. Nice Guy, right? Mr. Nice Guy's that one? Or am I getting it confused?
Mr. Nice Guy, the song, the song or whatever.
The delivery company? Am I getting a different movie confused?
I don't know.
That's isn't that Half Baked?
How do you not know?
Okay. Yeah, no, I get those two confused. I don't know why. But going back to that for a second, I remember in New York, there was an actual cannabis delivery service in Brooklyn called Mr. Nice Guy.
Oh, that's
so
perfect.
That was cool. And like I remember they slipped their business card under my door in my apartment building with like a number and like WhatsApp or Telegram or something. And I was like, wow, New York, it's really like this still. That's fun. So sorry. A little late on that.
All right, so I've got Dan on Dazed and Confused, and the rest seems a little muddy. So Seth, where do you come out on this?
PCU.
Seth is on PCU. We've got a 1-to-1. Allie, where do you come out?
Dazed and Confused.
Allie is on Dazed and Confused. Kay, where are you coming out?
I'm also Dazed and Confused.
What does
hold
on. What does the audience say? Let's say the audience. Let's ask what they think here.
All right, let's go to the audience. I've got Kurt Bros is big time in this chat right now, and he is saying that PCU is amazing. You know, some folks. It's so funny. Depending where you talk to, some of the folks haven't heard of a film here or there. Grandma's Boy, when I started polling, was actually one of the most popular movies. But in the chat here, a couple folks hadn't heard of that one. But Dazed and Confused seems to be winning in our YouTube chat. What's up to Walani that's in there, and MYCC and some other folks. Thanks for hanging with us. Thanks for sharing this out. But it looks like Dazed and Confused will move on via both you guys and the chat.
That's right.
Nice.
All right, so Dazed and Confused moves on. We jump back to the other side of the bracket. Now we have Up in Smoke against the Pineapple Express. Old school versus new school.
Up in Smoke.
Up in Smoke.
Up in Smoke.
Yeah.
All right, that seems a pretty clean sweep. Up in Smoke is moving right along.
You guys want to hear? You guys want to hear the Cheech and Chong chant? There's a chant that I created that you should watch whenever you're watching any Cheech and Chong movie. On the way to any Cheech and Chong event or anything, this is the chant. And here it goes. You ready? It goes like this. Cheech, 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 cheech. And then the other person that you're with is going chong, 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 chong. So does someone want to do chong, 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 chong? No one?
Chong, 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 chong,
there we go.
chong, 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 chong,
Yeah.
chong, 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 chong.
You got it.
Nice. That was perfect.
Going forward, that will be the way that Up in Smoke is watched.
Good.
Those guys, I mean, think about it. They were doing that when pot was still like, mainstream, largely frowned upon, and they made an entire industry out of it. And now it is booming like never before. We're in the post-prohibition era of marijuana, and maybe even exploding these next couple of years, maybe being federally legalized. So, you look back at what trailblazers Cheech and Chong were.
Isn't Cheech a mayor now or something? Like, isn't he like the governor of somewhere? Anyway.
I hope so.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
And Chong is like a big, pot advocate and spokesperson. I mean,
he owns a couple of brands too. He's kind of an entrepreneur in pot, where Cheech, I feel like Cheech went a little further with his acting career and entertainment. And now he's doing the sliding into the politics. But Tommy Chong stayed right at home with the plants, and he's doing pretty good.
Cheech took Nash Bridges to his political career. So let's what's next?
So next up, we've got Friday against How High.
Oh.
This is where it starts heating up, guys. We, a couple of those first round matchups were easy, but now we've got a number 5 versus number 4, Friday versus How High.
How High is Method Man and Redman, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with How High.
Oh, damn it.
I remember smoking out of a dab rig at a Method Man and Redman party at a fucking cannabis cup. And they told me that shit was $15,000, that rig. And I remember, and I know there's more expensive ones, but I hadn't seen one yet. I like hit that shit real far like that so I wouldn't break it. But that's like my fondest memory. So for that, I'll go with that.
Wow.
Thanks for getting me dumb lit. 7
What
years
was
ago.
what was the name of that rig? I know there's a couple of like glass artists that make some really great dab rigs.
It was the Jordans. It was the
There you
Jordan
go.
one.
Yeah.
I was so nervous, man, but that was a fun party.
The Jordan and the motherships I hear are pretty.
The mothership. I knew a man who broke a mothership trying to save a mothership from breaking and broke them both.
No!
The funniest. I mean, he was kind of a dick, so that's why it's funny to me. But yeah, no, I don't know how much do those go for again?
Motherships, there's 15, 20 grand motherships. I mean, that's like artwork out of glass, handmade, craftsmen, artisans,
Every elaborate pipe or bong that I've ever owned has broken in the first day of its use.
You
And
remember
that's
the
why,
Hitman one?
That's why you can't have nice things, Dan.
That's why I smoke a heaven apple.
Love the apple.
You love the apple.
I'm a
Doesn't
combo
matter.
number 1. Bring an apple per day.
Exactly. I'm like Johnny Appleseed with this shit. It's biodegradable. You can walk down the street and people think you're eating an apple. Anyway, so
No one thinks you're eating an apple. Absolutely no one thinks you're eating an apple. Everyone
we
knows
have to write.
Who eats like this?
Okay, I should say this. If the fuzz is after you, you can eat it because it's the fucking apple.
We have to write a stoner comedy for Dan called Johnny Appleseed. That's his character.
That would be very funny.
I am down.
But like he gets all these like apple trees that are planted but somehow have THC in it and we don't know. Once you eat it, it starts hitting you and you're like, oh shit, that's a Johnny Appleseed apple.
Yeah.
Oh,
shit.
boom.
I'll
Mic
take
drop.
that.
There it is.
Okay. And you should be Ganja Girl in it. You should just.
And she'll come.
Like,
no, she'll be able to talk to the tree and be like, "Oh, yo, by the way, this is why everyone's lit. This motherfucker, Johnny Appleseed," and then you'll be like a legendary figure.
Well, no, here's the thing. Kevin will cameo as Blunt Man, but he's got a new sidekick. Like Chronic died, Death in the Family, and now it's Ganja Girl as his sidekick.
I'm just casting everyone here in in the movie, and everyone and is everyone listening? And everyone listening.
There we go. You heard it here first at Fogler's Fiction Fest.
Well,
You show up randomly the day we're shooting, I'll put you in this fucker.
All right, I've got Seth on How High. I got to get the rest of you on How High or Friday. Allie,
Friday.
Allie is on Friday.
Yeah.
Dan, where are you coming out?
I've seen Friday like so many times. How High is great, but I have to go with Friday. I fucking love Friday.
All right.
Friday, let me tell you something. Friday is hysterical. Friday is hilarious.
I do feel like it's quoted quite a bit.
But then it has that moment where Ice Cube gets like really like, does he choose gun violence or does he choose to fight with his hands? And that's like a martial arts thing. And I don't know, people. I have to go with Friday.
Kay, where are you coming out on this?
Oh no, I was gonna go with How High because of that experience alone.
Well, that puts us into a tie break, and I dropped a question into the chat. Let me just check this here on Facebook. It is Friday 100%. Let me go to YouTube and see what they're saying over there. That is Friday as well. Friday defeats How High.
Oh, I'm so sorry, guys.
And moves on. The drama. All right, let's jump back over to the right side of the bracket where we have the number 2 Fast Times at Ridgemont High against number 10 ranked. This was probably too low of a ranking. The Big Lebowski. Fast Times, Big Lebowski. Holy shit.
I think I might cry.
Right?
Yes, Spicoli or the dude. It depends on whether you, you leaning young, or you skewing older. I'm an older cat. I got to go with the Big Lebowski.
I'm going with him too because he makes me feel comfortable.
All right. You got Seth, and was that Allie? You're on Lebowski?
Yep.
All right. Kay, where are you at?
Lebowski.
Lebowski. Dan?
Yeah, I mean, it's so unfortunate that they have to go against the Coen brothers. I mean, they're fucking consummate. I gotta go with the Big Lebowski. I'm so sorry. Fast Times at Ridgemont High, Seminole, Agabugabuchki.
Number 2 goes down. The chat agrees with you guys as well. There is so much love for Big Lebowski. It's a cult classic that has like achieved like the highest you can get of cult class. It's unbelievable. The popularity of Lebowski, the quotability of Lebowski, and I mean the visuals, dude. That movie, even if you didn't consume anything, you're tripping that whole fucking movie. You're questioning life in and of itself. Big Lebowski.
La, 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 la.
Big Lebowski moves on. That's wild.
La 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 la. La 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 la. Sorry, I got really. I'm baked as a motherfucker.
I need a White Russian right now. By the way, can someone in the studio get me a white? I should be in a robe right now.
Caucasian. It's a Caucasian.
Right?
Caucasian. That's what he calls it, right?
Yeah. Yep. A Caucasian dude.
That's
all right.
It's weird. I don't know why. Do people do that? What? That's strange. How crazy is the scene where John Goodman for the dust of Buscemi.
The ashes of Buscemi, yeah.
Oh, and he's like, oh, and it's so sad and hysterical, and it's like, and he's like, and then his reaction, oh, sorry, dude. Oh, dude, and he's like, fucking, and he just, what the fuck, man? What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you, Donnie? Like, is his name Donnie? I don't even know what the fuck. That is a great movie, man.
Yeah, it was a great movie.
I'm sorry, I'm having too much fun.
Oh,
fucking nihilist, man. All right, our next matchup, final in this round, is going to be Half Baked against Dazed and Confused. This is the number 3
Dazed and Confused
versus number 6 Half Baked. Allie is emphatically with Dazed and Confused.
Come on.
I'll go with Dazed and Confused on this one over Half Baked.
Seth is there as well. Okay.
Dazed.
Kay is with Dazed and Confused. Dan, are you going to complete the sweep or are you going against the grain?
Jesus Christ. Dazed and Confused versus Half Baked.
Between children, man.
I got to go Dazed and Confused. It's like, what an amazing movie.
Dazed and Confused moves on to the final 4. All right, guys, we have taken this from 16 awesome films that you could pop in anytime, crack open the bowl, and have some fun with. But we're down to 4. You may not have seen it be this 4 on the way in, but we are down to Cheech and Chong's Up in Smoke, Friday. We have Big Lebowski and Dazed and Confused. That's what we are down to. We have eliminated some incredible movies that people love. The chat, by the way, agrees Dazed and Confused, except for producer Elvin, who went with Half Baked. So sorry, Elvin. So here it is, the matchup on the left side of the bracket. This one features number 1, Up in Smoke, versus number 5, Friday, for a spot in the finals.
Up in Smoke for me. Sticking with the classic.
All right, I got Seth for Up in Smoke.
I have to, fuck me.
Yeah, I don't know.
We've been talking up Friday all night long. Friday!
I know.
Friday!
I gotta go.
Oh, I love Friday! Friday!
Well, watch this, Seth. Watch this.
Up in Smoke is great, but like the comedy behind Friday is just. I don't. It's
I
my
agree
type
with Ali,
of
sorry,
movie.
yep.
Like I love
Well,
Cheech
thank you,
Chong, and I
Allie.
love that movie. But Friday, I don't know. I could watch that shit 100 times, 100,000 times,
Had a
1,000,000 times, and I will never get sick of it. It's always
Up
gonna make
in
me laugh.
smoke. Up in smoke. Up in smoke.
Friday.
Up in smoke.
Is it fair or not?
Seth, why do you like Up in Smoke so much?
Because I saw it when I was very young, and it was very other. And at that point, I had only heard that weed was like the demon weed. It was going to drive you crazy and cause you to commit crimes and everything else like that. And it was the first movie that dealt with weed, and it wasn't, it wasn't that devil weed. It wasn't like Eraserhead or something, you know.
Oh my God.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
All on you.
You just like.
What did
You almost
it's so funny you say
converted.
devil weed. There's so many fun like nicknames in when it was like whispered about, right? The
Yeah,
lettuce,
exactly.
Devil's cigarettes. Pollyanna earlier on the panel, Pollyanna called it an herbal cigarette. She was rolling one up on
That is awesome. You remember you remember Reefer Madness? You remember that movie?
Yeah, Richard Elfman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That movie made weed look like you just became an anarchist. You know?
Yeah.
Jumping out windows and fucking getting crazy instead of like sitting on your couch and watching, eating, cookies. So that's so funny. Or maybe it does do that kind of.
And if you go look back at it, also if you look back at it, there's very little profanity, man. It's a lot of funny stuff without the profanity. It's not heavily laced with motherfuckers and nigga this and blah 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 that.
You're right. You just actually made me realize as I was watching back on some of these pre-recorded things, like during the Balls of Fury thing, which I was so fun, but I was like explaining like I was explaining the theme of something, and I used the word fucking look, I'm from Brooklyn, but I use the word. I'm so sorry, people who are watching who are sensitive to the word fuck. I use the word fucking like a comma. It was crazy. I sound like.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the show The History of Swear Words?
What?
The History of Swear Words. Nicolas Cage hosts it.
Yeah, on Netflix. It's so funny.
It's so fucking funny. Nicolas Cage is
Really?
just basically cussing like 90% of it. And it's really interesting, honestly. Like we talked about certain words. I won't bring up that word. Like, where did this come from? Why is it that this doesn't make sense? So definitely watch it. It's hilarious. And it honestly justifies using the word fuck among others for me. So like, I won't be stopping. Maybe.
I feel like I should curtail my fucks though, but I have to. I've seen Friday. Friday was there. Friday. I'm sorry. I love it, man.
Come on.
That's like Sunday. But it's that's the monster car equivalent. That's fuck. Well, shit.
I think between from a Muggle's perspective, right? Like, I think Friday is a better movie. The question is it a better stoner movie? Up in Smoke is like watching two dudes high for an hour and a half, and then Friday has, there's a little more of an arc and a narrative there, and some day in the life of and all that.
Yeah.
And dude, Debo,
That's a stoner movie.
Debo.
Stoner movie.
He's Debo.
I know.
Stoner movie.
I know. Listen, they're smoking pot the whole time, and Friday there's constantly smoke. Ice Cube. I'm sorry. He's when he smokes pot and he looks at the dog, and he's trying to be cool in front of the girl. And that was a masterful performance. And she goes, "Are you high?"
He's great.
She goes, "Are you high?" And he goes, "What? I'm high?" And he like fixes his shirt. Fixing your shirt is anyway. Gonna make it look like you're not high. I'm not high. Look, I just fixed my shirt. I'm sorry. I just like Friday sometimes. Look, obviously I've seen it 1,000 fucking times.
All right, Dan, I think I can firmly put you in the Friday camp. Is that I can put you there?
Up in smoke.
Oh, disappointed.
Wow. Well, that's
Hey,
a tie.
hey, where you at?
Wait.
Friday or Up in Smoke?
I said Friday, so that's a tie. So throw
Friday.
it back.
And Allie?
No, fucking Seth convinced me, man. Fucking Seth.
Allie, where you at? Friday or Up in
I'm
Smoke?
at Friday all the way.
Friday all the way. Chat, where you at? Friday or Up in Smoke? All right. The Facebook is definitely all Friday.
Yes.
Let's see over here on the YouTube. The YouTube's calling it a tie. The YouTube's calling it a tie. So
The YouTube's wrong.
Dude.
The YouTube's
Friday
wrong.
is gonna beat Up in Smoke.
Yes, it is.
Via our Facebook fans, Friday is in the finals. Number 5 beats number 1. Friday is in the finals.
Oh my God.
Up in Smoke is out.
Oh my God, come on, my man.
Boom.
Everything in the final.
I feel like I won something.
Come on, my man. I'm coming.
Come on, man. I'm agree. I'm agree, my man. I'm sorry. I got really excited.
All right. It's our other Final Four matchup has The Big Lebowski against Dazed and Confused.
Dazed and Confused.
Allie is with Dazed and Confused.
I'm gonna say The Big Lebowski.
Uh-oh. Division here. Kay is with The Big Lebowski. Gentlemen, to you.
I'm gonna go with Up in Smoke.
That was an option, Seth.
I think I'm gonna.
You're wrong.
That's high. It's okay. You got it. That's high. It's fine.
I'm gonna go with The Big Lebowski.
All right.
It keeps ending up like this with you, Dan.
The chat is getting wild in there. I'll wait to tell you what's in there. But Dan,
Dazed
Big
and
Lebowski or Dazed and Confused? Yeah, dude, I feel you right now. This is how you know this is a great bracket, though. When the choices look and feel like this.
This is like
good.
This is like Ali in his prime versus Tyson in his prime. Like this
Yeah.
is like it's like the ultimate. Like, how could you put?
But who's gonna win is the question.
What does
A Dazed and
the
Confused.
audience think? What does the audience? What?
Yeah, one's like a movie for the youth, and one's a movie for adults.
So you're a man? Are you a man, Dan? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Depends on what side
Yeah,
of the line
he
you
is.
sit down on, baby.
Wow.
You could be a youthful man.
The Big Lebowski is like reminds me of all my dad's stoner friends that live at the beach. So
That's what I mean. It's for an older generation.
I'm like, I like that.
dress-
But new school is, the new school. Not so new school.
Even though I dressed like a chubby Slater for years, I have to go with the Big Lebowski. How do you go against? Fuck me in the face.
And the chat
Come on.
agrees with you, Dan. Facebook chat, Kurt, Suzanne,
hurt.
everybody in there is all about the Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
Bringing us down to our finals. Our finals of this incredible stoner bracket. And I'll get you an updated bracket with the winner. All right, let's hear the cases made for Friday versus the Big Lebowski. We have a number 5 versus a number 10. All the top seeds are out. Number 5 Friday, number 10 ranked Big Lebowski. This is your final best stoner movie of all time.
I don't even have to say it.
Does anybody want to make it? Who wants to make a case? Someone
You
make
know
a
what-
case for Friday.
you know what team
I want
I'm
one
on.
of you. Yeah, this is going to be a debate now. Someone make a case for Friday.
It ain't gonna be me.
Someone make a case for Friday right now?
Yes. Or
Wait,
are
wait,
you
what-
all leaning Big Lebowski?
Is it
It's
Friday
like,
versus?
again,
It is
it
Friday
Fri-
versus Big Lebowski. In the chat, Big
What a
Lebowski's a better
weird-
film, but Friday is probably a better stoner movie, is one of the
Yeah.
comments.
For sure. It's definitely a better stoner movie. And it's just like, I don't know. It's Friday. I love it. It's a great fucking movie. It's
love
hilarious. I think it's just because I
You
really
go
like the
first, then.
actors in
You
it
go
too.
la-
You know?
last.
like those actors. I don't know.
Exactly.
I mean, like, come on, classic.
People still make memes out of it.
Exactly.
All right, our chat is divided right now.
You don't see
There's some
that
Big
about the Big
Lebowski support in there. There's some Friday support.
I mean, sometimes, but not as
I
much.
think, I think, yeah,
I don't
I think the Big Lebowski is a better movie overall. Friday might be a better stoner movie. I think there was a better stoner movie that got blown out of the competition.
Ah, he's salty.
But
Enjoy
if I
the
had
salt, Seth. Enjoy the
Yeah.
salt.
if I had to go with it, I would say that I laughed out loud more during Friday than I did during the Big Lebowski, and that would make Friday.
Friday.
You're stoned as shit while watching it, and you're fucking cracking up the whole time. It's a funny, good movie.
So Ali and Seth, I'm putting you guys down for Friday. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
It's my boy.
Whoa! I feel
Okay.
like
Hey
I
and
feel like I
Dan,
did
will
a
you
reverse
balance this
Jedi
thing or
with
blow it out?
I did a reverse Jedi with that Friday.
Honestly, I was probably gonna go with the Big Lebowski, and then I agree with assessment. But you go first.
You just went.
Dan?
Dan.
Yeah.
Hey, you picked Friday.
Grandma's
Friday.
No, I was. Let me. I mean, fuck me. It's how could you? It's the Big Lebowski. But I have to go with Friday simply because there's more alcohol consumption in the Big Lebowski, and the pot outweighs the pot. The pot in Friday outweighs
Producer
the
Elvin,
pot.
we need an image of Dan with the scales of justice, and it's like the alcohol in one and the weed in the other, and that tipped the scales of balance for Friday.
Please don't. I was just being like this. I'm like, but that's not. Thank God there's not a green screen behind me.
Because when you break it down, the Big Lebowski could be a movie that sells White Russians as much as a movie that sells the idea of pot, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Growing up in California, I see those type of men everywhere. You know, like
Men in robes with White Russians.
Well, okay, not maybe that specific, but like, okay, fun little stoner story. Like one of my dad's best friends, Jeffers in Hermosa. Go check him out when you're safe. He's a huge stoner. His whole life, he's just trimmed, rented out bikes and beach shit, and then goes to Mexico during the winter, and like that's all he's done. And he's like living life really well, literally on the beach. And I'm just like, wow, impressive. And that's, I don't know, he's just one of those people that reminds me of him. But the California life, man, very interesting. I see similar people to him.
All right, I've got a clean sweep from you guys, and our chat very heavily is in favor of Friday as the winner of the bracket challenge. And I think Friday can now successfully say to the rest,
Wow.
"You got knocked the fuck out, man."
Wow. Holy shit. That's incredible. I was trying to do Friday. I was trying, in my head, I have this impression that I'm trying to do, but I can't. It's like, it's going to sound weird. Tell me if this sounds right. Give us the money, Lebowski. Wait, does that even sound like it? Give me the money, Lebowski. What the fuck? I used to be able to do it. I can't do it anymore.
Well, that was awesome, guys. That was a lot of fun.
Too high, kids.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Hey, listen, guys, I got to run because I am not, as you can tell, I am not in my own residence. I'm at somebody else's.
We've got Dan and Jackie Tone coming up next, so we do appreciate the time. Thank you so much for joining us, Seth.
Thank you. That was a lot of fun, guys.
Thank you, Seth, for coming on.
Oh, absolutely. I'll see you guys later.
Okay, pal.
All right.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye. Appreciate you.
Pleasure, everybody. Thank you guys for playing along with our fun little game.
I feel
what's
like
up, Dan?
I feel, how we doing? We're very off time now because
no, we're like 5 minutes. It's fine. We're 5 minutes behind.
That was
It's
a
all
lot
good.
of fun, man. I had a blast doing
Yeah.
Good time.
Fuck, man. I'm sorry Seth had to run. I bet there were people. I wonder if he was in like someone's house and there was like a family there, and I was just cursing like a lunatic, and we're all just talking about getting high, and he's like, and
They
now
have to be used to it because that's such a New York thing. It's so funny that you said that because one of my best friends is from Brooklyn as well. And you know, met him in like 2000 and just fucking this, fucking that, every fucking word out of his fucking mouth. So we call him Derek fucking Dooley. Like we've nicknamed him that for 20 years. Like burn, yo, you wouldn't fucking believe this shit, man. This fucking guy over here was fucking doing this thing. Like that's just, it's a Brooklyn thing.
we're gonna make a meme out of you doing that.
New
We're gonna
York
make a
thing.
meme out of you doing that, Burn. Allie and Kay, did you have fun, Allie and Kay?
Did.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me. It's a
Thanks
good
for
time.
coming on. Good. I hope so. All right.
Sounds good. Dan, any last words before I take us to Jackie Tone?
Any last words?
Yeah. Before you walk the plank.
I'm thankful for this fest.
I love it.
It's been I'm glad everyone's having a good time, and I really hope Seth had a good time. It looked like he was having a good time. Yeah, you know, these are crazy times, man, and it's good to just to get into the minutia of, you know, Friday versus the Big Lebowski. So you know,
It's gonna get real tomorrow if we do that Oscar thing. That's like all the serious business.
well, that'll be a fun one too. All right, take it away, Burn. Let's get into Jackie Tone. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Allie, Kate, thank you so much. Dan, mwah. Everybody else, stay tuned. We're going to be right back. Dan sits down with Jackie Tone, and then after that, we're going to have Brooklyn Gladiator and the heavy metal panel and a Moon Lake radio play. We are not done here at Fogler's Fiction Fest, and tomorrow, so much stuff going on. We have a Fanboys reunion panel. We've got Maz Mickelson. We've got a cosplay parade. It's going to be amazing. The boys, Ross Marquand. We will see you all soon. Have some fun.
You look great.
Do I? Thank you. You look
Thanks.
You look lovely as well.
Just deodorant. Look at that background.
It's just deodorant. That's what it is.
It's just deodorant. It's just because you can feel how good I smell.
Yeah, you smell wonderful through the scratch and sniff. Thank you for coming on the panel for the Fogler's Fiction Fest extravaganza.
Psyched to be here.
So
I can't lie. It's psyched to do anything. Like if you were like, yo, do you just want to Zoom? I'd be like, yeah. So I can't claim it's like for whatever it's for. It's just to hang out with you.
Where are you right now? You're in LA?
I'm in LA. I'm in my little dining room. My kitchen door is closed. I'm just chilling. Got Bette Midler in a little frame right there. Got a glow calendar right there.
I got a guy.
My finger work is sick right now, by the way.
Yeah, that is weird.
Well, thank you. I didn't know I could even be so sort of subtle with my finger work.
Well, I just realized I can do a Baby Yoda impression like this.
Wow, you really can. He's so cute.
Oh, thank you. So, okay, I have to say that I know you for Liberty years.
Right, thank you.
Okay, and which is a long time, lady.
It's a long time.
And so I have to say that we met on a show. I think we met on 30 Seconds to Fame. Was that it?
Just pause. I know you before I'm 23 then. I was thinking about New York, but I already knew you by the time I got to New York.
The first time we met was 30 Seconds to Fame.
30 Seconds to Fame.
Okay. So
I don't know. I honestly don't even know. I could have been a teenager.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. I was
crazy.
I was maybe 20.
Wow. Yeah, that was the first thing I did out of college was that gig was 30 Seconds to Fame.
What was your shtick on it?
So we were both on the same show.
Right.
And they screwed you. They fucking, I don't know what they did. They messed up your sound system and they just like So okay.
I actually had to get a lawyer.
You're kidding.
No, because I was about to, because I was like, listen, guys, I don't want it to get weird, but
I totally understand it's a reality show and sort of whatever happens, happens. If it's my fault, I get up there and shit the bed, that's going to be on TV, and that sucks for me. But if your guy's sound system doesn't work,
right,
and then that makes me look like that's not okay, and I had to like fight them to not air it.
You're kidding me?
No, and they were like, listen, you signed all this paperwork and and our attorneys and I was like, okay, I was a kid, I had no reps, I had nothing.
Oh my
I
God.
called my parents and I was like, hey, my dad even was like, well, we like know a guy who's an attorney. We can get people. Like, it was gnarly.
I didn't know that it went to that level. That's wild.
I was an alt. So I was sitting there at every episode. And then if somebody got hurt, or if like, the people were doing shit with fire. And so somebody got hurt,
it was
they
like a gong show.
A couple people in the background to be like, okay, that went up in flames. We need someone quick to get up there. So I was just sitting there with my guitar, like ready to do what they needed. And one day I was in here, I was like, and one day that I was like, okay. And I ran on stage, and then none of their sound worked, and they were perfectly fine with how dumb I looked. And they were just going to air it.
Yeah. I felt terrible because I got to know you. We were all in the green room, and I was like, oh, she's cool. And I think, we were both from New York, and I think that we had like a mutual
Katie and Liz.
Katie and Liz. So we were already knew each other. Yeah. I knew Liz Feldman, is a major writer now, and Katie, we all went to college together. So of course they were like, you got to look out for Jackie. So I met you on this show, 30 Seconds to Fame, which was like this like modern kind of gong show where you have 30 seconds to entertain the audience. If they aren't entertained, they fucking buzz you off. It's so fucking. So I remember sitting backstage and watching from the wings. And just being like, oh fuck, what did they do? Because they totally fucked you. They totally messed up your sound, and you had like you were gonna play like a electric guitar or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to, which is why I said, do you want to play something uninterrupted? Here is your
where the sound works.
Where the sound works. Where the streets have no name.
Right. The streets have so many names.
If you wanted to, it's wide open for you to perform for us.
I'll decide.
I love that.
I'll decide.
Because I used to watch you. If you guys haven't seen this very talented lady perform live music, I saw you early in New York in a couple one woman shows where it was just you and a guitar, and you just played several songs, and you just fucking rocked the house.
Thank you.
Yeah, you were so great.
Funny, thanks, man. It's so funny to talk about this because I haven't done that in so long.
Really?
And not because of the pandemic. I think I've had my eye on quite a few prizes in this life and this career, and it's been both awesome and unfocused and confusing at times. And I think I was there's a bunch of things I love to do and want to do. And I think instead of focusing on one, I at any one time was focusing on all and was like, I can do stand up and I can do music and I can try and be a serious actor. And like the reason that someone like Sandler now can be a serious actor is because he did sketch. He did comedy. So it's like it happens in increments. And I sort of tried to do it all at once. And I realized that, bandwidth wise and mental real estate wise, I couldn't, I tried. And I wasn't perfecting any one thing. I was just doing a bunch of things at once. I mean, maybe this is for sure like my ego talking, and I think pretty well, but not laser focused. Let's fucking go. Oh, can I swear on this? God bless.
Yes,
oh, God bless. So like, for example, though, like when I got low, I wasn't making music as much because I finally had this other outlet and this other opportunity and this thing I could do where I was hopefully could shine, and I wanted to focus on that. I think in our downtime, because we did have plenty, I was still making music, but right now I'm answering all the questions at once, but I'm making another show where I'm writing all the music for that. And so it just, my sort of I obviously always have this internal combustion engine, but this desire I had to like be out and like prove to people that I could do something, like relaxed a little when I had something in my hand, if that makes sense. I mean, you know this. It's like you have to, our whole lives and careers are trying to show people like that they can hire us. It's wild.
Yeah, it's tricky when you know, like when you're in college and you're doing Mamet and Chekhov, and and you're like, yes, I do Shakespeare. I'm a trained actor, and then you get out into the world, and your agent, who you finally get, is just like, yeah, we got to keep you on this one path. We're gonna tell you in this one path, and you do that one path, doing the same character, whatever, the same parts for 5 years.
And that's if you're lucky.
Right. And then you do that for
get any parts, because I was in a place where I wasn't I wasn't getting the jobs kind of ever. But now I'm in more of that place where it's like, well, she's an edgy, body, mouthy New York Jew. Let's do, and I'm like, well, cool. True. Which is why I'm so happy to be like hosting now too, because it's
Yeah, so tell me about this gig, this new gig.
What are you drinking there? Just some water?
Yeah, just water.
A cute little cup though. It makes it look alcoholic.
Yeah. It makes my hands look bigger.
Yeah, that's right. See? This is how big my hands are. This is a kombucha. I just have huge hands. No, this is a kombucha. So this cooking show, I feel like I've really led us on a lot of directions today. And
no, that's okay.
Okay, we'll be circuitous. Great.
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay, good. So the cooking show, I can't believe we talked about 30 Seconds to Fame. I haven't thought about
That's my first reference,
I just haven't. It's weird how many, before we talk about my actual show, it's funny how many music reality shows I did after that.
Yeah. You were on American Idol. You did American Idol.
Did do American Idol in season 9, 8, or it always confuses me because it was 2009 in season 8 or 2008 I can't remember.
Right.
Anyway, season 8 or 9, check it out, or don't check it out rather. Do your best to miss it.
What was that experience like? Was that just like a nightmare or like?
No, actually, it was sort of wrapped in a bow. The whole thing was like so incredibly amazing and supportive, and I felt like, oh, this is my real chance. And then I got eliminated like immediately after.
Oh, right.
But just like, and then you just like literally someone like, I mean, I was in LA, so this didn't happen to me, but like you get a plane ticket like slid under your door and you're not allowed to talk to anyone or see anyone, and then you're just like, it was like you never existed.
Oh,
yeah, it's wild.
Yeah.
And by the time I did American Idol, I'd been acting for 17, 18 years, like since I was 10, and I did Idol in my late 20s. And so it's like, that was just one other like, okay, so close, but no, zero cigars, not a cigar to be found.
So you started as a kid. You started super early.
Yeah.
Wow.
My mom's good friend was an agent, Aggie Gold of Fresh Faces Agency.
Aggie Gold.
Baldwin, Long Island. And she was she still is, but she was an agent. And she repped me when I was a kid. Anyway, so my show now is called Best Leftovers Ever.
Yeah.
And it's a cooking competition series on Netflix that is like, I would describe it like Chopped meets Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Oh my God, that sounds fun.
It's wackadoo. Like when the judges are deliberating, the contestants are waiting in a massive human-sized Chinese food container. And like, all the sets are made of huge Tupperwares. And there's like massive milk containers and chopsticks. It's just like, it's a party. And the contestants basically in round 1, they have fridges behind them. There's 3 cooks. They have fridges behind them. And they have to take those leftovers. So we basically go like, hey, cooks, you guys, it was a Super Bowl yesterday, and so all you have left over in your fridge are, buffalo wings, 7-layer dip, and a cake.
Right.
From the Super Bowl, from the big Super Bowl party, and we need you to turn it into a flavor bomb brunch.
Right,
And they have to
right.
like take these leftovers and fully transform them. And then in round 2, my fridge comes out, and sometimes she's shy and we have to coax her and cheer fridge. But eventually she does come out. It's truly Pee-wee's Playhouse. Like the fridge
It's
comes
like
out.
Carrie.
Yes,
The fridge
fully.
is
The
like
fridge is her own character. She comes out, and I open the fridge, and every episode it's either Italian leftovers or Mexican or Chinese, fully dressed Chinese food. And we give each of the cooks their own leftovers, and they
Yeah.
have to turn them into high-end cuisine of a totally different ethnicity. So you can't turn Chinese into Chinese.
Oh.
They have to like take chicken broccoli and turn it into pad thai, turn it into
Was this your idea? Like who? where did you-
no.
So how? So you just came across your desk and you were just like, I like this. I want to host this.
100%. So I basically got, like anything as an actor, it's always so funny. I can tell a fellow actor this, like, a lot of the time in interviews, they're like, what drew you to the project? I'm like, how many opportunities you think I get? I'm Keira Knightley, and I just have like 400 scripts on my desk, and I'm passing through them and deciding which I want to do. I mean, I don't get offered that much stuff. So when someone's like, hey, we like you for this, I'm like, I also like you for me, for us. But with this show, I've wanted to host forever. I mean, it's just something I feel that has been in my, as we say in Jewish, kishkas, in my guts forever. I just felt like it's just right for me. And making friends with strangers has always been sort of a weird skill set of mine. Being a New Yorker, I just talk to everybody. I love everybody. I fucking love people. And then I went in to meet the Magical Elves, which the production company, and they've done like, small shows like Top Chef and Project Runway and Nailed It. They're like sort of best in class. And I went to go meet them about this show. And then we went over to Netflix. It was really, kismet's the wrong word, but it was like one of those situations where it was all like, it just kept being like, yeah, this is the rightest thing ever.
Huh.
It just feels good. This is good. We're all doing bits and joking. I didn't feel like too much or try hard. It just was like comfy. And then by the time we left, we were standing in the Netflix lobby, and the Elves executive came outside and he was like, yeah, Netflix is down. They're let's do it. It's gonna be you. And I was like, start crying. Because I was, how many times in our careers we leave a meeting going like, wow, good luck all you other losers, because this shit is mine. And then you never hear from them again. And you're like, cool. I guess and so you lose that wild confidence because, 99 times out of 100, it's not you. And so this time they were like, no, it's you. And I was like, you sure? It was like, well, anything can happen between now and when we start filming, but everybody here says it's you. Wild.
That's amazing. Congratulations. I gotta watch that. I'm gonna start watching that with the.
You'll love it.
Yeah.
And it's fun. It's fun. And it's the only thing I've ever done that's fun, truly fun for the whole family. Like my niece and nephews love it. My parents love it. Like it's obviously they're my family members. They're going to love it. But it's killing. Like we're in the top 10 TV shows on Netflix.
Whoa.
It's not for a week, for the whole week, the whole first week it came out.
Amazing.
Up there with like small shows like Queen's Gambit and Cobra Kai, like massive.
No, I'm sure because it's such a great twist, like Leftovers. Like who doesn't? I love Leftovers.
I never met a leftover I didn't like.
And I grew up being like, don't waste that. Don't make a goulash out of that.
Was that because of your parents?
Yeah, my dad was always a big goulash guy. He was just like, I'm gonna put it in the goulash. Give it over.
Or my mom like put it in a hash. Or if there was like extra salami, she used to make like salami and eggs. Like if there were cold cuts, she would just throw them in the eggs. And like, it wasn't, we were by no means chefs in my family, and I'm certainly not. But there was a sense of the importance of the money that was spent on the food and it not going to waste. And my mom is, the daughter of Holocaust survivors. So my mom, when she was a kid, she'd open the fridge and see a chicken in the fridge. and it would be just bones. And she's like, well, this is obviously garbage, and throw it out. And her mother would come home and be like, I'm using those bones.
Yeah, right.
Like,
we're making soup.
Yeah, I'm using those bones for flavor. And like, you know, there was nothing that got thrown out. And I think, you know, as we get older and we have access to so much more than our parents had, the importance of using every little thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how we throw out so much.
So much.
It's awful. And I'm like,
I
it's nice to sort of have a different perspective and come into it from the angle of like not wanting food waste and not wanting there to be money waste and not like on top of it's fucking delicious.
I think that Thanksgiving stuffing tastes 100 times better the next day.
There's so much that tastes better the next day. My favorite food is pizza. It doesn't get easier than that. And obviously the next day it's not better, but it's sometimes as good. If you pop it in the the countertop toaster and you like crisp it up, it's like a totally different experience. I just love leftovers. I always have. I have such a taste for them. For me, it's not like, oh God, it's the next day I have to eat this again. It's like I'm more often than not like pretty excited about it.
Do you remember Ray's Original on 11th and 6th Avenue?
Of course.
You remember that slice of pizza? I dream about that.
You know that there's also other places that call themselves Ray's Original?
Yeah, of course. That they're liars and
But
thieves.
how do they not? I always wondered that about Ray's. Like, how's that legal? But I guess it's a man named Ray. Well, I guess you can't say Ray's is yours. But
You got Ray's Original, and then all the other people were just like Ray's Famous Original.
Yes.
And then original Ray's Famous. Mixing that.
Changing the word order.
Combination up. What was so you were on The Nanny?
Dude, crazy. You're going way back.
How old were you?
I was a baby. I was like
you were
12.
12 on The Nanny with Fran Drescher.
Mm-hmm.
I have a funny Fran Drescher story.
Give it to me straight.
Okay, so I'm at a play. I'm at a musical. And I'm standing up and I'm putting my stuff on the floor in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm about to sit back. And I go to sit back. And in the back of my head is the hardest slam, like concussive slam I've ever felt in my life as I sit back. Douche! And like my brain hits the front of my skull. Like, dunk, 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 dunk. And I'm like, what the fuck was that? And I hear from behind me, Fran Drescher. And I turn around and I'm like, what the fuck? And she's holding her head because she leaned forward just as I was sitting back.
Oh!
Bam, fucking head. Bam! Like fucking two antelopes. And she's just all, and I was like, oh my God, Fran Drescher. I was like, are you broken now? Are you stuck like that laughing? Because you hit me so hard in my head, Fran Drescher. And she was like, I know. And she was like, that's the hardest I've ever been hit in my head. And I was just like, are you all right? Because I'm not. And she's like, it's fine. Enjoy the show. Enjoy the show. I was like, Fran Drescher gets hit by a car and she just gets up and just like,
oh my God. I thought you were going to say it was her knee, because that would be a place for a knee. Like I've done that when you go to see a show and someone's knee, but you just sit back into someone's knee.
She was sitting forward as I was sitting. Bam! And I was like, holy fuck.
And now we have 2 kids.
Yeah, that's what happened. She has an adamantium skeleton. I'm pretty fucking sure about that. So that was I used to watch that show that came on. I used to watch.
We bashed heads once, me and her. We bashed heads once.
Bashed the shit out of each other. I used to have a crush on her from she was in Saturday Night.
She was in Spinal Tap.
Right.
She was the manager in Spinal Tap, remember?
Oh my God.
She was a smoke show.
She smoked a lot?
No, she was so hot.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It's a goddamn smoke show.
Okay, you were on the fucking Sopranos?
Dude, it's been a weird life. I can't lie to you. I was in the Sopranos. I feel like I was in the Sopranos in the 90s.
You were a teenager.
Mm-hmm. Wow. I played Meadows. That's such a weird story because like it's funny. I guess I don't know if I'm a bummer of a guest, but so many of the stories have sad endings. Like with American Idol, it was like so great and then not great. Like with The Sopranos, I was supposed to be Meadows' best friend for the like I was supposed to, because I played, remember Stevie Van Zandt on the show?
Sure.
He was, of course. So little Stevie played Silvio Dante, and I played his daughter Heather Dante. So Tony and Silvio's daughters, Heather and Meadow, they were best friends. They were on the soccer team together and everything. And then after my episode, I was like kind of replaced by the creator of the show, David Chase's daughter. And then she played Meadows' best friend, but her name was Hunter and not Heather. So
Great.
it wasn't like the Bewitched where they were like, there were two Darrens, but it was like this weird, like sort of like wasn't me anymore, and then was the creator's daughter.
That sucks. Are you a fan of Amy Sedaris?
Of course.
And you were on Strangers with Candy, right?
Yes, I love her.
I love her.
I mean, she's a national treasure, truly.
She's on The Mandalorian now.
She is?
Yes.
I watched, she posted on Instagram yesterday. She just speaks to my heart.
Yeah.
She was like, this is how I clean my miniature wooden stakes. And then she had like a keyboard cleaner, like an air blower that cleans between your keys and your keyboard. And it was like, she was like, there, now my miniature wooden stakes are clean. And that was the whole video. And I was like, yeah, I love you. I've always loved you and I still love you. Yeah, I did an episode. I tried out for something else on Comedy Central. This was also, I think, in the 90s. And I was a teenager. And because I played one of the kids in the high school with Jerry Blank. So I went in to try out for something else on Comedy Central. And I didn't get it. This happened a lot to me in my earlier part of my career. I tried out for some massive part on a show. And then I didn't get it. And then they called me. And they were like, do you want to do these 3 lines on Angel? Because it was like the same people did also that Buffy spinoff Angel. And they were like, do you want to do this? I was like, okay. So I don't remember what I tried out for on Comedy Central. It wasn't even Strangers with Candy. But then they called and they were like, oh, it was between you and whoever and you didn't get it. But they were like, there's this few line part on Strangers with Candy if you want to do it. And I was like, okay. And it was weird though, because it was like cross show. It wasn't even... Like I tried out for a big part on one show, so they gave me a smaller one. It was a different show. Hi, Glenn. You want to meet Dan? Come here.
Who's Glenn?
He's my best friend, and he's 4-legged. He's on the ground. Let me get him.
I love it when people name their dogs or cats after people's names.
Well, this is Glenn.
Hey, Glenn.
Hello, Dan. It is me, Glenn. I'm the #1 best, and my heart is way too big.
He's very cozy there.
Yeah, he might fall asleep in 1 second.
I'm gonna sneeze. I'm allergic to your dog. I'm sorry.
Yelling I'm gonna sneeze is one of the best bits, and I can't believe that I haven't been privy to it till now. I'm gonna sneeze.
I've been taught to announce it because I have very loud sneezes.
But announcing it isn't better because it's the announcement is veiled in the sneeze. It's terrifying either way.
You know what my mother does? My mother goes, when she sneezes, she goes, it's like a lead up. She goes, achoo, 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 achoo. She actually says it.
No, she doesn't.
She says, achoo,
I'm
achoo,
going to need you. When the next time you see your mom, I'm going to need a video.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. I'll just be following her around with pepper.
You should. My dad makes sounds like he'll sneeze and he'll go like, Chuggable! Like he'll make follow it with any number of syllables.
I will often go, konnichiwa. I'll say that. Yeah. My dad has a superpower. It's his sneeze. He has a supersonic sneeze. Like when we were children, he would just let it rip. And I'm pretty sure I lost hearing.
Yeah, because he'd come and do him nice and close to you.
Well, he'd just be in the house. I'd be anywhere in the house. It was a superpower.
Yeah, sure.
It was like an EMP.
Jack, do you understand superpowers? You don't need to be near them to be affected by them. Yes, I get it.
Speaking of superpowers, I was like, oh my God, my finger's bleeding. My finger's really bleeding. That's
right now?
Look at it.
Why?
I don't know what happened. It's weird. So
you're so strong and so manly that like when you have a massive cut and bleed, you don't even know.
I don't know what's just happening.
Well, you ruined the manly thing by sucking on it like a baby, but up until that, oh, am I? Oh, am I?
Yeah, I don't feel it. Well, it's like a gerbil.
Calling for oh my god.
Anyway, so
I'm little shop of horrors.
So I'm watching TV. Wow. Feed me. So I was watching TV and I was The Boys. I've been binging the shit out of The Boys.
So that show is I think it's one of my favorites, if not my favorite.
Yeah.
Did you watch season 2?
Yeah, I read the comic book. Big fan of the comic book, and then the show came on, and I just binged the hell out of that. And then I had the co-creator of the comic book on one of the panels here, and we compared the two. So I'm like,
oh, you're in.
I'm in it.
You're in it. In
it. And I saw you on the show.
Yeah.
And you were.
COVID allows. I'll be going back for season 3.
Oh.
If COVID allows.
If it allows.
COVID allows. It's all the way in Toronto. So I don't know what they're going to be doing with guest stars. Like I think they're still making the show though. So
But they said they'd like you back, huh?
Yeah.
That's great.
Well, see, I hope so. Fingers crossed. I love doing that show. It was a funny experience too, because when I got the script, you know this, like no one told me what the show was about, really. I got like a little tiny breakdown, but you don't really get to like, and I was in episode like 6 or 7. So I didn't know what happened in the episodes before mine. And I just got my episode and I was like, what is mother's milk? Like,
right.
What is happening? Why do these superheroes sound like read like piece of shit people? Like these are not nice people. What is happening? And you don't know the tone of a show because it hadn't been on yet.
Right.
So it was like, it's funny. You just try out for something and then it just works out when your vibe works with the vibe of the show. Because the show's so campy.
Yeah. It's very the comic book is like that. You know, it's superheroes being naughty, basically, you know, superheroes doing, like if you had all that power, you know, a lot of people would
think you'd just be good with it. Come on.
Yeah, they'd abuse that power, even the good ones. And you know, they get into that on shows like Watchmen, but this show in particular, it really is a great balance between the special effects and the spectacle of it, and the comedy. And they just are able to like jump the shark within a scene, and you're just like, love it, keep going. You know, it's like there are no boundaries, because how can there be boundaries with superheroes? You know.
I also love how many female writers are on the show and how just depraved it is. Like you'll just see some shit on that show and be like, oh god, and then at the end it's all Rebecca Sonnenschein. You're like, that doesn't sound like the name of the lady that thought of that. Like she's one of the EPs, and she wrote the episode I was in, and she's amazing. But it's just like, it's just good. You just love to see it.
That's great. Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for it. I hope you're back on for the third season.
Me too.
Yeah. So
also,
Glow.
nothing funnier than my character's name is Courtney, but it's spelled Courtenay. It's so annoying. Courtenay.
It's
just annoying.
It's like Bethany.
But it would be like if Bethany was pronounced Bethany. Courtney.
Bethany.
Bethany. Yes,
Bethany.
Bethany.
Bethany and Courtney.
Bethany. Stephanie Courtney. Stephanie Courtney is the name of the girl, the progressive girl.
I think if I get any pets or anything, I'm going to name them Bethany and Courtney.
Well, I would name the one pet Bethany Courtney.
Bethany Courtney, get in here. Delightful. So tell me about Glow. I must confess, I've never seen you on Glow. I've only seen the original show. I watched the original show.
You love this show.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's so.
I hear wonderful things.
It's so good. I mean, I'm on it, but like, even removing myself from the equation, it's so incredibly written and unbelievably performed, and it's gorgeous looking. And since it's a period piece and you watch the original, I mean, you would love this show. It's just great. I think something that was hard about Glow is like, I think it sells like it's a women's show, but it's not. It's the writing is incredible. The stories are amazing. We do all our own stunts. We beat the shit out of each other in every episode.
Really? So you're
like,
you're rolling around. You're on roller skates and you're kicking ass.
everybody thinks it's roller skates. We're wrestling.
Right. Sorry.
I know. No, that's weird. The roller derby cross section confusion happens more often than you'd think. Funny story. Rebecca Johnson, who is one of the girls on Glow.
Gorgeous ladies of wrestling, right?
Yes. Well, what's funny is she's a kid, and she once met a nanny when we were filming, so she could obviously have someone over and watching the kid when we were working. And the woman came in and she was like, "Oh yeah, I really love I love Glow. I love roller derby stuff." And Rebecca was like, "Oh, it's wrestling." And the girl was like, "No, it's roller derby."
Right.
Which is so funny. She said that to a woman who's on the show.
Right.
She corrected her. Rebecca said, "Oh, no, it's wrestling." And the woman said, No, I'm pretty sure believe me, I know.
That's so funny. That's so weird. It's even in the name, Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling.
I'm telling you, for some reason it happens. Anyway, we did all our own wrestling. So for a month before every season, we learned to wrestle.
So what is your move? Like, are you like?
Well, I'm little, so I like body slams because it's surprising. It's surprising that I can body slam you because I'm so small.
So you go up to the top ring and you're just like the top rope?
I do it from the mat.
Oh.
Like, I do it from the mats. Like if someone's like off the ropes and coming at me, and I'll bend my legs and they'll come at me and I'll body slam them. Like pick them up off the ground. But the thing that's the secret.
You're picking them up and throwing them up. I thought you were jumping off the top rope and slamming on them.
No. So what's amazing about a body slam, which you don't want to tell the people at home because it makes me not look as strong.
You got a low center of gravity.
It's all in the person being slammed. Basically, I'm down here and I bend my legs. So bend my knees. So if we time it right, we go.
Yeah.
You feel the bend. You're basically just jumping and flipping yourself. The person that's being flipped. Amazing. It's partly me getting under your crotch and my arm is going over and I'm throwing you on the ground, but it's like a combo platter. Like that's how that's how a little person can body slam a big person.
Holy shit.
It's so much of the work is in the person that's being body slammed.
I've been wasting so much energy body slamming people when they should be body slamming themselves.
Correct. You've been doing this for this is years for you now.
Hurting my back.
I'm saying they both hurt your back if I'm being honest. But so this wrestling legend, Chavo Guerrero.
Oh.
And from the Guerrero, and then he was our trainer.
Cool.
So he and Shauna Duggins, she's this incredible stunt coordinator. She won the Emmy like every year for Glow. And the two of them genuinely taught a bunch of soft ass thespians how to wrestle. And I shouldn't say soft ass because like a bunch of the women are not soft at all. But like, some of our cast members are like, like me, for example. Like I've never been really fancied myself much of an athlete and, definitely said I was to get the part and I am now.
Yeah, you got to say, yeah, absolutely.
The shit we say to get parts, forget it.
So we got about 10 minutes left.
Look at us.
And you're a delight. He's coming after you.
We call this corner head when he joins the Zooms in the corner. We call this corner head.
He's got a Baby Yoda impression.
Yeah, he does because he also has a Dobby impression with these ears.
Oh, yeah. Dobby.
Dobby the house elf. The other day I was walking out of a grocery store And oh no, I was waiting in the parking lot of a grocery store for my boyfriend, and this couple walks by, and I have Glenn on a leash, and then the man in the couple just looks down at Glenn and he says to his girlfriend, "Oh, that's an old one."
Oh,
Isn't that weird? What a weird. Why? What inside you is like, say out loud that that dog is old?
that's an old one. That's fucked up.
He was saying it to his girlfriend, and you could tell there wasn't like maliciousness in it, but it definitely was like, why? I don't. Glenn, what do you want? Do you hear him?
Yeah, he's pissed.
Let me give him a treat. Hold on. Talk to the people at home, Dan. I gotta give Glenn a treat, otherwise they'll ruin our show.
Animaniacs. And with zany to the max. So just sit back and relax. You'll laugh till you collapse. We're
We're
Animaniacs.
totally insane. We're Animaniacs. Boom, bum, bum, dun. What was the last line?
Shirley MacLaine.
Shirley MacLaine.
Oh, okay, wait. How was playing Gilda Radner, who's like one of my favorites?
Ever of all time. She's my favorite too.
Yeah.
I grew up just obsessed with her and doing impressions of her even when I was a kid. And I like noticed even when I was little that it was like, never mind. Like her sounds came out of me in a way that made sense. Like we both have sort of like Jewish raspy little voices.
A Futile and Stupid Gesture. That's the name of the movie.
Mm-hmm. And she's just from Detroit, so her voice is just more in the back of her throat. I'm Gilda Radner. Yeah, like I'm Gilda Radner. But other than that, we sort of just have similar speaking voices. Like it sort of just like wasn't a far cry.
Huh.
And it was, I kind of knew that my whole life. And then I auditioned for this David Wayne movie. But the Gilda in the movie is pre-SNL Gilda. So for the audition, they were like, you can do some of her characters from SNL just to show us that you get her and can embody her. But you won't really be doing her characters in the movie. Because she was in the National Lampoon and Second City and first friends with like, you know, Aykroyd and Chevy Chase and all those guys.
Is there someone played Belushi in the movie?
Yeah, John Gemberling from Broad City.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah.
And John Daly played Bill Murray, murdered it. Joel McHale played Chevy Chase. Seth Green played Christopher Guest.
Oh, wow.
This movie is nuts. Yeah, this movie is absolutely nuts. I love this movie. But yeah, so I just went in and I threw as much shit against the wall and to see if it would stick. I did probably 6 of her characters from SNL. Just went for it. I was like, what do I have to lose? And at that point I had like, you know, nothing going on. Hadn't worked in like years.
That's a great fucking part.
It was the luckiest thing ever. It was great.
We got about 6 minutes. You want to play a song?
Oh boy.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but I love you.
Interrupt me, Glenn. I mean, I don't know what to play. Should I play like a cover or something sweet or
something that's yours? Something that's yours.
Oh my goodness. I don't know. Here we go.
Beauty.
6 minutes. Let's do it, folks. When I was a kid, I couldn't throw a ball to save my life. I stayed home and strummed on my guitar, jotting down the words that flowed through my inspired mind. I was drawn to the page, but I did not know why. And as the years got on and on, inside I found my fire. I gotta sing, I gotta play, 'cause I got something more to say. And I will sing like my life depends on it. I'll sing like I'm running out of words. I'll sing. It's my final encore curtain curtain's about to rise. I'ma sing like it's the last song of my life. One day I'll hop some planes and trains, oh, all around the world. Lunch with lovely people of these cities, big and small. I listen to an old man storyteller tell me stories of the war, and ask if he would mind if I told him one of mine. And as the years got on and on, inside I found my fire. I gotta sing, I gotta play, I got something more to say. And I will sing like my life depends on it all. Sing like I'm running out of words. I'll sing. It's my final encore. Curtains about to rise. I'ma sing like it's the last song of my life. I wanna listen closely and I just wanna be heard. Now that I have grown, I'ma do some shining of my own. And I'm gonna sing, I promise you I'll sing. Can't do nothing but sing. Oh, I'm gonna sing my final encore. Curtains about to rise. And I'ma sing like it's the last song of my sing like my life depends on it. I'll sing like I'm running out of words. I will sing. It's my final encore. Curtains about to rise. I'ma sing like it's the last song of my life.
Jackie Tone, everybody. Jackie Tone. We're about to be cut off. I thank you so much for playing.
Thank you. I love you.
I love you, man. That was great. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that you got to play. Jackie Tone, everybody. You have to check out her music. You have to do a movie musical or something.
I'm writing it.
Oh, okay.
I'm writing it. You guys find me on Instagram at Jackie TOHN.
Jackie Tone. I'm so happy I know you.
I'm so happy I know you. I haven't sung and played in so long. It was nerve-wracking.
You were great.
Oh my
so
God.
great.
My hands are clam.
Oh.
I was nervous.
Break legs. With all of your endeavors.
Thank you, my love. Thank you. You too. I mean, watching you blow up and shine and kill is like a joy. And know that me and Katie and Liz text each other about it.
Oh, that's lovely.
Of course.
All right, Fogler's Fiction Fest Day 1 continues. That was amazing. Jackie Tone breaking out the guitar and singing, and that was awesome. Good stuff. We have had a wild, fun day, and I hope you guys have enjoyed the ride here at the first ever Fogler's Fiction Fest. We've got a couple of great things coming up next, but first I want to let you know about tomorrow. We are going to kick off bright and early at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That is 1 p.m. for you East Coasters, and wherever you are in the world. I can't quote your time zones, but you got me, right? We're going to start with how many impressions can Ross Marquand do in an hour? It's going to be a lot of fun. Ross is great. Then we've got a Fish Kill Read with Phil Lamar. We're going to have a Fanboys reunion panel with Kyle Newman and the cast of Fanboys. Dan, Jay Baruchel, all the guys are going to be there. We've got the Boys panel with Derek Robertson. We're going to have Fogler's Comics. We're going to have another 420 break with Seth and Coop and the guys. We're going to have Maz Mickelson at 5 p.m. Pacific time. Dan sitting down with Maz from the set of Fantastic Beasts. That's going to be wild, and so much more. Coming up next, we're going to show you a couple of really cool clips, some read-throughs on Brooklyn Gladiator on previous episodes of the Dan Fogler 4D Experience video cast on NerdBot. So stay tuned for that coming up. I think actually we've got some clip with Ross Marquand reading. Dan and I are in there. And then we have the Heavy Metal Comics panel. So that's what's coming up next right here at Fogler's Fiction Fest. Share it out on Facebook. Share it out from our YouTube channel. Stay tuned, and we will see you soon.
All right, guys.
Maverick. Okay.
I do have the screen share is up and good to go. So they're seeing the opening page from the Brooklyn Gladiator, The Last Storm.
Okay. Okay, cool. Let's mute some background noise, whatever's going on there, and let's get started.
I have no idea what that is.
Sounds like someone in the booth has a moose.
Yeah, I got it. I just muted them. They gave me to do this. They gave me executive power. Made me the host of the stream.
Someone in the booth is humping a moose. Okay, come on. Okay, they're gone. Let's continue.
All right, cool. All right, we're ready to go. They've got the first page up. I'm gonna go ahead and switch it here.
Good.
There we go. Give you the title card.
Credits.
Here's the introduction. Got the big bruising gladiator in the background. Chapter 1, and first panel is up.
Yeah. All right. Tripping on the most potent narcotic in existence can inspire some poor life choices. Welcome to Brooklyn. I'll wait until that page. I'll go. These cunts, they're the law. We like to call them nannies. They don't like that very much. They have no grace, sacrifice themselves for a kill shot and an upgrade. They scan civilian minds, track every movement, but not mine. I didn't set out to be a criminal. It's what this city became that made me one. I'm John Miller. It's 2033. Fascist cunts. Sickness is more profitable than health. I tried sobriety for a sec, but nothing could distract me from the horror like the fluff. It was just a matter of time till I fell off the wagon. There's no real crime anymore. The ASIs make sure of that. No one cares. Total apathy. Electronics don't like me. Used to think it was a curse, but now I know. It's my gift. Constant ads, that's the military's handiwork. But even they can't hide their secrets from me. Tesla ain't happy. They reverse engineered his tech. Made this overcast sky their own silver screen. Oh, don't forget the nanites. Microbug bots creating synthetic building blocks at a molecular level. Ah, the AM smog line. It's now the only legal drug. Smoke it and you become God in your own mind. Government manufactured and Surgeon General approved. Get caught sipping on the street and these nanite-fueled pigs will rip you to pieces. It's a hell of an effective curfew.
Don't hurt me.
That's
Processing.
That's how the world works now. I don't so much break the rules as make my own. I've learned secrets even the all-seeing eye doesn't know. Knowledge is power. Hidden knowledge is gold. Whoa, am I going astral whole while conscious? That can't be good. Wait, what? Under the influence but still in control? I can feel every cell in my bloodstream pumping up my spine and into my skull. Nanite free, I might add. 100% natural, baby. Chi rushes into my leg and turns my foot into a jackhammer. Meditation exercise, bitch. That's how I do it. Oh, yum. Bacon bits. Gnarly. What was I saying again? Oh, yeah. I know many of NYC's secrets. Blind spots, forgotten places. Subways are always abandoned now since the quakes, back when the nanites started digging. This is my cool telepathy voice, by the way. Stepped into my office. I promised the smell was here before I moved in. You never get used to it.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Cut it there. Cut it there.
Beauty.
That's awesome, man. I mean, I enjoyed it.
Very cool.
Fly voice through.
Man, that was great.
Before I drop the screen share, Dan, you want me to give the fans a little peek at the next few pages, just the art?
Yeah, why not? This is some Simon Beasley for you. Simon, whoa, naked lady. Simon Beasley is here. I want you to flip forward a little bit. Simon Beasley is hysterical because he's known, he's Lobo, classic, let's metal. Like, I can't believe I'm working with him. Unbelievable. But I learned that he has.
That's my last one.
He's got. Oh, this is the last page we have?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool. He has this little quirk where he likes to hide penises like little Easter eggs in his work. And I guess he got in trouble with that.
He didn't happen to do that original Little Mermaid cover box, did he?
Oh, yikes. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. You know, I love the conspiracy, but I'm talking about how Lobo, if you look, he got in trouble on one of the Lobo covers where they were like, whoa, like one of the main people in DC were like, my God, look at this arm. The arm is so detailed, and look at that deltoid. And holy shit, is that deltoid a cock? And then he got in trouble. And so in one of the pages here, I guess we don't have it, but I guess there's a character that's blowing smoke rings, and it says in the script he's blowing elaborate smoke rings. Okay, and so I'm looking at it and I'm like, it's like these rings, and then the obvious, thing that's going through the ring are just they're more like smoke cocks. They're smoke cocks. I'm just gonna say it. People are gonna see it, and then I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it. That's Simon for you. That's hilarious. It's I wish we had it so you can see it. Everyone's just using their imagination right now, but now, see, everyone's gonna want to see what it looks like. See, that's advertising for you.
Very cool. And we are back. The screen share is stopped, so they're seeing us now.
Sounds good. Dan, are you seeing the cover of the Brooklyn Gladiator?
I am.
Excellent.
I like it.
There we go.
Simon Beasley, everybody. Oh, it's really taking its time.
It is. Yeah, I gotta let each page kind of load. Here you go.
That's okay. I'll start reading. Hope always loved the big cities. She was from St. Louis, would drive cross country and visit her family before the lockdown. Now, I wrote this a while ago, man. Before the wall. Hope was curious. She needed to know exactly how every little thing worked. Loved that about her. All cities are the same, I'd say. In an emergency, a signal's dispatched. There's always traffic. Hope hated traffic. Cities within cities, that's all it is. Just one big traffic jam clusterfuck. And everyone and their gramps is a goddamn rubbernecker.
Fortunately, hope can even make gridlock fun. Damn it, I'm good. Before I met Hope, I was the self-proclaimed Prince of the Air Ducks. My kingdom was devoted to crucial causes like hoarding porn, old movies, and peeping on Miss Isaacson. I'd hold my breath for a half hour just to get a glimpse of her big, beautiful ace. Zzz. Good evening, John Miller. Zzz. Run! False awakenings, one of the nasty side effects of frequenting the astral plane. Fuck, what year is it? Still 2033, kid, jeez, almost freaking time already. Friday fight night, remember? God bless Uncle Benny, my anchor. Benny was the only one who was able to wake me from my first astral field trip. I was stuck dreaming within dreams for 3 days straight. Russian doll syndrome. That's what Tessa's name for it was. Follow me, John. Follow my voice. It's time to learn. So little time, so many reasons to opt out. So it's very 80s, man. This whole thing is an homage. Isn't John Miller like just he's like Bruce Willis and Schwarzenegger had a baby.
I gotta know this character in the purple sleeveless vest. It's like Tiny Lister meets Tyson with the tattoos.
Yeah, meets meets a cyborg. He's like he's got nanites running through his veins. He's like the retired hero champion owner of Fight Night, and John is realizing his girl Cassandra is now fucking with him. Like, what is going on here? Wait. Why is Cassandra wrapped around Chance fucking Carter? Chance Carter. That's his name. Chance the Fist of Fate. Chance the Fist of Fate Carter, ex-champ, owns Fight Night. Man, I should have just kept reading. which means he owns me and Cassandra, apparently. Makes you want to crawl inside a big bowl of bliss and just hibernate till doomsday, doesn't it? Cool, let's keep going. That settles it. She's got to be the rat. Fucking robo whore. So the cops are after him, and he's trying to figure out who the fuck ratted him out. The joint shudders to the beat. Mini earthquake in my chest. Benny's 90-something. How the fuck does he deal? Let's rock and roll, baby. I love this shit. I want Nick Nolte to play this part in the movie. Okay, this is you, Birdie.
Welcome to the Hell House, the premier permanent underground floating live non-robot fighting arena in the entire tri-state area. Place your bets. This is gonna be one hell of a fist night. Fight night.
Fist night. Nice. It's all that turkey in, man. That's all. Why? It can't be the same dude from the weigh-in, can it? Oh, man, this is bullshit. Boo, fix.
Fucking David and Goliath over here. All right, we got a couple more minutes. Let's keep going. When we were growing up,
Smiling Jim's gonna be your sparring partner, cool?
Yeah, cool. Jimmy was the bully's bully. He's had my back in many a brawl. You get that close to a guy, you share secrets. He was there when I first learned I could purify the smog, when I first created the bliss. He was my guinea pig. Holy, this is the best damn fluff I ever did smoke. You're gonna be rich, bro, rich. But he can't fight unless he fights dirty. Don't get distracted. The odds can't have me lasting more than one round with this evil henchman, who, by the way, was not in my premonition. Even the fucking gods are hedging. Fuck, focus, Sean, breathe. Take the beating, cool hand Luke this shit. God damn it, Cass. How long have you been playing me? Even worse, how long have you been playing Chance? Reckless slag gonna get us both killed. I packed my shit and fly home to grandma's. I was you. Now the nannies have Jim, and he knows enough about my shit for a one-way ticket to the gas chamber. They're gonna squeeze him to get to me till he pops. If the rat ain't Cassandra, it's Jimmy for sure. And if he's still breathing, I'm gonna fucking kill him. But first, I gotta survive 13 rounds with fascist Frankenstein.
Anything goes tonight.
Look at the goon's eyes. They must have slipped him a black market nanite Mickey, and now he's all jacked up with nowhere for me to go.
Hey, Johnny, is he on a hill or what the fuck?
Nice, John. You just willingly stuck your head in the mouth of a Panzer cannon. Boom! The bookies must be having a field day with this shit. Lucky for them, nobody does math anymore. That's you, Bern.
Oh, you all right there, J-Boy? Looks like it's smarts. Gotta keep that guard up at all times.
The verdict in yet?
You bet your busted mug it is.
And let's get it over with.
In this corner, we got the Thunderdog. 5 foot 10 inches, 220 pounds of pure heart and determination. From Brooklyn via Canada, obviously fighting for his life here, folks. Jack the Killer Miller.
You almost broke your face with a single bitch slap, kid. Spliffy and I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to throw in the towel right fucking immediately.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Uncle Benny.
And in this corner, the meanest monster fucker this side of the millennia, weighing in at, holy crap, are these stats regulation? Rod the Deathbringer, definitely smog to the tits. I can sniff him from here. Bronzen!
All right, let's stop there, man. Let's stop there. Let's keep them guessing. They're gonna have to fucking buy the comic book to see the fight. That was fun.
That was a lot of fun.
Did you have fun, Bertie?
I had a ton of fun. I think in another life I might have been an arena announcer.
Guten Tagen, and welcome, my dear weirdos, to Moon Lake. Not your average vacation spot. Do you like riding zombie dinosaurs? Who doesn't? Or perhaps you're into MK Ultra enhanced psychotic killer cheerleaders. Fun for the whole family. We got sassy Sasquatches and time-traveling super soldiers from beyond the Loch Ness to the Bermuda Triangle. All narrated by yours truly, the man in the moon. Yup, that's me, the lunatic gaining sustenance by living off the flesh of fallen aliens. Don't judge. Moon Lake, once you check in, prepare to be checked out. Well, sleep tight, kiddies. Don't let the bedbugs bite. Seriously, they're absolutely lethal.
December 2033. I don't have much time. Something's happening to the sun, but the system's trying to hide the changes from us. They'll do anything to keep the status quo, even block out the sky with the constant chem fog. It hypnotizes with super drugs and an endless feed of mindless entertainment. all enforced by a nanite-enhanced police department trained to kill first, never ask questions. I'm John Miller, running for my life. You may not know it yet, but I'm humanity's last hope. And I'm getting the hell out before the whole shithouse goes up in flames. They call me the Brooklyn Gladiator. Follow me if you want to live.
Detective Bart Fishkill just found out he's the prime suspect in a terror attack on New York City. Working against the clock to prove his innocence, while the whole nation is gripped in fear, on the brink of martial law. We all want justice. Unfortunately for Fishkill, the truth is a tough pill to swallow. He's going to have to use every dirty trick in the book to cram it down America's throat. Let's pray he doesn't have to sell the last sliver of his soul to do it. Will love conquer all? Who knows? But Fishkill will make sure it's one hell of a good fight.
All right, hold on.
Nerd.
I want to.
Oh, come on. You guys don't know the metamorpho mythology? You just hang up right now.
Let's get super nerdy in a second. Hold on. I just want to
welcome.
welcome.
Walk out then.
I want to welcome everybody here. I want to say I'm a huge fan of everybody's work. Very excited. Except for Joe, who I'm so excited is here with us.
Oh my God.
Celebrate.
I'm going to be the vehicle to represent other creators, including some gentlemen that I work with here, Derek.
You like mine?
Excellent.
Joe edits all.
except for Joe, everybody here has been on my podcast or my video cast in one way or another, including Jeff. You guys should check all of that out, and welcome to Fogler's Fiction Fest. And Jeff, take it away. I am so excited that I have been running around like a chicken without my head trying to organize all this. I can just hand it over to Jeff. Jeff, brother, take it away.
Thank you very much. There's nobody named Jeff here. That's Serena.
Oh, Serena.
You know, some of you guys have seen Serena. That is an upgrade. Trust me. Like, it's a much better situation for everybody.
I'm apparently an android named 952499.
This is believable.
I can't wait to meet you when you're 7 digits. You know.
Oh wow, there you go.
How many digits until you become sentient? Exactly. Well, you know. Speaking of
First prime
sentience,
number.
and speaking of sentient humanoids and stuff, Heavy Metal is what brings us together. Heavy Metal magazine and Heavy Metal just had its big anniversary, and it just had its 300th issue, which is just nuts and fantastic. It's a brand that means a lot to everybody on this call, and probably to a lot of people who are watching and people beyond that because of what it represents. And so I thought we'd start with that, and then let's start with Mr. Medney, Matt Medney over at Heavy Metal. Now you're a person, not a number. Look at that, you just changed.
Like most things, I've evolved.
I'm gonna have to see if I can see if I can fix mine while you're doing that. But you know, tell us a little bit about the anniversary, and then set it up for this call. We have all these great creators, and all of this is about. We know where Heavy Metal has been, and we know where it's at, but we don't know where it's going. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about that, and vis-a-vis these assembled wonderful humanoids.
Yeah, I think, you know, for anyone that knows the brand, which I would assume if you're going to Fogler's Fictions Fest, you definitely have heard the name Heavy Metal before. So, you know, where it's been is it was the brand that made people understand that science fiction didn't have to be cookie cutter, that horror didn't have to go in one direction. And I share that mantle with my friend, Mr. Romero over there, because his family and legacy definitely helped push that in the right direction. And same thing with fantasy. And, you know, through the years, culture has bottled back into forms of censorship and forms of curtailing stories to fit a specific narrative. And it's something Dan and I have talked a lot about. And I think, you know, the thing that heavy metal allows for is it's a playground for creators to experiment and tell stories without any consequence of what society might think. And by doing that, it allows for stories that are raw, introspective, and really pushing the envelope of, you know, what's okay. And, you know, the other thing is, we've been on this call now for at least 5 minutes, and I haven't complimented Brendan's double giraffe killing machine. So like I have to go there right now.
Once a Pamela.
I mean, Brendan's first story had 2 killer giraffes, and those are herbivores. So I was like, that's the greatest thing ever. But
heavy metal, man.
But Jeff posing as Serena, posing as Jeff. I think that is a good place to start in terms of what heavy metal is. It's a thought experiment on what, you know, creators think they're seeing today, and by that kind of emulating it into what they think tomorrow can be.
Yeah. And Joseph, how are you, sir?
Doing fine on this Saturday. Glad to be here.
It's very nice to talk to you again.
Yeah. Last time I saw you didn't have a beard. It's giving you some new character, man. That's 2021, man.
You just seen me about 20 minutes ago. I was full Santa Claus. This is like I was doing this literally before the call, as opposed to changing my name on the screen. Now you'll see it's actually correct here.
There we go.
Oh, wow.
There we go.
Good.
The singularity has now been achieved.
Oh, be careful with that.
It just makes me nervous. That just makes me nervous when you say that. Joseph, tell us a little bit about you know, some of the talents coming to bear on heavy metal these days. I know you got a lot of things that a lot of people you're working with, and a lot of unique visions, and then we'll dive into the 3 that we have here on board.
Sure. So, you know, what's really great about heavy metal is just the opportunity to bring daring writers, daring artists, right? Like, you know, we're operating in a space where people have been so conditioned by companies that have characters that are 80 years old that come with a basic Bible of rules. And with heavy metal, the pleasure is, like, the only rule is that rules must be broken, right? So, you know, one of the writers I'm working with now, Stephanie Phillips, she's the one that, as a writer, spearheaded the relaunch of our girl Tarna there, from the 1981 animated film. You know, what was really great is to kind of come in with a clean slate, but also expand on the character, make this character cosmic, but also to explore femininity through this character, right? So one of the things that is in Tarna #1, because it's heavy metal and we're very mature, kind of like Sandbox, is there's full frontal nudity, right? And the thing about it, hey, listen, let's just get right down to it, right? So #1, that's something, yeah, dude, you didn't get your issue, so you better work on that. So, but the thing is,
I have to work on it.
You know, it's contextual, right? Everything in the story is contextual. And the idea that Tarna is a cosmic being that, quite frankly, looks like a woman, but represents concepts that would make our brains bleed. Right. We can explore the veneer, we can explore who she is, and we can talk about these things, about these rules, and the fact that our definitions are minuscule compared to how a character like that perceives herself, right? And so the fact that we're able to do that, you know, working with Brendan on Savage Circus, you know, when we talk about subverting expectations, there's a scene in one of the chapters, and it's a scene that really got me, where there's this young cop. His name is Brady. I've come to develop affection for him now. At first I thought, but I'm like, oh, like I really like this guy. He's got a lot of heart. And he tries to save this old woman from this creature, and he's reassuring her. He's like, it's gonna be okay. And then the next panel, he pulls back her arms. And that's all that's left of like this 70-year-old woman who just was just a treasure in the community.
Same way my grandma died.
Yeah, exactly. And like, and that's the reality. Like, not everyone is going to be saved. This is going to be messy. This is going to hurt, right? That's horror, right?
Absolutely.
In working with George and really getting to delve into the legacy of the whole universe of Night of the Living Dead. You know, Night of the Living Dead touched upon social issues which are unfortunately still relevant. So if we're going to go into the history, we have to engage, well, what was America like at that time? You know, what was America's fear at that time, right? And it all starts with nuclear annihilation, right? And what is humanity willing to do so that it can survive something that it should not be able to survive, right? Nuclear annihilation should just be the end, right? It's just like, okay, pack your bags, resolve any bad feelings you have with anyone from the 4th grade because you're going to die. But the fact that we have the hubris to believe that we can conceive a way to survive any possible phenomenon, man-made or God-made, that speaks to who we are, right? And these are the types of stories that we can tell. Another writer we're working with, Christopher Priest, a legend in comics, very influential on the Black Panther mythology that led to the $1 billion movie. We're working on a series right now called Entropy. And in a conversation we had, he succinctly described it as if DC had the balls to go all the way with Green Lantern. And when you hear that, like, that's kind of funny. But when I thought about it, I really understood what he meant. And what he meant was that, you know, these larger than life narratives, because they've been around so long, the characters in the stories act as if they're casual, right?
Yeah.
But if you take a human being and you give them the power of a god, what's their response to that?
Yeah.
Are they capable of handling that? And that's what entropy is about. Entropy is what happens when a human being is given the power of a god.
It's interesting because for many years, you know, with the DC characters, especially because they're so iconic, the definition of them is that they don't change. I mean, that's what makes them unique, and to have a character in any situation that doesn't change is the opposite of good storytelling.
Absolutely.
You know,
and
in a way.
And it's just great that, so here, all the creators that come here, you know, what I automatically say to them is like, take the shackles off. You're a writer, you're an artist, you're a colorist, you're a letterer. It's whatever programming has been embedded in your brain by 10 to 20 years of working on corporate characters. You must divest yourself of that now and just go goddamn crazy here.
Yeah. Now, George, you and I haven't talked before. It's very nice to meet you, by the way. And
very nice to meet you.
And your family name is revered in my house, and as it should. You know, I think I read once that there's only 2 individual people in the history of the world that have started an entire genre of fiction by themselves. Edgar Allan Poe with the detective story, and your pop. That's a hell of a legacy, and that's a hell of a responsibility. Can you talk a little bit about that and your excitement about working with heavy metal right now?
I think working with heavy metal was the culmination of kind of a lifetime of trying to wrap my head around exactly what you just said, to be perfectly honest. You know, when you're young, when I was young, he was just dad.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, I'd be hanging out with him, and I'd be like, "Hey, would you want to go do this?" And he'd be like, "No, I'm writing," or "No, I'm editing." You know, okay, fine. You know, and then I started to kind of pay attention, and I think it was a pretty young age that I realized what was going on with him, and just the obsession that I was witnessing. And then that kind of gave me an interesting perspective on what he did, and I saw Night, obviously, at a very young age, probably younger than I should have, especially back then. And and the way I saw it was really funny because I actually found an old reel of it in the basement of my mom's house. My parents split when I was young, and there was a projector. My mom used to work for an ad agency, and that's how they met. And she hired him to do a bunch of like Pennsylvania tourism films, and so they were all on this stack in the on a shelf in the garage. And I was going through them one day with a projector, and I found Night. Watched it by myself. Huh?
Did you make it through the whole thing by yourself?
Oh
in the
yeah, I was like
basement?
sitting on the concrete floor in like a damp basement, watching.
That's how you're supposed to watch it.
I understand so much more now. Now it makes sense.
That's great.
And but even still, at that point, it was awesome. Excuse me, and I loved it, and it made me kind of understand the audience facing side of what I had seen him do sitting at his old Steenbeck or sitting at his typewriter. And it was kind of my first glimpse at both sides of the artist, I mean, what goes into it and then what comes out the other side. And obviously over time, learning exactly what he did. I was really young to figure some of this stuff out. And there's some heaviness that comes with that, especially when you're growing up, you're trying to figure out your own shit. You're trying to figure out your own voice, and you're constantly in this battle of, I want to be my own creative. I want to find my own voice and whatever. So I think that was probably, played a lot into kind of how I fucking ended up the way I am today, which I don't know, weird, but
you're like weird. Normal is overrated.
Exactly.
I've never met it.
And just to backtrack for a second, I think everybody's reaction to when you brought up the full frontal, Joseph, proves your comment about how mature heavy metal is.
Well, it's not all about the front, guys. The back's important too.
And it was something that I learned to revere at a very young age, and then it became this thing. Well, fuck, how am I ever going to do anything that big or that important? And then that becomes your obsession. And then you realize that he's kind of transcended a lot because, like you said, Poe and my dad created genres, right? Mm-hmm. So then you realize just the magnitude of what he did. And then you realize how that affected not only just creatives, but the world at large. I mean, everybody from creators to fans to everything. Sure. And then it becomes overwhelming almost. And you think, well, fuck, I'm never going to do anything like that. And then your creativity freezes. And this is just me, but then you have to kind of power through that and realize, everybody called it a shadow when I was growing up. Oh, that's a big shadow. Those are big footsteps to walk in, blah, 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 blah. And you begin to believe it, and it begins to fuck with you. And then you realize it's not a shadow. It's something to be super just fucking proud of.
Yeah.
But then you have to realize, like, there was a perfect storm going on back then too. Like Joseph was saying, there were a lot of reasons that Night took hold the way that it did and has kept that hold since then for over 50 years. And then you start thinking, like I started thinking, well, fuck, there's no way to do that ever again. There's, the times have changed. And then, so that becomes your obsession. And then you kind of bang your head against all these brick walls, and occasionally you knock some bricks out and you kind of see through to the next brick wall. And then you start being able to fucking knock them down a little bit. And then you just realize it's just about fucking creating. Yeah. And it's just about writing, and it's just about breaking those rules, which again goes back to something Joseph said. Joseph said rules must be broken, which is a much stronger statement than rules are made to be broken, right? He's taken it to that commitment. Rules must be broken. And
you said films used to be dangerous, and they should be dangerous, right? They should be dangerous.
These things all, like, films used to be dangerous is my whole tagline, right? I use it on everything. I sign shit with it. Because when Night came out, there were members of the United States government that were saying my father was one of the most dangerous filmmakers alive and he shouldn't be allowed to continue.
You gotta get that on a business card. That's awesome. That's a great
But
business
it was because he was promoting a way of thinking that nobody had ever thought about before, not only from a fan base and a moviegoer's point of view, but also from a creator's point of view. And and so then you realize that all the rules as a creator, you kind of put in your own way. You put them, I put them in my own path, and I put them in my own way. And I built my own brick walls when I was younger. And it wasn't until I figured out how to kind of smash through those and that happened in one simple conversation over coffee one day with a guy in Los Angeles. Because, you know, as you can imagine, as soon as I started making movies, we want you to make a zombie movie. We want you to make a zombie movie. We want you to make this zombie movie. We want you to make zombie toasters, you know, and no, you know, and then you go to lunch one day and this guy says, well, look, you always say no to zombie movies. And I say, yeah, because that's my dad's thing. And they say, well, what kind of zombie movie would you make? And just rephrasing the question that fucking simply, by the time I got home from that meeting, Rise was already being constructed. And it was being constructed from the point of view of yes, a fan, and yes, somebody who takes the legacy that I'm working very hard to try to carry seriously.
Yeah.
But
do you find yourself protective now of that legacy in a way? I mean, if the legacy that maybe you resented at one point, do you find yourself now feeling like a steward or a guardian of it?
I hope so. I mean, I don't think that resentment was ever actually what it was. It was more of a frustration, obstacle. I viewed it as an obstacle, as opposed to an honor to carry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think ultimately, for me, the perspective that really pushed Rise forward into creation, and really solidified my own protective nature over the property, was the perspective of a son.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Watching dad, you know, when I was young. And it's funny because I wrote it and it was months and months and months before I decided to send it to him. And I was all fucked up over it because not only am I sending my dad something that I created that is the first thing I'm ever going to show my dad, who kind of does the same thing, right? And but I'm showing George A. Romero my fucking zombie script. Yeah. Like he sees like 1,000 of these a week.
Yeah.
And I remember the email. I was like, sorry, here you go.
You know? It's amazing. That's an amazing journey.
And he hit me back in like the next day, and he had read it, and I mean he was citing page numbers and scene numbers, and I still have the email. I keep it framed, and it was one of those kind of moments in my life. And so at that moment, I became insanely protective of it. And then I started talking
Can you
about
read
it.
it? Can you read the email, or is it too personal?
There's some personal stuff in it.
Okay.
I'll send you some stuff. But but yeah, so I started talking about it, you know, just kind of soft pitching it around LA and meetings and stuff like that. And everybody was like, oh, this is a home run. This is a no-brainer. You know, all the phrases that you love to hear when you're trying to pitch stuff. And you know, and then it just became this kind of mockery of a thing. I started like it was almost joke pitches because I knew what was going to come eventually. You know, it became the kind of thing where everybody loved it, everybody loved the concept, and they just wanted to try to get deep enough into it to get to him. And that just then, if you know me like Matt does and like a lot of these guys do, that kind of makes me dig my heels in. You know, and so it became something that I became insanely protective of, and I just began walking away from every deal and every offer, and I began walking away from a lot of other jobs and offers too, because you develop a different level of protective paranoia where you think that no matter what anybody's trying to do with you, they're just trying to get to, you know, which is a whole different layer of the fucking onion.
Oh, wow.
Right. Yeah. And then one day, I guess about a year ago now, Matt and I met because my podcast was putting on an online fan convention, and my producer emailed somebody at Heavy Metal, Ricardo at Heavy Metal, and Matt replied, and then I replied to Matt, and we started talking, and it just seemed like a perfect match, and we started talking about everything. I don't think you can see it, but I don't even think it's up anymore. But I have a huge Rise banner, and he saw it in the background, and he said, hey, this is all awesome about your online convention, but what the fuck is and I told him about it, and now here we are, and we're putting it out through Heavy Metal, and it's been, you know, I mean, heavy metal was one of those things when I was a kid. You kept it in the footlocker with the Dungeons and Dragons in the woods by your fort, you know, with your slingshot and your fucking BB guns and shit.
I thought you were going to say penthouse, dude. I totally thought you were going to say penthouse.
Well, just to clear something up, the rise is definitely how we started talking together, but the bonds were really built from his incredible cooking. That's really all I care about.
And Match too. We sent each other food pictures like all day.
That's pretty much all we do now. Just food porn all day.
Nice. Full frontal.
Yeah,
and back.
I think we've both ordered like professional airy lighting kits for our food now, and you know, my red camera will be here to, you know, send pictures next week.
Now we're just getting hungry. So let's see. George talked about sort of putting his neck on the line. Brendan, giraffes. That's a lot of neck on the line.
It was a lot of neck on the line.
Tell us a little bit about your sort of, you know, your story experience with heavy metal and where you're at, and sort of the idea of the place as being a creative cauldron, you know, a place where people can push the limits.
Yeah, exactly. I think we talk a lot about like the gore and the violence and stuff, but truly at heavy metal, I think Joe was saying it great, is like you don't have to adhere to rules or like a formal structure as much, you know, because we're always talking about, you know, pushing more, you know, I have lions, giraffes, badgers eating people, but Joe really helped me structure my character work too. And that's what made this like heavy metal comic even better, because you can put violence and nudity on the page, but no one's going to read it if the story's not good.
Right.
So I remember my first draft, I sent Joe's like, oh, can you do issue 1 for Savage? And I sent Joe this like 20-page script. And I remember I was like putting in panels, people moving and stuff. And Joe emails back. He's like, dude, this just does not work. You know, it's like it's not in the movie script. He's like, I'm like, oh yeah. In panel 1, this guy picks up a cup of coffee and drinks it. It's like, Joe's like, do you realize like it's a drawing? Like it's not like
right. That would be like 3 panels.
That was part of my learning curve too, bro.
Yeah, I was like, I had no idea. I just like copied and pasted from Final Draft. I'm like, oh, I'm a great comic writer. No. So Joe then sends me a couple scripts. I think it was like a Green Lantern one, just like the comic strips, which I've never read before. Big comic reader, but I never knew the paneling and everything.
Sure.
So after reading that, I restructured, and now I'm up to like issue 9. And I think I'm getting better, hopefully. And
first off, you're an editor's dream because you meet the schedule.
Oh, I have a deadline on Monday as well. So I'm
exactly, but I know you're gonna make it. But no,
Okay.
you know, just really speak to what Brendan said. The thing about Savage Circus that I love so much is it's not the high concept, it's these characters. They have such heart, right? I didn't grow up in a small town, but I know people like that. I know a Brady, I know a Sheriff, I know Michelle, I know these people. And one of the great things about these genres, science fiction, fantasy, horror, is when you take normal people and you smash them up against the extraordinary. And Savage Circus is not merciful on them, right? It's like you are confronted with something that is out of your depth. And it's gonna hurt, right?
Yeah.
But
You're gonna lose some limbs.
yeah, but that's it, right? It's the truth of your story. That's why it's in heavy metal. And you know, I think the creative team responded to that. We got the first designs and everyone's working on it. And it's like, wow, this is so human, man. And you're compelled, right? Which I think is really important to go from issue to issue. You know, entertainment has developed this mentality of, oh, I know you're coming back next week, so that's okay. And it's like, no, there are 9 million channels. There's Netflix, there's Disney Plus, there's DC, there's Marvel. Like, we must compel you to come back. You're coming back, right? And so every ending of a chapter of Savage Circus compels you to come back.
And then Brendan wrote an epic wonder work that bridges off in Savage
prequel.
Circus. It's the prequel. It's the coolest. It's one of my favorite episodes alongside Dan's Mosquito, which I think is like should win an Emmy or whatever podcasts win. Dan, your performance in Mosquito, The Man Who Cried Mosquito, is like my favorite thing ever done.
Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable.
I think I
madman. I'm still not convinced
asthma doing it, but
You're a very visceral kind of guy, dude. It's like I remember reading Fishkill, and I was like, "Oh, okay." Like we're just gonna dig right down into the shit.
Yeah, you were talking about consequence. Fishkill is like, you know, consequence splattered on the walls. Like there's nobody that gets out clean, you know?
Nope.
It is a Kobayashi Maru through and through.
But I think what Joe was saying about the characters and stuff was people would be surprised because everyone, when I talk about Savage, everyone's like, "Oh, you're influenced, you know, and maybe Gremlins, monster movies, horrors." But if you look at it, what I want to say kind of ripped off, but I got the characters from The Last Picture Show. If you guys have ever seen that movie, one of my
wow.
So it's like, if you think of it like that, it's Brady trying to leave a small town, but doesn't have the bravery to leave. And that's my favorite last shot in The Last Picture Show when the car turns around. I think it's one of my favorite movies of all time. But when you take characters from something that touching and emotional and you put them in a situation as pulpy and crazy as Savage, you get something a little different that will hopefully bring the reader back, you know?
Yeah, it's amazing. I think Jeff Bridges got an Oscar nomination for that movie.
Yeah, he did.
He's
I mean,
20,
he's so
21,
good.
22 years old.
He's great. I love Bridges.
Yeah, it seems almost when you watch it now, it feels almost like it's the story of George W. Bush. Like you watch it, it seems like it's his childhood, you know, kind of leading to this sort of fractured morality. And Brendan, for you, I guess all of us, and I'm interested to hear what Dan's answer to this would be also is, did you have a heavy metal moment as a kid that you recall? Like I remember my first issue, I remember specifically, I still have it actually.
Yeah.
And what it represented, because I was a huge comics fan, but this had not only the edginess that you guys are talking about and that sort of the consequence and everything, but it felt very sophisticated to me too. It felt smart and it felt kind of European and it felt elevated and stately in some parts, and I was really drawn to that. For me, it was like a band that I knew I should like a lot, so I wanted to like. It's like the Clash, like where I'm going to learn how to like this band because I think it's important. Heavy metal felt like that.
Yeah, it's like Led Zeppelin. It's almost a mythical status, you know. And then you hear they are kind of like Led Zeppelin because they have all the Asgardian stuff too. No, my dad was a big comic collector, and so I wouldn't allow me to read heavy metal, but I'd always sneak in and read it. And one of my favorite things about it is because my dad would have so many mishmashes of comics and stuff, and there's always like 20 issue arcs and whatnot. Heavy metal had single contained stories. So as a kid, I'd go in there and I knew I could get a complete story in one issue. You know, and I still am obsessed with my favorite show is Twilight Zone. I'm a big anthology guy. So just having an anthology comic with like 30 genres, different art styles, I don't like this one, next one's amazing. You know, it was just, as a kid, you get like 30 comics in one, essentially.
Yeah.
It's great.
Cool
It was,
vignettes.
and then the movie too. I mean, the movie blew my mind. I love that. With all the, what was it? SCTV guys, right? It was, because
Candy was in there, right?
Candy was in there too, which was, I mean, I love it.
Yeah, and I realized Houses of the Holy, heavy metal is Houses of the Holy, basically. Zeppelin.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Heavy metal was like street cred when I was a kid.
Yeah,
it really was. It was like street cred for us kids because you couldn't just get it. Yeah. You know, you had to steal your access to it. You had to steal the influence that it was going to bring into your life, and there was inherently a sort of a tougher perception of you if you knew what heavy metal was, let alone had copies, you know, and your friends would come over and you'd be like, check this out. And you'd blast out your heavy metals and they'd be like, oh, you know,
whip them out. I remember I was 10, man. And my brother was the comic book collector and I was more into toys. And I went into his room and I saw all his comics on his shelf and the heavy metal magazine was oversized and it was sticking out. And I was just like, ooh, what's that? It's probably got big pictures in it, you know? And so I immediately saw the girl on the front cover and was just like,
Oh, I like this. What are these strange feelings I'm having?
and then I saw Heavy Metal the movie, and it played over and over and over and over and over again. And you want to talk about Tarna. Tarna was my first crush. Like I had dreams about Tarna swimming across the pool to me, and I'm handing her armor. You know, I'm like pulling it. I'm like, no, you can't have your armor yet. And you want to talk about full frontal nudity, okay? So what a huge influence Tarna is on me. I mean, okay, so I got Brooklyn Gladiator here. Yeah, there's your full frontal right there.
Right.
You want to talk about? Okay, so Tarna, who's this? Who's this? Cave Girl.
That's my ex-girlfriend.
Damn.
Gorgeous. Cave Girl and Z-Rex. Okay, who's that? Who's that a straight ass fucking homage to? Cave Girl and Z-Rex is an homage. This is my Moon Lake book, my anthology, which is just a straight up, you know, homage to Heavy Metal, the movie itself. Cave Girl and Z-Rex is, you know, because of my love of Tarna and her flying pterodactyl friend, you know, and that relationship and the mythology of that. And so Heavy Metal has, I mean, just to be here with you guys with 3 titles with Heavy Metal and certainly Moon Lake and Brooklyn Gladiator, you know, this Simon Beasley, okay? Simon Beasley,
legend.
So many covers, many covers for Heavy Metal, and just to have worked with him on something that is a dystopian sci-fi homage to the great stories that I would read in Heavy Metal. It's like a crazy you know, dream come true for that little 10-year-old kid who pulled the magazine off the shelf, you know, and it's just it's so full circle for me, and it makes me misty, you know. It makes that there's a part of me that is you know, very extremely fulfilled and happy, and I, yeah, you know, I what else can I say about it? I think that I'm so excited to I'm already kind of working with George a little bit on stuff, and Brendan, you know, and I love Brendan, man. Like, your personality is so cool, man, and just
I love you, Dan.
Oh, man. And Joseph, I hope I get a chance to, you know, have your editing eye on Fishkill or Brooklyn Gladiator.
We've got to work together on something. But Justin is doing pretty good by you, man.
Yeah, Justin's great. You know, he's Justin Moment, who's the producer and organizer. But you know, I'm doing a lot of the creative myself. I'm doing a lot of the editing myself. So I would love you know,
an Illagi,
fine-tune eye, an Illagi.
That's okay. We're gonna have to do that.
Yeah, especially with the next books coming out, and yeah, and I know, and this is really cool because when Jeff was on my show, you know, you're also talking about dabbling in comic books as well, right, man? I mean,
that's true. I got 2 things I'm working on for the first time, and I've never done fiction before.
No way.
I've always wanted to, and I kind of kept it at arm's length, but now that journalism seems to be drying up left and right, I might as well.
Welcome to the party.
I cannot wait for them. I don't know how much Jeff wants to talk about publicly yet, but I've gotten the pitches, and both of them are fantastic.
I can't tell you anything about anything.
Jeff has interviewed everyone. Jeff has interviewed everyone in almost in a Hunter S. Thompson fashion, including Hunter S. Thompson. Okay, that's all I'm gonna fucking say.
He's interviewed Al Gore on Air Force 2. I mean, come on.
Right?
What?
I saw Al Gore do the nuttiest thing. If he would have won the election, if people saw him do what I did, the first day I was on Air Force 2, when it takes off, they don't tell you to sit down. They don't tell you that they're taking off. They don't warn anybody. They just take off because they don't want people to know when the plane's going to be shootable. You know, so they just go when they go, and they don't care if you're sitting. And I fall into my seat and I look and at the aisle, and here on a metal tray, like a dining tray, Al Gore goes flying by. He did an aisle surf on a metal tray in the October before the November election that he lost, and he would have won that fucking election if people saw him do that. Like, that's Al Gore? Like,
sounds very Silver Surfer.
He was a sober Silver Surfer. Yeah,
exactly.
It was crazy. It's apparently a tradition. You have to do it. I ended up doing it 2 flights later. No one cared because I wasn't the vice president of the United States. But anyway, I digress.
That's awesome.
You know, one of the things too about heavy metal is that it's gone away for a while. I think in a lot of people's minds. You know, I mean, the legacy we're talking about, it's kind of harkens back to an era that started in the 70s and 80s, and but that legacy kind of is being recaptured. Talk a little bit about that real quick, Matt. Are you worried about that there's tarnish on the brand, or do you have to re-educate people about what it is?
I think, you know, we're blessed that there isn't any negativity around the brand. I would say it's more the latter, right? It's re-education. It's you know, I always like to say that one of the reasons that the MCU did so well is that it started at this perfect storm era where all of these young parents who grew up on the comics started having kids, and as Iron Man and Thor and Captain America started coming out, you had these parents who remembered seeing them on paper and were just so excited to share what their childhood was with their kids in a medium that their kids really liked. And that really rocket shipped it. And I think heavy metal, to a similar degree, has that with a lot of creators, right? It is coming back now, and we're at a place where, you know, amazing creators like Dan, like George, like Brendan, who's either they themselves grew up on it, their parents, but they were seeped in heavy metal, and their creative, you know, energy is bathed in that DNA. And being able to kind of latch on to that and give heavy metal as a sandbox for these creators to, you know, educate their fan bases as to why this was important to them, effectively does the same thing that the MCU was able to catch on to in the late 2000s, that I think heavy metal has this opportunity and is starting to do in its own, you know, right.
And the magazine, which started the same year Star Wars came out, if I remember right, 1977, there's a big change, is that the persistence of it. It's no longer a quarterly. Is that right?
It is no longer quarterly. It is monthly, which is pretty amazing. I would say that it is probably more stressful for Joe than it is for me.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
It's also impossible to get copies now. Every comic book store is selling out so fast of these comics. It's crazy.
It is amazing. You know, the comic book shops and the bookstores, like the newsstands, right? Because newsstands are now at bookstores rather than just being their own newsstands. And we just got a report, and from 300 to 303, our newsstand sales have gone up by 25%. Ooh. So we're seeing that people are being re-indoctrinated to the brand. And, you know, it is really important to me and the heavy metal team to have a balance of edgy new creators and, you know, other creators that hold a meaning to the original fan base, right? 304 that comes out in a month has a cover of Frank Frazetta, and we were able to do a deal with the Frazetta estate to bring them back and to bring them back in the fold. And, you know, we published the graphic novel of Bob Fingerman, Dottie's Inferno, and Bob's an original Mad Magazine cartoonist. And it's really important to me and to Joe and to the whole heavy metal team, and even to the creators that work, right? Because, you know, what's important to me more so than any of this is that, you know, we're all friends, right? We started this interview off, and the first 5 minutes were us just like having fun, catching up. Dan had to wrangle us all in to get the interview going. And that's the atmosphere that I want to breed when, you know, working in in this field, right? Because we could all be in front of desks crunching numbers, or running a restaurant, or doing a myriad of things, but we're doing creative endeavors and we're trying to set the tone for society, and that's fun. And that's really, really fun. And we need to act fun, and we need to have fun. And if you're not having fun, and if you're not also friends, and those lines are blurring in the best way possible, then why are you doing it? And that to me is the ethos that I try to, pour into every issue of the magazine.
It was great seeing Mobius back in.
That was so fun.
Mm-hmm.
That was,
Mm-hmm.
but even that, that is Humanoids, who's this French publisher that was, friends of Metal Hurlant, and then we went in our different directions. And then when I went out and put an olive branch and told them that we were revamping with issue 300, it was them that said, we have this Mobius strip, would you like to run in the magazine? Right? It's that sort of camaraderie and that sort of perspective of the types of creators that we want to bring in. I mean, even you when I told you that we were doing issue 300, unbeknownst to you that we had a Mobius thing coming from Humanoids, you offered up that you had an interview that you did with Mobius 20 years ago, and there was unused footage that you wanted to turn into this last interview of Mobius. Like, that is the ethos of what heavy metal is. And it is this, it's this creator focused brand that, the fans aren't envious of, but they feel as if they are part of the community, and we are shepherding that community rather than, early 2000 pop stars where you couldn't really touch them. They were like a level away. This is just like, we're all having Sunday brunch talking about the stories that we think are cool, and everybody's around a table having a couple of mimosas and having a good time.
I ain't drinking no mimosa, but whatever. Okay.
Wow.
I'm down. I was down with everything until you got to that. But yeah, you're right. And there's almost like you almost want to live up to the tradition. Like I wanted to be part of that because I feel like Mobius, like, I wanted everybody to know every single word he said. Like, and I'd love to be part of what you were talking about. So it kind of it resonated with me for sure. Dan, what do you think? What do you think of Mobius, man? Are you a fan?
Oh my God, yes. I mean,
what are you, a communist?
Landscapes, man. The landscapes, you know, just like the attention to detail. Any artist who just makes it look that easy and fluid and can take you away, in just a cinematic fashion, just with their pen and the, some colors is amazing. I gotta get that issue because I didn't know you wrote an article about it. Or it's the same, the strip isn't the same, and you put the article in this with the strip in it, or
different?
The same one.
They're in the same issue. It's like a 3,000 word article where I recapped this interview I did, and there's all this extra stuff. I interviewed him at outside the Burbank airport in a dingy little hotel room.
What's he like?
He was wonderful. He was like he's very French. He just had like a real sense of style, and he's a true artist. But when I was talking to him, I mean, at that point, his eyesight had really, really deteriorated. And he was having a hard time doing his art, and he confessed that he was facing a real challenge, a crisis of conscience and of clock ticking. Is that he says, I can do one of two things with my time. I can work on these stories that I haven't told and create these things that no one's seen and take a chance that they'll like them or maybe not. Or I can do these commissions for individual private collectors, some of them who don't even know who I am, but they know that my name is worth something, and make much more money for my family and for myself, because I'm kind of not doing great. So I have to decide, do I devote my time to art or to it's art versus commerce, and for him just to open up and tell me all this, it really sort of tugged at my heart. But everything about him was an artist. I mean, his life was the life of an artist, and he viewed his life as being like art, that it was only worthwhile if it was true. So he opened up and told me all that stuff minutes after I met him, and
wow,
just had a great admiration for him, and he was everything I hoped for, and I hoped for a lot.
Nice. Nice.
My favorite was always Frazetta, man, and I can't believe that you got some covers. And are you going to get some. I know they have like extra art to make stories. Do they have anything like that? Any deals like that to be made?
So we are first doing 4 covers for this coming year. The
Sweet.
first one will be a how do I say this? It is a self-portrait that he drew of himself, which was incredibly what I thought classy for us to bring it back with, like, showing the man. And then we're interviewing his son and his grandson to put in that issue to reflect on who Frank Frazetta was, because a lot of people don't know this. Frank Frazetta was a really great baseball player, drafted by the Cleveland Indians, and had a pro career ahead of him, and turned it down to be an artist and to be with his family at home. He could have either been on the road playing baseball for the Indians or at home doing art but being with his family, and he chose to do that. And, you know, thankfully for us, thank God, but like that precipice and that fork in the road is such a unique, you know, differential. Like, how do you go from a baseball player to one of the greatest painters of all time? And so I want to tell that story in issue 304. And then, to your point, there are some characters that we are going to be introducing of his that don't have stories yet, that Heavy Metal might be having some fun with.
Cheers.
Nice.
Cheers to that. That's amazing.
Yep. Didn't they did a Death Dealer 6 mini series like 10 years back, I think, where they did it in the art of Frank Frazetta. That was pretty good.
I think, if my memory serves me, that was Dark Horse.
It was Dark Horse, yeah.
I did that. Yeah, so that was the last thing I think done with the Frazetta art. And again, you know, kind of like with Heavy Metal, as we come back out of it, the idea of a anthology movie or TV show is kind of low-hanging fruit, right? Like, everyone wants that. In the same light with Frazetta, Death Dealer is low-hanging fruit. But there's some other characters that we've seen that Joe and I have kind of looked at, along with David and other people on the team, that I think are maybe cooler, that just haven't been explored yet. And those are the ones that I'm really excited about. I'm excited about the ones that have the canon, but I'm really excited about these crazy looking barbarians that, you know, live in the same world as Conan, but you've never really seen because it was always so focused on Conan. And those characters that just look wild are the ones that I'm really excited about.
Exactly. And that's where we get the opportunity to, again, to like subvert expectations, to like go to like, you know, change the angle 45 degrees and say, who is that? That character has a story. You know what I mean? I remember reading an interview or watching an interview with Stephen King. He did a television miniseries. It had never been in novel form. It was exclusively for television, called Golden Years, in the early 90s. And there's a 2-minute scene. Yeah, and you know who was in it actually? Felicity Huffman was an agent of the Shop, which is the secret government organization that has appeared in Firestarter and The Stand. So there's a scene with the main character and a bus driver. And you only see this bus driver for a minute. But I remember King saying, I know that bus driver's story. I know his entire story. So that when you meet him for the 1 minute, it's real. Right? And so that's the thing about what we can achieve with the legacy of Frazetta. We can look over there and start really digging into the story, you know, and going back to what you said about Mobius, whose greatness cannot be overstated, what Dan said about like the designs, the environments, everything that Mobius did looks alive.
Yeah.
Buildings look alive. Clothing looks alive. Everything is greater than it seems to be. And, you know, with relaunching Tarna, everybody channeled Mobius. The artist, Patrick Zerker, the writer, Stephanie Phillips, the colorist, Jessica Colleen, the letterer, Marshall Dillon. He was the North Star for the relaunch of the character. And, you know, we can, you know, it connected with people. And the reason it connected with people is because they were expecting a female Conan. And they bought it and they were like, what the fuck is this?
Right.
But then they were like, oh, this is better than what I expected. I've seen a female Conan before. Her name's Red Sonja, right? But they came here and they got something different. And that's what people respond to. They want to be surprised. They really do. They really want to be challenged. And so the opportunity to always subvert expectations is just something it's great to be able to do that.
That's amazing. You guys know what the first
Before I forget, I really love that idea of the turning the camera 45 degrees to see some other characters in any of these stories. But in the Conan universe, you guys know Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. You guys know that it's like it's basically the same kind of thing, but it's told from their perspective during the Hamlet story. And if you can, right? So there's something there, man, where you have like these two barbarian brothers that are just seeing Conan's rise, from the sidelines or something.
This is the project that we're gonna work on together. Nice. You're gonna come up with something new based upon this, and this is the project we're gonna work on. It's been said officially, so now you got to do it.
Wait, Dan, have you watched Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy?
I haven't. Not yet, no.
It's told from that point of view. It's shifted from the main. It's an amazing movie. I mean, you've seen it, right, Brendan?
Oh yeah. I had to watch it twice. You got to get a lot of info in there,
There's a lot of info. It's Gary Oldman and a bunch of other savages, and the
writer just passed away.
Yep.
Yeah.
Respect to John Le Carre, man.
Oh,
yeah. It's a crazy cast, but it's a spy movie where you think you're gonna, like, the first 20 minutes you start to see it through this one lens, and then the rest of the movie shifts to this other lens that you are so unprepared for, and you have to keep in the side of your head what you saw in that first 20 minutes, but then watch it from this other point of view until the end of the movie where it all comes together. It's fantastic.
There's a older version of it as well that the BBC did many years ago. It's actually
really?
It's like a series version that is really quite good.
Wow.
But the Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, that's a great example, and it's also like Life of Brian in a way.
I was gonna say that too.
Yeah, like where you take a minor character and turn them into the major view, and it kind of makes things topsy turvy. Their misunderstandings and their misadventures and all that. It's sort of fascinating. Just a random thing that I was going to tell you guys because it really stuck with me. Do you know what the first movie that Mobius ever saw was? It was a version of Baron Munchausen that came out in the 40s, but it was made in Germany, and he saw it in occupied Paris in a movie theater full of Nazis. That was his first movie experience. He was telling me about. He's like, yeah, I remember watching all this. It was like I thought it was underwater, and then I realized it was all the blue Nazis and all the uniforms in the crowd. It made me feel like I was underwater because I just.
Oh my Lord! Thank God they didn't put on Fiddler on the roof.
But to think, I mean, this is in occupied Paris, and he grew up outside Paris when the Nazis took over. And I said, what was that like? And he's like, it didn't really affect me much, he said, like, I'd like to say it did, but it really was sort of a background thing. His stories and his imagination, all the things that were his life were so possessing of him that everything else was backdrop to the point that Nazi uniforms seemed like undersea water, but just to think of him taking in that movie in those circumstances and kind of coming out, and then the landscapes, Joseph, that you were talking about, which really struck me as a kid, those were a product of after his mom divorced, he went with her to live in Mexico for a while, and it's almost like Carlos Castaneda sort of landscape.
That's it.
So you have that and like the Sergio Leone Italian westerns and stuff. All that kind of came together and gave him this sort of. It's halfway between the French Foreign Legion and Carlos Castaneda.
Oh man, and that's how we get Blueberry, right?
Precisely. Yeah. Sorry,
Luc Besson has to direct his life story.
That's Strauss's favorite movie too. is Baron Munch, that German Baron Munchausen. He always says that's why he's making Sun Eater and everything too, which is
Really?
yeah. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you talk about that. That's another, thing. Like when Dylan came to heavy metal with Sun Eater, it's funny because I remember he and I had a conversation, and we're really straight up. Like Dylan's a straight up guy, and I said, everyone's gonna expect this to suck because you're famous, right? And he said, "Oh yeah," and I said, "Okay, just to make sure we're on the same page, because what we're going to do is fucking disappoint every one of them." So just make sure we're on the same page there. But the thing is, there's going to be an automatic expectation, and when the reviews started coming in from everyone from the first one, bang, people, they were surprised, but also the world of 9th century Norway was so immersive, not only in the environment, but in the language. And people went in saying, okay, I'm going to have to pay attention here so I can become part of this world. The first issue was demanding, right? And that's what fiction should be, right? Like basically, if you're looking at a window into a place, that's not necessarily a place you understand. There's not going to be any translation in the bottom with the asterisk. You've got to intuit the meaning of things.
Yeah. And oh, sorry. No,
you're good. You're good.
I was just going to say, I was just going to build on that because you reminded me, in terms of subverting expectations and all that. When I met Dylan, we're literally having chicken and waffles and he's pitching me on Sun Eater. And then he goes, I have this buddy who has a story, and I'm just going to give you the log line. These soldiers die, wake up in Valhalla, overrun by Nazis. And I was like, I need to meet this guy. And then we don't even talk about that story because he's telling me about this Savage Circus thing. And I was like, what the fuck is that? That is some crazy shit. I was like, I want to hear about killing Nazis because I'm a Jew and I love that. But please also tell me about this circus thing because that is wild.
We should have combined them, have the animals eat Nazis. That sounds cool to me.
That's we do them all separate, and then that's the culmination.
The connection there, yeah.
Nazi animals.
I don't think
Nazis managers like Brennan, stop writing scripts about animals.
That's how you jump into Moon Lake.
Right.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I hope
Nazi,
you're taking
Nazi
notes.
koala bears. Who wants to write the Nazi koala bear story?
I hope you're taking notes of these different pitches you're going to be coming up with later.
Yeah, no,
I'm all about Nazi koala bears taking over. That sounds amazing.
And they just grip your face, like the alien face grippers.
Oh my god!
Just hump your mouth.
And then you have to have the Planet of the Apes come to save the day.
Oh, I love
koalas. I love
koalas. Movies when they get the guns, it's just amazing.
You know what's great about Planet of the Apes, the movie, is who the screenwriter is on the original?
Who? Oh, it's Matheson or no?
Close. Rod Serling.
Who is it?
Really?
Rod Serling. Rod
Serling. Totally.
Rod Serling.
Favorites.
Yeah, Rod Serling wrote the screenplay for the 1968 or 69, whichever year it was.
Wow.
There's a French book, right?
It's based on a French book, and it's one of 3 Tim Burton movies that mention Beetlejuice because they go to the solar system, Beetlejuice. That's the if you read Planet of the Apes, the book, that's where they go. That's where the spaceship is going to Beetlejuice. But it's spelled with G-E-U instead of the juice is not a J. And then I'm just going to stop right there.
Like your name, Jeff. It's a G instead of a J.
It's true. It's true.
Do people have books coming out this month? I have I hopefully
what do you got?
Have issue 3.
Yeah.
Fishkill and Brooklyn Gladiator coming out.
I got my comp copies.
Yep.
Nice. Anybody else have anything else coming out this week?
Look, we got George's insanely cool Rise art. Which I love.
Oh shit!
I know, right? You got JFK there. I love that story, George.
Brendan has Savage Circus issue 3 in there, right?
3 coming out. Yeah, I'm trying to find it here.
And
you must have cut it out of the magazine, I think.
Yeah, I X'd it already. And then,
speaking of issue 3, speaking of issue 3, I just kind of want to throw this out there because I actually just received, with regard to issue 3 of The Rise, I got a complimentary email from Mr. David Irwin.
Whoa!
That needs to be framed also next to the other one. That's
right.
just as rare.
Yep. David Irwin, our publisher and chief creative overlord, he does not give out compliments like Oprah Winfrey gives out cars. It does not work that way.
I was driving. I was driving when I saw it. I almost wrecked.
Oh my God. Oh, poor guy. But you know what? But it's about the high standard, right?
Yeah.
This is the bar. And if the bar was low, anyone could get there.
That's right.
Right?
Exactly.
So the bar is high. So that's a thing to admire, right? It's always about, okay, like reach for the sky.
Oh yeah. And even if you're there, he pushes you. And Joseph, you do the same thing. You guys both push to reach further than the furthest you think you can reach as an artist. And
yeah,
it's been one of the biggest pleasures of working with you guys.
And I was gonna say, in addition to Rise One, Brooklyn Gladiator, Fishkill, Brendan's Savage, and my Darkwing, which runs congruently with Savage Circus, they're on the same timeline. Joe, why don't you give a Fogler's Fiction exclusive on what we have coming up?
Wow. Okay. So Matt and I are working on a story. It will be launching by the end of this year. We won't say the name of a character, Black female lead, and really, wow. Like the thing about this story is that you talk about subversion, right? So when you meet her, she's one thing, but what her real story is much bigger. It's a much larger story. And basically, she's a woman who's a courier. I will say that, right? And it's all about, I need to get something from here to there. And when you first meet her, you think this is the transporter. But very soon you're like, that's not what this is at all.
Is it a
right?
character we know?
Nope. Totally new character that Matt and I are coming up with. And when you see who's doing the art's really amazing. But, ultimately, again, one of the things that's ever present in my mind, and it's taken us a while to start this up, and we just started like batting things around. It's that this is going to be in heavy metal, man.
Yeah.
Right? So like every chapter has to bring you back, but we've always got to do something that's going to surprise you. So, before you even get to the first issue script, it's the world building.
Yeah.
It's the character, it's the world, it's the circumstances, and it's the minor arcs, the micro arcs, and it's the macro arc, right? So just being able to like introduce like a strong Black female lead to heavy metal is like a really amazing honor. And when we do it, it's not going to be what people have seen before.
Oh,
and
man.
So 2021 is going to be a fun year. We're going to end it on a bang, and she will premiere in heavy metal as she should. And then, we'll see what the fans think about it, but it's going to be really exciting.
Awesome.
I do like the cliffhanger aspect we got in heavy metal too. The only good thing to come out of Quibi, because I had a script of Quibi, it taught me, because they were like, we need this in 12 episodes. Quibi, the best thing Quibi did was taught me how to do a cliffhanger every 10 goddamn pages.
Very true.
You should put heavy metal on your phone vertically,
Listen, very true, because no matter what you think of the quality of the stories, yes, they knew how to end on that beat.
You need to bring it back, yeah.
And that's what you got to do. You got to make, and again, I think people want that.
Mm-hmm.
They want that feeling that's like, holy crap, like I have to wait now. They want to be hungry for that. So that's what we got to give them. So to answer Dan's question, I don't have anything in particular coming out. When the books come out, that's what I'm happy about. I actually do have a graphic novel coming out in April through our sister company, Humanoids, which is called MPLS Sound, and is actually the story of a fictional band that tries to become Prince's band in the early 80s.
Whoa.
Which is just like an interesting departure, right? But again, like what's cool about, just dealing with these stories is characters.
Yeah.
Right? So no matter if you're in the distant past, the far future, or 1980s Minneapolis, as long as there's someone to care about, people are going to go on the ride.
Dig, if you will, a picture.
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think people are going to find that pretty interesting.
Yeah. Very cool.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Fogler, what do you think? This is pretty good.
Yeah, that was great, man. You good, Jeff? You got all the questions out you wanted?
I got everything I got.
Jeff,
I gotta get my
thanks, man.
mimosa.
Thanks
I gotta go
for
get my
leading
mimosa.
this.
That's
I
that
wanna,
for the mimosas, huh?
yeah, I'll set up whatever you guys want to drink.
I've never seen such a visceral reaction to mimosas.
I know, it's like you slapped him in his face.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
sorry.
you know
I'm
what?
just
The world is tougher these days. Like
you
before
a Bloody
COVID,
Mary
we would
guy,
have been
Jeff?
all good with it. But now it's just like, get out of here with that girly drink.
Jeff, what's
Tequila.
what's the breakfast cocktail for you? Is it a Bloody Mary?
Tequila.
7 Bud Lights.
Tequila.
It's
Tequila.
just tequila. Just tequila
Okay.
straight.
Great tequila.
Okay.
Do you know what goes great with eggs? Tequila.
50th birthday,
Oh
a
no.
friend of mine gave me this.
Oh, that's
wow.
sick. Happy
And-
birthday.
And one day I'm gonna
Damn.
break it open.
Oh, yeah.
When your
this is
comic comes
tequila.
out. When your comic comes out.
Exactly. There you go. That'll be the cause for it.
I got a
Are
big.
we all tequila guys on this call? Are we all tequila guys here?
I'm
Oh, yeah.
going to be.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I need to tell the most ridiculous story
I love tequila.
about tequila.
Herradura is my jam.
When I was 16 or 17, about to go to college, my dad basically said, "We're gonna get drunk together tonight because you're gonna go to college." And I hadn't really drank before because I was a soccer player. And he's like, "You're not going off to college until you've at least gotten drunk once, and we're gonna do it together."
I
We went
love it.
shot for shot with Patron.
Oh,
And
jeez.
I remember sitting down, and then I remember my stepmom coming home and me trying to grill eggs on my dad's head in a frying pot.
You were like, just college is gonna be great.
This is sick.
Okay, so when we do breakfast, you're not cooking.
Yeah, please.
Hopefully soon we'll be able to all be in the same place and we'll all get wasted together. Just
Hey, that'd be
drinking
very
pellets
fun.
together.
On really
Your
good
lips to
tequila.
God's ears, damn.
Yes, sir. And I really want to thank you guys a million times for coming on the Fogler's Fixin' Fest paddle heavy metal style.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us,
Awesome.
Dan.
Yeah, thanks for the invite, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Anytime.
This was fun.
We're going
out,
to make
Good
many
stuff.
beautiful things for
Awesome.
2021.
And this is on next week.
This is 17th and 16th and 17th right next
Nice.
week.
You know what's interesting now that I'm thinking about it, depending on when we're allowed to be in places again, the first place we all might see each other is gonna be at my wedding.
Oh,
Oh my God.
My wedding's next April 23rd, 2022, and we're doing it
2022.
in New Orleans. It's gonna
Oh,
be a
man.
party.
We're gonna
Hell
bring
yeah.
over for that.
Nice.
if I'm invited, I'm there, man.
Oh, you're invited.
Yeah.
Everyone on here is invited. It's gonna be
Oh.
it's gonna be a blast.
We're gonna have to take care of some warrants in Louisiana.
Good man.
It's a pretty short drive for me, so
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing is the reason we're doing it in April is because the weekend after the wedding is Jazz Fest. So anyone that wants to stay, get your hotel room for the week, work remotely, and then we're all going to go to Jazz Fest the weekend after.
We're all going to Matt's
We're all
freaking wedding, man. We're all going. Everybody in Fogler's Fiction Fest is going.
Hey,
We're all
so
getting wasted. We're gonna have our own Mardi Gras.
we need to
I'm
put
down.
together the right documentary crew to follow this whole fucking experience because
Yeah,
that's
man.
going to be
Film, man.
We'll also need a reliable bail bondsman, I think, as well.
Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Hey,
Good talking with
thank
you
you
Hey
guys.
guys,
Everybody be safe.
You too now. Have a good weekend.
later.
Ow! Fogler's Fiction Fest Heavy Metal Paddle.
What's going on, Fogler's Fiction Fest? We have had a wild ride today. Holy cow. If you missed it and you're still with us, you can do the little back button right there on the bottom of the screen there. Or you can just wait till we're all done and go back and rewatch it all again. But here's a couple of things. We had Scott Laidler in the Sci-Fi Training with Dan in the beginning. We had the Women of Walking Dead. So many awesome folks from Walking Dead. Sydney Park, Eleanor Matsura, Paolo Lazaro, Cassidy McClancy, a bunch of folks. It was amazing. What else we had? We had Bob Odenkirk. We had George St. Pierre. We had the Maggie Q and George Lopez Balls of Fury reunion. We debated out the best stoner movie of all time with Seth Gilliam from The Walking Dead and Dan, of course, and some other friends. And the winner of that was The Big Lebowski. Oh my Lord, took out some great films along the way. It was a lot of fun. We had Jackie Tone. It was great. So here's what's coming up tomorrow, just to let you guys know. We're going to start off at 10 a.m. tomorrow, right here on NerdBot on Facebook and YouTube. And we're going to have Ross Marquand doing his phenomenal impressions. He does just absolutely everything. So good. I hope he does his Werner Herzog. It's fantastic. Then we're going to have a Fishkill read with Phil Lamar. And I believe Kari Payton may be joining as well for that. A Fanboys reunion panel with director Kyle Newman and the cast. Dan will be on there. Jay Baruchel is going to be on there. The Boys panel is going to be fantastic with Derek Robertson. Fogler's Comics is in the house. We're going to have a cosplay contest. That's going to be a lot of fun. And we're going to break down the last 16 years worth of Academy Award Best Pictures. That's going to be me, Dan, Coop, Seth may be back for that one. And oh God, guys, 5 p.m. Pacific tomorrow. Dan is sitting down with Mads Mikkelsen after having taken over as Grindelwald on Fantastic Beasts. They worked together in Hannibal. You know Maz is Galen Erso from Rogue One. It's going to be wild. Stay tuned. Coming up next, we've got a little thank you from Dan. He and I are signing off for the day, and we're going to take you home with a Moon Lake radio drama. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Stay tuned. We're going to close it out, and we will see you all bright and early tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time right here on NerdBot. We'll see you all on the other side of the event horizon. I'm out.
Hey guys, thanks for checking out Fogler's Fiction Fest. I want to thank Elvin at NerdBot, and I want to thank Bernie, our co-host, and all of the great guest hosts and interviewers that signed on to help us last minute, and everybody that joined on last minute. Man, this was such a whirlwind, but I had a blast, and that's it. Time to wrap it up. Bernie, take it away.
Guten Tagen, and welcome, my dear weirdos, to Moon Lake.
Page 1. The Earth. A young single mother in a vast, violent universe. Her only companion was her doting bastard son, the Moon. They were inseparable. However, there were certain harsh realities that would test their eternal bond forever. The Moon became his mother's unwilling servant, a protector against the forces of nature which rained down on his rather smooth complexion. Battered and calloused, he began to resent his mother for bringing him into this cruel universe. Soon, the seething Moon focused his hate on the new, more precious beings living close to his mother's bosom. The Earth looked on as her only son found himself once again her shield against a massive, deadly meteor shower. Whole chunks of the lunar surface were ripped away and sent hurtling toward Earth, creating what is now known as the infamous Moon Lake Crater. Today, the lake bed is still the highest source of lunar radiation on the planet, They say the region is a natural magnet for pure evil. A virtual time capsule of death. A dinosaur burial ground sits beneath an elephant graveyard, which rests just below a Native American necropolis, which resides underneath an old-timey freak show cemetery, which is nestled near a... Whoopsie daisy. Must be all that delicious moon cheese I've been eating. Hey, Ringo. That's the spirit. You love moon cheese, don't you, Ringo? Okay. Well then, let's get this monkey business started. Gutenberg, everybody, and welcome to another edition of the Moon Lake series. I, of course, am your host, the proverbial man in the moon, living inside, growing obese from its delectable cheeses. I'm very excited, as you can tell from my nervous tummy. Deadly butt silence. Anywho, remember you, eat your moon cheese every night, makes bones and teeth extra what? That's right, kids. Bright! Well, I'm feeling extra cheesy right now. As you can see, I've got my special edition 80s eyewear on in honor of our next segment. Tonight's furry little tale is about a horrific nocturnal creature seen roaming the Northern American forests. The good weirdos of Moon Lake think it might be a missing link of sorts, or an experiment gone wrong. Possibly the mangled offspring of a rabid giant sloth and a wild woolly boar. Or is it a Russian ape man escaped from Stalin's Siberia? I'll let you be the judge. That is, if you can make it out with your virginity still intact from Camp Sasquatch!
Now hold it right there, miss. Moon Lake, 1976. Outside Moon Lake Labs. What exactly do you think you're doing?
Sveta Putin is doing what she does best.
My God, it's like the top of Sonny Bono's head. No, wait! You don't want to go in there.
No, not Case!
The Tony Orlando and Don Rainbow Hour is starting. You don't want to miss Tony.
Tony.
You must be a Russian spy, because any local knows you never go into the Moon Lake retirement community after dark. What's in that case? They went wild for it. The only thing they go that nuts for is bananas. Old people love...
Sweet American fool. Soon all your countrymen will be mindless beasts.
Camp Moon Lake, 1986.
Camp counselors, welcome to Camp Moon Lake. You're home away from home for the summer. Starting in 1 week, you will be responsible for 200 crying, shitting beasts. In other words, children. In the 1 week prior to their arrival, you will be very busy. Does anyone know why?
Safety training and intense quiet prayer for a wonderful summer?
No, retard. You'll be busy fucking. The week before the kids come is fuck week. Hit it.
Why does that guy step up like that? I don't know what it is.
A week of fucking must be wrong.
Well, bend over and spread those cheeks.
I'm sure you'll change your song. Never been laid before. Took it to Miss Pac-Man. At the campfire there's girls who turn that wiener into a snack man. You got a week away from mom and dad. So give a fuck week a whirl. Whoa, fuck week.
Gonna suck on your balls, Dad!
I'm gonna fuck you all night long.
Fuck week.
Push your dick in my ass, Dad!
Fuck week, motherfucker, yes you can.
Fuck week.
Good thing I'm not on the ring, Dad!
Fuck week.
Good thing I shaved my balls.
Fuck week.
Come suck on my tits, Dad!
Fuck week, motherfucker, yes you can.
Time for experiments.
for girl on girl.
Fuck Week is a tradition, so get yourself a hickey girl.
Fuck Week brings out the stars.
Hey, is that Lucinda Dickey?
Yes. It's Fuck Week at Camp Moonlake, where love and rubbers are for free. So spank and rut while you can, but save some ass for me.
Oh, shit, motherfuckers. Damn, it's getting musty up on this motherfuckers. Shit, floors all sticky and shit. So I like it. Yeah. Pussy's all getting all wet and shit. I can smell that shit. Damn. It's fucking like Dagobah up in this motherfucker. It's like the inside of a bat cave. It's like the stank from prehistoric vaginas of ancient pasts. Did you want to get fucked?
Yeah.
I think you want to get fucked.
Yeah, I want to get fucked. Somebody needs to fuck her.
Did you want to get fucked?
Yeah, I want to get fucked.
Yeah. Did you want to get fucked?
I have to get fucked.
Did you want to get fucked?
Yeah, I need to get fucked.
Did you want to get fucked?
Yeah, I want to get fucked.
Did you want to get fucked?
Yeah.
With a tear sit passed down.
Best fucking week ever!
Fuck Week, motherfucker, yes you can! Fuck Week!
Later.
Oh, hello, B.
Gosh, Stevie, you scared me.
Sorry. I just had to get away from all that, well, you know, all that talk of F-word week.
Me too. I came here to help children, not give up my womanly flower in the back of the outhouse on the good cot.
Yeah. I mean, I get tempted sometimes, and that impromptu musical number sure did make sinning seem like fun. But all I have to do is look up to the sky and think about what Mr. Belvedere would say.
Is that a fat joke, bitch? I'll slap that silver spoon right out of your mouth, Ricky.
Oh, Stevie, that's so beautiful. I've kept sin from my life by letting Mrs. Garrett into my heart. Do you think we can do it, Stevie? Resist sin?
All I know, B, is that this is a very special episode of our lives.
Boring. Start talking, damn it. Oh, shit, wait a minute. What's that moving in the bush yonder? Ooh, mama, this is getting interesting. Where's my moon dust, Ringo?
Not far away.
Jeez.
Agent Foil Moonfry, are you there, Moonfry?
Yeah, I'm here. What is it?
How goes the observation, Moonfry? This is a rare opportunity. When the human mating season and the moon radiation dimensional burn holes line up, I expect fascinating footage. Better perhaps than your film about the Pollution wank bunnies.
Oh, yeah, man, this is fascinating. Pervert. I caught some kind of mating song that'll probably blow your mind.
Good work, Agent. Are you staying out of sight?
You know me, the silent, untraceable Soleil Moonfry.
Excellent.
Wait, hold on there, Chief. I got something here. Let me call you back. Holy shit, Willikers.
I loved the way you sang that song, Tuck. Could you do it again?
Yada, yada, name is Tuck. Yada, yada, no talk, just fuck. Is that good? You like that?
Wonderful.
Nummy, nummy.
Come on, you damn dirty apes. Let's get a good shot for the scientists.
Oh, gosh.
Only the wisdom of Tony Maselli can save them now. Come on, honey, let's get this going. It's been fuck week for 27 minutes already.
Be gentle. It's my first time today.
Yeah, baby, you like getting tucked, don't you?
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah, that doesn't seem right.
What is that, and why is he trying to hide that garden hose in Mr. Tucker's... Oh.
Think about Smurfs and Snorks. Smurfs and Snorks. No, just Smurfs. Think about Smurfs. Just think about Smurfs and everything will be wonderful.
Oh, Tuck, is this consensual sex with a Donkey Kong?
Oh, no!
Shoo! Yeah, beat it, Bigfoot.
That isn't a Bigfoot, I'm a Bigfoot. Oh, shit.
Oh my gosh, I'm ruined. All that black matted hair. Now I'll never be able to go to Greece.
B, do you hear that?
Rape monkey! Rape monkey!
That way!
Head Counselor Tucker is on his way to the hospital in an ambulance, his asshole ripped open like a birthday present. I gotta get to the camp. I'm sorry, Sveta, but you're just a sexy, long-imprisoned spy. This here is some kind of a monkey attack. Soon. I'm of the opinion one of you degenerates hopped into a monkey suit and pushed Mr. Tucker's stool into his lungs. I will find out who you are, so just step on up now.
It wasn't one of us.
What's that?
It wasn't a counselor. It was some kind of Sasquatch. We saw it.
It's true, sir. It ran right by us. It was too big to be a person.
I'm inclined to believe a number of unusual things in this town. I've seen a few myself. If we really do have some kind of ass-hungry Sasquatch in the area, we need to lock this place down and kill this critter ASAP. We got 200 kids coming in a week, and if even one of their virgin bums is violated, it'll be my job. B and Stevie, I'll need the two of you to meet me back here at 1200 hours to advise me on the hunt. Counselors, back to your cabins. Boys to yours, girls to yours.
But it's fuck week!
Stupid Bigfoot messing up our fun.
I've got a strap on and a rope swing back at the girls' cabin.
Fuck it. Yay, Bigfoot.
However, I think Bigfoot might disagree with you, darling. Run, Bigfoot, run!
Hey, I should have listened to my mother. I should have taken the gig in Tibet. Just snow and mountains. What the... Okay, now I know the human rolling boxes aren't supposed to be on their side like that.
Fuckway!
Holy flinging shit, it's spreading.
Take that, Agent Starling.
I can't believe we're going to lead a Bigfoot hunt.
Yeah, I almost feel bad for the thing. He was probably just following his natural instinct to procreate.
Hey, human things.
Bigfoot!
Don't you bring that hairy fire hose near us.
What? Hold it. It wasn't me. And trust me, you're gonna need my help.
We saw you!
No, you saw a hairy shape in the dark, but my camera caught it all.
Oh, geez. He's right. That's some kind of... I don't know what that is. You need to take this to the sheriff so he can find the real culprit.
Well, you see, that's the problem. Let me zoom in here a bit. You see the scar on his eye? The sheriff has the same one. The sheriff is the culprit.
Soon.
Okay, that's the last of the equipment I could find. I had to sneak around on account of now the sheriff is looking for you and us.
Good, this shouldn't take too long.
What you doing, B?
Oh, just viewing Mr. Moonfry's footage so far, checking for accuracy. Oh, so much hot sex.
Uh-huh. So what are you doing exactly?
I'm gonna discover the source of the bizarre transformation that befell your sheriff and reverse engineer it.
Don't you need a sample of the monkey's DNA?
Oh, I got a sample, goddammit.
Gee, Stevie, B seems generally sweaty and aroused. Make a move already, fruit boy.
Days pass. And then some more days.
I'll screw her, I will. What? I'm good at it, too.
Stevie, I'm bored.
Oh, you want to do Mad Libs? I think I may have even brought a Rubik's Cube.
I've been watching Mr. Moonfry's video, and, well, I think I'm starting to get into the spirit of Fuck Week, if you catch my meaning.
But it's my first time. I don't know what to do.
Don't worry, the Bigfoot made this handy documentary.
Woohoo! Take off your skirt.
Did you hear something?
No, now unwrap your sweater cape and get over here, mister.
Gulp.
Human things. I believe I've done it. What's wrong?
Oh, so used. So used.
We were using the documentary you made to have sex, but, well, it didn't work. Stevie won't stop crying.
Ah, yeah, well, I hadn't quite gotten all the footage I needed, so I may have used other footage as a placeholder. Oh, yeah, you were attempting to recreate some of the mating rituals of the donkey punch squirrels of the fisting dimension. Yeah, no time for canceling now. We got a devolving epidemic stemming from a long-dormant genetic modification serum to put an end to.
Tell me it'll be okay.
My goodness. Reminds me of Romania in the 60s. Hold up, folks. Let me grab my moon lotion.
They've overrun the place.
Time to pump some monkeys.
Later.
I want to swim.
What happened here?
God, my mouth tastes like bananas and peanuts.
What happened here is a little thing called Fuck Week, sweetheart. You should think about coming back as a counselor next year.
Do you have to leave?
Yeah, the rifts are closing up and I have to get the footage back.
Could we come with you?
I think you kids should stay here. Maybe do a little more of your own research into human mating if you catch my drift.
I think I do, Mr. Moonfry.
Hey, you can call me by my real name. Alfredo Benicio Narc.
Bye, Alfredo.
Wow. He's wiser than Mrs. Garrett, Mr. Belvedere, and Balky Bartakamas put together. I think I have an idea for my own TV show. I'm gonna name it after our Bigfoot friend.
Nobody's gonna watch a show called Alfredo Bonicio Nerk.
But I bet they'd watch a show called Alf.
You better shut up and get those shorts off, boy. I've got a fist and 3 acorns with your name on them.
Be gentle.
Yeah, hide those nuts in your cheeks for a winner, slut.
Nothing like a little moon cheese ale to go with a rousing night of squirrel porn, eh, Ringo? Hey, Ringo, buddy, can you get my back? All this lunar radiation is chapping my tender rawhides. Ringo? Pal of mine? Hello? Moon to Ringo? Oh, Ringo. How deliciously rude. Ringo seems to be, taking a little nappy poo at the moment, kiddies. Well, no worries. I'm both poly-jointed and ambiguously dexterous. Harder than it looks, folks. Cookie. Must have gained a few extra pounds around the mid-flanks. Hoik! It rubs the lotion on its skin or against the hose again. Ha! You know what I'm quoting, don't you, Ringo? How about a little drum riff, huh, Ring? All right. I lost another one. Oh, well. The show must go on. This next one's for all you tree-hugging, nature-loving motherfuckers out there. On Moon Lake, where you reside on the food chain is strictly up to supernatural selection. Survival of the sickest, suckers. Mother Nature's a bitch, and this next tale will have you crying. The Black Bear Blues!
I'm out in the hills by Moon Lake. Behind me is Gershwin, a member of a young gang of bears. There's been a lot of negative stories about them lately. I'm here to prove them wrong. If you believe what people are saying, they'll tell you this place is dangerous, that the bears here have a real problem with anyone entering this harmonious place. They say they'll chop me into bits and pieces, eat me up, and shit me out. Well, I'm here to tell you that's all bullshit. These animals are kind and gentle. Look at Gershwin. He hasn't even raised a paw in my direction. I will die for them, but I will not die at their claws and paws and maws. The threat out here isn't from them. It's from the likes of you and me. Humanity is the monster here. Why can't we just love nature? Y'all stop bear baiting, and I'll stop hating. My name is Mike, and I...
Michael Howell liked to film the bears. He felt he was there to protect them and educate the public. Watching his footage, I saw not only a story of nature, but of humanity and its mournful longing. He longed to leave behind the world of cars, television, and unnatural noises to find a world where everything had its own natural balance. Mary Simpson was a close friend of Michael. They had grown up together, both sharing a disillusionment of modern life. You were very close to him. Did you often feel his loss?
All the time. I think he was the only person I could relate to. We'd both graduated from the School of Hard Knocks. He wanted to be an actor. He always felt a part of him was missing, and he believed he could find that by pretending. When that didn't work out for him, he tried to find it elsewhere, as far away from civilization as he knew how to go, with those stupid, dangerous things.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Black bears aren't that dangerous. I have some footage with me. Would you like to see it? It's from his last day. I must warn you.
Yes. Yes, I would. Maybe it would help me.
I will die for them, but I will not die at their claws and paws and maws.
That man behind Michael, that's you!
Michael had spent his last years trying to communicate with nature. Following his noble example, I took it upon myself to reciprocate and interact with the culture from which he had fled. Unlike Michael, however, I felt no need to leave my reality behind. Indeed, I took great pleasure introducing myself to the world of edible humanity. If your society feels like a prison without walls, please don't give up. Get in touch with your deepest ancestral urges. When all around you fall prey to lies, keep searching for the truth. Run from what they tell you to keep you in line. Understand that there is always a place for you in our environment. This place was once your home, and may be again. We're out here, and we're waiting just for you.
The simple bare necessities. Oh, pardon me. But ching. You're probably wondering what I'm eating here, folks. Perhaps I should leave it to the secretive folks at the Moon Lake Dairy Refinery to answer that little query. Hey, kiddies. Hey, nice timing. Welcome to the party, new friend. I shall call you Ringo 2. Do you know how to play the drums, Ringo 2? Well, you better learn quick. We don't have much time. Psst. Over here, Schmeckapus. I'm not the only inhabitant of the moon, you know. There's aliens here, too. Smart species. When they reach a certain age, they're simply liquefied and reassimilated back into the food chain. As you can see, I've been able to siphon off an alien or two here and there for a bit of company and sustenance. No offense, Ringo 2. And now, in honor of our next story, watch me make the rest of my delicious ex-friend disappear. Abracadabra, bitches. Yummy, lummy. This little ditty coming up is about a prestigious magician whose lifelong quest of debunking paranormal charlatans has led him down the dark, distorted path to Moon Lake. His trickery has left a bitter taste for revenge on certain townsfolk's lips. I hope for his sake that large egos are buoyant, as I've dubbed the next mystery, he's a final escape!
I can't believe he's gonna do it. Nobody's been in the lake since...
Since what, Clyde? Since nothing. Nobody's been in that lake, period. And there's good reason.
Moon Lake, July 13th, 1913.
Mark my words, Stick. I don't care how good he is. He ain't coming back up if he goes down.
I can hear them from here. Their disbelief, their derision. They say it's impossible. They don't know me. They don't know my art. These fools live in terror. And of what? Boogeymen and curses. I'll show them the truth behind their ridiculous fear. And as always, I'll give them the finest show they've ever seen while doing it. Dear Lord, it's cold. But it's July. It's freezing. It's all right, though. It's okay. Just have to slow my heart rate down, and here we go. Damn, I was gonna give that back to her. Regardless, I think I'll be able to collect my reward well enough without it. What? No! I've been unhooked!
Can the master illusionist disprove the mysteries of Moon Lake? Why not come and debunk me?
Shit! I have to get the key out. I have to get the key. What the?
What's wrong, Master Escapist? You're not scared, are you?
How? What?
You think you know everything, don't you? This town isn't some parlor show, some gag for the tourists. And this lake is a cesspool, slowly swallowing the vomit and madness of mankind. And now, you'll join them, you son of a bitch!
No! No, this isn't happening!
Not happening? Not possible? You think just because you con the world with illusion that things you can't understand don't exist? That's what you thought when you visited my grandmother. You shamed her, embarrassed her, and you know what? She couldn't take the shame. She killed herself because you made her out to be a fraud. Now you'll stay here in death. You'll become what you sought so ardently to disprove in life. A monster. The truth is, you always had it in you, you bastard.
No! No!
Moon Lake, July 13th, 2013.
They don't know me. They don't know my art. These fools live in fear. And of what? Boogeymen and curses. Now they have something else to fear. First things first, though. I've made my escape. I believe I'm owed a reward.
Visit Majestic Moon Lake, a friendly community. Skiing on the Black Hawk Mountain, water sports on the Great Lake. Perfect for secluded bungalow parties. Hidden away in the rustic comforts of the Northeast, just on the border of America and Canada, the Moon Lake region is a charming and captivating place to spend a weekend. The community is friendly and welcoming. The scenery is breathtaking, literally. The amazing wildlife will beckon you to stay forever. Campgrounds are always open to the public. Children, pets, and hunters welcome. Are you in search of a relaxing town to live out your twilight years in? The Moon Lake Retirement Home is a perfect place to be elderly. It's better than home. You won't be able to leave.
Sponsored by the Moon Lake Tourism Board. Vampire space sluts from Dimension Triple X. In space, no one can hear you moan.
Oh.
Official military grade moon goggles! Protects from lunar radiation, makes UV rays look like a bunch of pussies, literally.
It's not constricting my breath at all. Man in the Moon muscle suit. Want to impress the ladies and intimidate the bullies without the hard work of exercise and testicle shrinking effects of steroids? Try the official Man in the Moon muscle suit. Eclipse the competition.
Moon cheese. The taste you can't resist.
And we're back. Yikes! That yutz wasted his whole life trying to get out of Moon Lake. Let that be a lesson to you, Ringo, too. The only escape for you is through my digestive tract. That was easy. I never thought I'd win a staring contest with the chap with no eyelids. Anyways, this next account is one of my favorite origin stories on Moon Lake. Yeah, you better shield your eyes, you non-blinking bastard. I haven't heard a drum riff from you in hours. That's better. All right, youngsters. Who wants to help the old man in the moon cheer on our next Moon Lake character? What, you worried I'm not limber enough? Poppycock, just watch these apples. Ta-da! I might be stuck here, folks. My damn new taint seems to be suction cupping the This is no laughing matter, you scrumptious scumbum. Please do have some respect. This next character is like Moon Lake royalty. She's literally the Queen of Denial. Ah, sweet freedom. Damn, she's hot, huh? And smart, too. Young Deirdre is Moon Lake High's most popular student, and why the hell not? Sensitized Deirdre! She is kind and generous, incredibly smart, and during games she bends over just enough to reveal what color panties she's wearing. Yummy lummy. What more could you ask for? But all that is about to change. A storm is brewed, bitches. A storm Moon Lake's only seen once before, on the day of her birth. They say that when a storm like this one hits Moon Lake, the inhabitants are affected for life. Unfortunately for Deirdre, the infamous they are right.
Your parents adore you. I'm sure there's a logical reason why they didn't make it.
I have a really bad feeling. Oh my God, my parents!
Wait, you don't know what happened. Maybe they're...
Dead. Sorry to tell you that, miss. This is the only thing that survived.
I was rejected by Moon Lake U?
What? You have the best grades in town. How's that possible?
They think I'm too perfect? There's only one thing that can make me feel better. I'll see you soon, okay?
Okay.
Keep it together, girl. Keep it together. I still have John. He'll know what to do.
Stop! Censored. Censored for your protection. Because there are some things that once you see them, you can't unsee them.
Deirdre! I can explain!
Just need to go home. I just need to go home. No, no, no! Why is this happening? My life, my entire life is ruined. What else could go wrong? I can't breathe.
Shh. Give her air. Who is she? She's beautiful.
She's waking up. I love romance novels, don't you?
We should dance.
It's Princess Deirdre, you silly dog. Must have fallen from her sky palace, poor thing. Do you like cupcakes, Miss Deirdre?
What's your favorite color?
I love cupcakes. My favorite color is blue. Romance novels are the best books ever. Let's tango.
2 days later. I think she's opening her eyes.
Deirdre, you're awake. How are you feeling?
We thought you were gone for good. Thank God you're back.
Kittens are my favorite.
Kittens? Who said anything about kittens?
I love tea parties, but I hate tea. Maybe coffee instead.
She's gone totally fucking crazy.
That shit.
It was okay when she was just a whore, but a bonkers whore? We can't be seen with her anymore.
No, jellyfish are icky. I love musicals. Sprinkles are so pretty in a mound of frosting.
Later that night.
Sure, I'll go with you.
Oh, call the police.
It's chocolate mint.
moon affects everything differently in Moon Lake. I don't know about you weirdos, but I'm getting excited. Meanwhile, I still can't believe that girl went shitballs.
Who cares? She's a stuck-up bitch. No loss.
She was hot, though.
So true.
They're offering a $10,000 reward for her capture.
Fuck 10K. I'd capture her for free.
How hard is it to catch a fucking cheerleader?
Exactly. 10K sure buys a lot of persons.
More than I can count. I'm in.
Can I tie her up?
My God, what are you doing? Why?
Who's an adorable bunny guy? You are! Yes, you are! Caramel apples! Granny Smiths are the best! Yes, I can see the moon.
Well, now I feel violated. Speaking of mounting insecurities, here come the emo kids.
This is hopeless. It's been 2 weeks and not one clue.
But where would a prissy psycho hide out?
Your dad's place?
It is all she knows. She was a fucking princess here. But out there, she's just another loser. She's gotta be here somewhere.
It doesn't seem right not to share the candy, but please, no licorice.
Wait, what? Licorice?
What the fuck? She's lost her shit in marbles.
You make me laugh, Bunny! I love to play hide and seek. You start counting.
Wait, did you hear that? Hide and seek. I think she knows the FBI is looking for her. She's asking for our help.
So what? She's trying to tell us things?
Whoa, what if she's like some kind of messiah? We should listen to her.
Women always tell me that I don't listen enough.
We found her. Get the boy ready.
Deirdre? Honey Bear? What the hell happened to you?
I'm not sure if we should reason with her, kid.
Deirdre, it's me. It's John. You don't look so good, baby. Is this about what happened with the goat? Because I can't explain.
Is it time for the tea party? Let me just get my things.
She's the angel of fucking death.
Honey Bear!
You fucking cheerleader just took out my party!
Yeah, pancakes with syrup make me feel all goopy inside, too.
This bitch is Terminator. I can't believe it.
Oh my God! You killed everyone!
That was a wonderful event, Mr. Unicorn. I loved the silverware.
I'm sorry you had to see that hazing initiation, and I'm sorry I didn't tell you I was gay. But I thought you'd tell my parents and then everyone would know, and I do love you, Deirdre. You're my best friend in the whole world.
Oh, look! The moon is smiling.
You've got to come back now, Deirdre. You've got to come back.
You've got to come back, Deirdre. Oh, this isn't real. You have to leave this place. Return home to your own world.
I do?
Don't listen to the party pooper D.
It's true. He's trying to ruin everything.
You know, I heard he was filled with delicious candies like a magic piñata.
Yes, that's it. That's it, Honey Bear.
That was awesome. I think I like this Deirdre better than the old one. What do you do with the boyfriend?
Should we give him a hand?
Too soon, dude. Too soon.
She's bleeding pretty badly. Maybe we should patch her up? So what? We're following her around now, helping her?
Got anything better to do? Besides, we can't stay here. We're accessories to a fucking massacre.
I like iced coffee so much more than hot coffee.
Hear that? Iced coffee. Maybe she is speaking in code?
What?
I don't like things too hot.
It's hotter than balls here. I think she wants to get out of Moon Lake. And go where?
The closest place to Moon Lake that's cold as Canada.
Fucking great. And then what?
Yes. I can still see the moon.
Always follow the moon, Deirdre. The moon loves you just the way you are. Cold-blooded perfection. Deirdre, you're like the psychotic daughter I never had. Not now, you Teutonic twerp. I'm being blue. Did you know that I wasn't always stuck inside this putrid pockmarked prison? Why, I used to be the happiest little fat boy in all of Moon Lake. Ringo? Oh, good. I always like to eat when I'm depressed. Obviously. Look at me. I'm simply repulsive. It needs more moon salt. That's better. And just in case you titwits were wondering how such a disgusting fat bastard like myself ended up stuck inside the moon with all these regrettable edible extraterrestrials, this next bit is all about miserable me.
Moon Lake, 1949.
Not so long ago, there was a chubby little boy who was very charming and loved to talk. He kept his mother happy, telling wild and fantastical tales, while his daddy lived in an iron lung because of injuries incurred from the Great War. Then the day came that Daddy died. And when the boy's mother was done grieving, some think a little too soon after the funeral, she needed to sow some wild oats.
For Christ's sake, lady, your kid's in the back seat. Oh, don't stop that.
The poor, fat little boy continued to cry at home while his mommy and the limo man did their sinful deeds in his parents' bedroom. Day in, day out, in, out. But it didn't end there. Eventually it was the milkman. Frankly, folks, his mom became familiar with every job ending with man in the Moon Lake vicinity. The mailman, the fireman, men, the gas man. You get the bloody picture. Frailty, thy name is woman. The boy struggled to sip away his sorrows with exotic invisible teas. And now his sorry soliloquies fell solely on cotton-stuffed ears. Yet he yapped away, trying to wash out the grunts and yelps of endless silling.
Don't hurt him, Ray.
Until one fateful evening, a trucker named Big Ray came grumbling out of the black bedroom.
Goddamn kid never shuts up. I'll teach you to make me lose my concentration, boy.
And he dragged that little sad fat boy kicking and screaming into a deep, dark place where no little sad fat boy should ever go. And the little boy went quite mad that night. Still couldn't stop blathering, they say, telling odd stories to anyone who would listen.
But no one did. And they shipped the little boy to Moon Lake Mental Asylum, and his mother never visited him again. The lonely psychiatric boy would stare up through the bars of his window every night and babble to the only one who stayed to listen. The moon. But the boy didn't know who he was dealing with. And this time the boy's prayers were heard.
Careful what you wish for, kids. Because for some strange reason the moon was rather sympathetic to the little round boy's pleas. Perhaps the boy's pain was a familiar echo in the moon's own past. Or maybe the moon just needed a real friend after so many years.
And this creature, being as wretched and abused as the moon was a good candidate. Plus the fact that the kid could spin a good yarn.
But what the boy didn't know was that despite what he had learned in science class, there was life on the moon. They were an incredibly technically advanced species called the Greys, and they had a device that was able to poke holes in the fabric of space and time itself. The aliens used the device to travel instantly from the moon to Moon Lake.
the only place on Earth where they could thrive and survive. It was their Eden. But the moon had other plans for the portal-making machine.
Abort, abort. It won't shut down. Bleep.
The moon strained and shifted ever so slightly on his axis, redirecting the portal beam right into the little boy's padded cell at Moon Lake Mental Hospital. Although very fleeting, the moon found it all rather fun. The boy was taken into the moon's custody, and he was happy for a while. And the moon sheltered the boy in his core, protecting him from the massive amounts of surface radiation. In exchange, the boy would keep the moon consistently entertained by relaying back to his manipulative master the multiple Moon Lake mysteries that have accumulated over the millennia. Oops. And he grew even fatter on delicious exotic moon cheeses. The Grey sent numerous search parties to extinguish our friendly neighborhood word slinger. But after one too many expensive tracking devices were destroyed, they stopped trying to catch the nuisance, leaving him cursed to spend eternity as a servant to the sinister satellite itself. It's pretty sad stuff, eh, Ringo 2? Ringo 2? Oh, right. There I go talking to myself again. Did I do that? Whoa! Nelly Mandeli. This is not lactose intolerance. It's racial intolerance. Man your battle stations. I'll explain more on the next page. Air raid. Batten down the hatches, bitches. Defense shields activated. All right, shut up and listen good, maggots. Quick moon history lesson here, lava. Despite what NASA claims, humans have never officially peacefully landed on the moon. We've come close, but all of those missions went horribly awry. Only in the past 10 years have spacesuits been invented that can withstand the lunar radiation for a sustained period of time. That's when all hell broke loose. Previously, they sent thousands of probes and missiles and droids, more than Earth history cares to mention. But recently, the raids have become more brazen, spilling beyond the dark side of the moon, to the point that the destruction on the surface can be seen from your pitiful Earth telescopes. NASA's recent claim that they're bombing for water on the moon is pure rubbish. A conspiracy to cover up their true motive. Manifest destiny! Why, it's been happening right under your nose for eons. Long ago, the Earth leaders decided it would be better to eradicate the aliens before they had a chance to make free thinkers of us all and have us question our own religious and cultural beliefs. This war's been raging on forever. To give you an idea, the gremlins that they refer to so gregariously from World War II, well, they were actually the Greys' retaliation for the atrocities that happened at Area 51. Whoops, time to take your anti-lunar radiation pills, kiddies. The radiation here is potent. Makes UV rays look like a bunch of pussies. No, not literally, perverts! Get your minds out of the gutter and into the next horrific chapter of Moon Lake history. All right, soldiers, brace yourselves for Moon Wars!
The dark side of the moon. Black Creek security mission.
2 more kills, and our mortgages are paid. Here's to the college fund. Just keep shooting.
Sir, we should give them a chance to get out. This company won't work with us again if we keep killing their men.
They have 60 seconds to evacuate.
They're still treating us like cattle, boys. We have 55 seconds. I just want to make it home in time to fuck my wife again.
Launch code accepted.
Impacting 4.
Come on.
3, 2, 1.
Thank you.
Knock, knock.
How was work?
It was good. My last shift went double overtime. We'll be able to take that trip with the kids this summer. Everyone's asleep, right?
Yes.
Then let's have some dinner and settle in.
Oh my God. That was totally freaking awesome! Did you see the solar-powered jetpack thingies? I mean, wow. And the explosificating whatchamagadgets? That shit blew my freaking mind, man. Whew. It's never a dull moment around here, folks. I'll tell you. And don't worry about all those toasted aliens and their fancy melted mechanical moon monsters. The Greys multiply like hermaphroditic rabbits. There's no end in sight for this ridiculous war. The astronauts destroyed the Greys on Monday, but by Tuesday, the aliens' numbers have doubled. Like a deadly, delicious, indigestible bacteria. Ugh, bacteria. Now, where was that ancient headdress? Ah, here it is. Don't laugh, it's really heavy. I wear this to honor the legend of the great spirit warriors of Moon Lake's antediluvian past. They were the first humanoids who thrived and survived there. And now we must turn a somber zombie eye toward our final Moon Lake saga, but certainly not our last. In fact, it's one of the first, and one of my favorites, considering it is the origin story of the most supernaturally powerful duo ever to roam Moon Lake. Show your respect and bow down to Cave Girl and Z-Rex!
We are the clan of the great water beneath the moon, the favored children of Amon, the Sky Father, who watches over us and blesses our clan, who gave us dominion of the land and the water. The beasts of the plain are ours to hunt. The fruit in the field is ours to savor. Of all creation, we alone are blessed with the wisdom of the great moon god, Amon, who brings light to the darkness, but who also sees into the shadow of what is to come. We alone have received the gifts of his magic. But an ill wind blows, and the omens speak of a great gathering darkness, of a time when we, the children of the Sky King, are forsaken, when we shall be the cursed, and we shall be the hunted.
She has come back to take her revenge.
What will you tell him, Master?
The truth.
Will he be angry?
Perhaps.
Hunting had been poor. The mammoth herds had thinned. Water springs had been fouled. The great cat and the dire wolf had no prey to hunt, so they stalked our people. The darkness at the edge of the world is growing.
What have you learned?
Years before, misfortune had visited the tribe. The chieftain's favorite wife died in birthing the child, who came into the world unnamed. She was a daughter of our chieftain, a clever and pretty thing, but she was touched by death as she entered the world, and it marked her as its own. She brought bad luck with her. Crops failed, weather turned evil. It is the child! The cursed one! She has returned! Hunters disappeared, never to be seen again. Once she could speak, the child would whisper the names of long-dead ancestors in her sleep. It is said she often stared into the distance at unseen specters, so the chieftain decided, let her ghostkin claim her as their own. She was not one of us. Let the spirits of the dead take her to the land behind the moon.
She walks between worlds. She leaves no footsteps in the soil. No scent for the hound to track. Our best hunters cannot catch her. But I have seen her in my visions. She grew up wild, thriving in the lands beyond the dead hills. She learned the language of animals and the thoughts of birds. She holds a piece of the heavens, a gift of the Sky King to protect her from evil. She speaks with the dead, keeping counsel with spirits of her ancestors. And what is more, she makes visits to the Madlands. That forbidden, cursed place where the earth is unformed, where the vile chaos of the darkness below spills out into this world. Where death rules and time itself stops, where the light of Amon cannot reach. I don't know what she seeks there, but she means to have her revenge on all of us. For exiling her, of this I am certain.
The chieftain did not take the news with much grace. That night, I dreamed of the Madlands, of the wild, uncreated realm where even the gods do not stray. I dreamed of a darkness, churning like clouds before a storm, reaching up from the land below, stretching with greedy fingers until it covered the whole world. Eating the day, devouring earth and sky, swallowing the moon god himself till no light was left. Only the void, and death alone ruled over everything. I have seen what is to come, the vengeance she means to bring.
Could she be so cruel? What? What's that? Nothing.
Days passed, and the hunters could not track her. But if she came to us, would we be ready? Look! The moon!
It has begun.
The sky cracked open and the nightmares came through. Spat out from the darkness beneath the world. Beasts of bone and rotted flesh, the earth quaked beneath their feet. Run! Run! Deeper than thunder. Louder than the wails of mothers. And the screams of children. In the name of Amon, Skyfather, Great King, I rebuke you! But it was plain for all to see. The Sky King had deserted us. No! The Sky King's gift. I could hear the voices of the dead all around. I could hear the sacred song of our ancestors. Kill the witch! She commands the beasts! No! Spirits of the blessed dead, inhabiting the flesh of the cursed, and commanding them to leave! Whatever dark magic brought these monsters forth, the wild girl had not caused it. But she had seen it coming. That's when I saw the truth. She did not return to destroy us. She returned to save us.
Thank you.
In time, the tribe renewed and flourished. The hunt was good and the crops were plentiful. And in time, I became chieftain of the clan of the great water beneath the moon. And so each year, a feast is held in her honor, so that we do not forget her. She who walks the ghost trail between worlds, who leaves no footsteps to tell of her passing, who we once cast out in our ignorance, but who came back in our time of need, and who watches over us even now.
Okie dokie. As Z-Rex and Cave Girl stare off into the starry sky, pondering their uncertain future, I can offer no real comfort, just a sinister hint that their adventures on Moon Lake have only just begun. Unfortunately for you, our time is nearly up. Well, so long, kiddies, and always bear in mind the Man in the Moon's motto: keep your feet in the clouds and your head planted firmly in the ground. This graphic novel was sponsored by the power of moon cheese. Remember, eat your moon cheese every night, makes bones and teeth extra what? That's right, kids. Extra bright. Perfect timing, Ringo. Ringo's always come in threes, you know. A good thing, too,
All this talk of moon cheese, I was beginning to feel rather peckish. This one looks feisty. I shall call him Tommy Lee. I'm just kidding, Ringo 3. Sorry, my beautiful bitches. You'll have to wait until next time to learn more about Jygurtha, the flesh-eating bearded clam lady. Or the creature from the African-American lagoon. It's a pimp-slapping swamp thing. Or my favorite, Hysterical Psycho. The story that started it all, which was made into an award-winning motion picture. Now available in color. Shameless. Say goodnight, Ringo 3.
Good night, Ringo 3.
Thank you. The Kaplan Brothers. The stage 13 players. Give yourselves a hand for being awesome.
All right. Nice, guys. Thank you so much.
Guten Tag and welcome, my dear weirdos, to Moon Lake.